for Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Stark begins the fresh over. He bowls. Elgar fends the ball down the leg side into the gloves of Carey, and he's out. Bowls to Zondo, who's wrapped on the pad. Boland loved it and gets it. Nobody does multiple wickets in an over better than Scott Boland. It's a double wicket maven. Bowls to him, and Moreno's back, whacking the ball to deep mid-wicket. It'll be his half-century. Kyle Verreynne has single-handedly altered the momentum of this match. Stark last ball of the over. Maharaj edges and he's caught at second slip. Smith takes it low down and the route is on.
Cummins bowls and Keating deflects into the gully, and that is that. South Africa all out for 152. It's the big man, the big left armer, Marco Jansen. Now this guy goes to the crease. His first ball in Australia to Labuschagne. It's a taken! It's the huge wicket of Labuschagne. Getting to him here, head clipping. Indeed, that's gone all the way for 6. Just 48 deliveries to make it to 53.
Yeah, blows in, bowls. He's bowled Smith. He's got the breakthrough right at the end. Oh, that it was worth so much to South Africa. And Australia will be 5 down at the close of play.
Yeah, it's fast ball cricket at the minute. 15 wickets they won. Pretty much scores a level. What are we? 7 behind. So, yeah, very entertaining for the fans.
It was a day that delivered everything that was promised. The Gabba green top was hellish for batters. The South African top order was brittle, and their pace attack unsettled Australia. And a low-scoring Brisbane Test promises to be air-raising.
Journalists have to write their own opinion pieces, and they're entitled to that. But for me, it's rocking up here, applying my best attitude. But you just got to mentally prepare for that. And I'm ready for it, and I love it.
Test match number 99, Dave Warner. Kisa Rabada is in for the Stanley Street end, and right at the body, out first ball. Fended it to short leg. It ballooned up. It was hauled in by Zondo under the helmets. It's a golden duck for Dave Warner. The story is short, but it is very sharp.
The game has turned against David Warner. David Warner's in real trouble here.
Can't sidestep it.
No.
Fasten at him.
I don't want to say it.
Doesn't have the reflexes to deal with it anymore.
I've seen this before. I've seen it with Ricky Fonnie. I've seen it with Matthew Hayden. I've seen it with Michael Clark, and I'm seeing it with David Warner. The end is very close.
What he should be doing is being as realistic as he can and looking to the future where he can, because he deserves the chance to finish the way that he wants to finish, I think. So I would hate to see him get to an Indian tour or start an Ashes tour and then get the tap on the shoulder. That'd be a disappointing way for his career to end.
A first ball duck intensifies the predicament surrounding David Warner. The veteran opener now fighting time itself ahead of his 100th test on Boxing Day. This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Cricket in fast forward indeed. South Africa all out 152. Australia 5 for 145. In fact, there's never been a day one at the Gabba like it. Never been 15 wickets on the opening day in Brisbane before. Gerard, Whateley with you on a beautiful Sunday morning here in Brisbane as we look to the resumption. And just hold on a little bit for where it might take us across the next 8 hours. By my side is Simon Katich. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, Heels and all our listeners.
And Ian Healy told us this time yesterday, never seen a pitch so green at a test match. And it delivered a day like never before. Hello, Heels.
G'day, Gerard. Hi, everyone. Yeah, bright green. The grass is quite thatchy at times, but never quite that green. So have they got an injection of chlorophyll up here or something? But it's right up there. It's right up there with Sheffield Shield, and no batsman prospered. They had to work extremely hard. Only 4 of them got there, and these bowling attacks are going to enjoy it again.
They are remarkable days when so much happens, particularly when we just lived a series where very little happened each day.
Yeah, particularly when you know that the test match is playing out predictably, and that's what we saw in the West Indies series. But yesterday was so unpredictable. 4 wickets early for Australia. Then there was the partnership between Bavuma and Verreynne, who played beautifully. And then all of a sudden a collapse again. And then Australia were in all sorts of trouble at 3 for 27. And Smith and Head deserve a lot of credit for that partnership because they steadied the ship, but then late in the day, once again, South Africa struck back with those 2 late wickets of Smith and then Boland. So 5 down, it promises to be another exciting day.
What about Scotty Boland? He said, I did my job as night watchman. You know, he got them right to the end. Got out, but he got them to the end.
27 was the magic number, 4 for 27, then 6 for 27. Those were the bookends of the South African innings, and then Australia 3 for 27. And what happens next is like the whole Test match sits on this. Australia is 7 runs in arrears. Travis Head, it's interesting that the 2 batters that prospered went right at the bowling. Verreynne for South Africa and Head for Australia.
Yeah, and they prospered from probably different types of bowling. Verreynne prospered from the Australians getting short and wide to him at times, and he cut and pulled his way to a very entertaining 64 and got South Africa the momentum. Head was probably a little bit different. He got through the initial burst where he looked all at sea, got nicked one to Elgar at second slip, didn't quite carry. And South Africa just kept going sort of back of a length to him, hardly used the bouncer. And then once he got going, he was hard to stop. No one could stop him. So that innings of his yesterday is probably the innings that will turn this Test match.
Today, the secret is not to project too far forward. That's for us to do.
Yeah.
You know, the players have got to stay right on the ball. I guess Australia looking for a lead of 150. It sounds worse than it is on the board. 5 for 45. We're really 4 for, aren't we? Carey and Green are still to come in. Then we've got a pretty talented batting tail. So they can do a bit of damage today, but they've got every partnership is key. Spend time in the middle, and you might find some comfort. But it's hard to get that time in the middle.
In the age of Bazballers, Travis Head is a thoroughly modern cricketer, and he's ahead of that. Is what it was an 85 ball century against England when the pressure wasn't necessarily on last year, or maybe he eased that pressure. That was a furnace he walked into yesterday, and he was tremendously unsettled early, jumping around.
Wasn't he? He was jumping around and still wanting to hit.
Yeah, and then he settled, and his stroke play is glorious.
Yeah, it is. It's nice. So I was very interested to hear the predictions of Carey in the paper this morning. Alex Carey, 1 year ago, when Travis was out of the team, predicting he will become a very high-level, world-class batsman. And it's happening. So that was good. I hope, I'm sure he knows it's not going to be easy. It's not going to continue on from yesterday and the comfort he got at the crease. He's got to do some hard yards this morning. It's got to be really, really tight stuff. South Africa have got to find their marks immediately and try to keep this lead of Australia's to maybe 80, I'd say, because then they've got their hands full batting again.
What a weapon he is at 5. So I noticed there was a comparison with David Hookes today. That actually feels about right, the way that he goes about it.
Yeah, it's something about those South Australian middle-order players, whether it's Hooksy, Darren Lehman, who was obviously mentored by Hooksy and very close to him, and now Travis Head. I think it's perfect that role that he plays at the moment. He's been given that licence, and it's perfect for the way he plays. They've obviously identified that with the way he plays for South Australia, and now he's transferring that in the Test arena, because if you've got such a strong top order like the Australians do, whilst they didn't get runs yesterday, but they have been throughout the summer, it allows 5, 6 and 7 the freedom with runs in the bank to go out there and play their shots, which he's been doing. But yesterday when he was under pressure, he was able to do that, even with the ball doing a fair bit. He weathered the storm early, and then once he got on top, South Africa had no answer to it. But what was interesting was that they bounced him first ball, and that was the only bouncer they bowled until probably late, just before stumps, when Rabada went at him again, and then he nicked one just wide of second or third slip. So it'll be interesting to see whether South Africa have done their homework overnight, because it looked like they just kept feeding him the length that he wanted, which was able to cut or drive through covers when he got a bit too full.
He doesn't need much width, does he, to play that back foot cover drive, sort of a cut, but and they just got it there too often. He was able to really find some runs through the cover area. It's a big day for both teams. There's pressure on. That's courage, isn't it? Travis Head is playing with courage, sporting courage, because playing shots when the pressure was so hot, if he gets out, he looks stupid. He's going to be criticised, but that's what he's put out of his head in his second coming as a cricketer.
There was an 8-over stretch yesterday where Australia scored 69 runs when Head and Smith came at South Africa, and then so South Africa had to haul that back
and then they took late wickets. That ball that Nortje got Smith with. So Nortje cranked it up. The fastest bowling of the day happened in the last 4 overs. He got it up to 148, and it was a glorious ball that did Smith through the gate.
That is the hardest ball to play in cricket, whether you're left or right-handed, particularly for a right-hander. The ball that jags back in off the seam from outside off to hit the top of off stump is the hardest ball to play because, you know, on a wicket like this, you're worried about the keeper and the slips being in the game at that sort of pace, nicking it. But then the ball that comes back in just went straight through him, and it was at high speed too, late in the day. He was brilliant late yesterday, Nortje, and that wicket might just get him back in the contest this morning because if Smith and Head had carried on this morning like they had yesterday afternoon, then Australia were well on top of this Test match.
Could have been a little bit demoralising coming out just 3 down. That was very impressive because we sensed Nortje had tired in his first spell, possibly prematurely, so he bounced back strong. That was great, really good.
So the quality of fast bowling, it sounds ridiculous. There were 15 wickets taken, yet Australia didn't quite hit the high marks that they might have, routing an opposition for 152. And South Africa's attack was good in patches, but maybe not everything that was promised.
No, it wasn't. I don't think they delivered exactly what they would have liked yesterday. I thought Nortje and Jansen were the 2 standouts, both with pace and what they delivered in terms of hostility and working the batsman over. I thought Jansen was excellent early on to Smith, and the wicket that he got first ball to get Labuschagne was a spot on the money. But I think Rabada was down on what we expect from him. He was down on pace, and his body language to me, he didn't look like the leader of that pack yesterday. Nortje led the pack. And then Ngidi, who's a quality bowler, he was down. He was only bowling probably around 130 Ks, and he's capable of more than that. So it'll be interesting to see how they come back today. Wicket should quicken up a little bit today, a little bit less moisture in it. It's baked in the heat yesterday. But the problem for South Africa is that ball now is at a soft stage. So batting should be okay against this ball.
Yeah, the older ball, but a fresh wicket. It's going to fly. It's hardened up. Indeed, well, here he is right now. I said yesterday, I noticed him in warm-ups, right? He had strappings everywhere. He had an elbow strapped up and he had a leg strapped up. He's just walking out now. He's got a heavy white thing on his left leg. Now, you put a tracksuit pant on over that. Don't show the opposition that you could be failing in the knee. And I see Verena walking out there with his gloves on, his right hamstring strapped. So they're wilting, and they got one day into a series of 3 matches.
The overriding issue is Dave Warner. I don't know what you like with your animated musicals, but we don't talk about Bruno in Australia. We don't talk about Davey, although he's down with Pete Lawler now. So we'll bring you some of that, and Pete will join us shortly. Channel 7 have been listening to actually ask the pointed questions, I suspect. I don't know, Simon. Do the greats not know when to retire?
Well, Pete made this point on air yesterday, and I was listening into it at the back of our box. And it was interesting because Ricky Ponting was on at the time. His name got mentioned. Matty Hayden's got mentioned. And then Michael Clark's name got mentioned. And Pete has a point. I think the thing that what he was trying to get across, and I think all the guys that were there took it on the chin and copped it, because the thing is, what makes them great players is they believe in themselves so much that they keep backing themselves to be able to deliver what they've delivered their whole career. But the problem with cricket is it catches up with all of us at some point. And in those guys' situations, they've been great players for such a long time, they'll think, you know what, I'll turn it around tomorrow. And David Warner might well do that because you can get out first ball as an opener. It was a great ball. Yes. But it was the manner with which he got out. Eyes off the ball. It wasn't overly quick. I mean, it was high 130s, but you know, if he's going to cop Nortje at 150, that's a different ball game altogether. So, look, you can get out like that as an opener, but I think it happens to everyone, and I think Pete's made a valid point. It game catches up with everyone, particularly when you bat at the top of the order facing 140k plus bowling.
Yeah, that's right. So that's one thing. The eye, you might lose your eye at 37, 38. You're certainly past your peak. Then there's your technique, and I think David's technique hasn't been perfect this summer. His feet are staying. If they're moving straight down the wicket rather than to the line of the ball, and he still wants to go through with shots wide of off, even though his feet and head aren't there. And then there's your heart. You know, his family are getting older at home, and here I am still wearing this sports uniform, having to train, being told what time we're leaving, what function we got to go to, and that starts to grate on you as a player. So, and all those three things used to be fun, and now they're a bit of a chore. So you've got to work your way through that.
How close to the end is he to your eye?
I think this year will finish him off. It'll finish him in triumph, going to India and the Ashes where he hasn't been super successful, or it'll finish him before that. You know, so you know, everyone's fingers are crossed that he finishes in triumph, of course. But and he deserves triumph if he gets through this schedule, because it is one of the great cricketing challenges that these guys are going to face. I just think he's very close, and I think Sydney might even tell us a story.
Would you think that George Bailey and he are in private conversations already, Simon, or would they just hold off? It feels like they'll have to have a conversation before Melbourne, which is his 100th test.
Yeah, I don't know how George operates. I don't know him well enough to be able to say he'd have that conversation with him now, but I would have thought they'd be having it after the Sydney test, because I think the way they and all the narrative around at the moment from within the team is that, oh no, it's business as usual, he'll be right, sort of thing. But I think you have to look at his record in India and England, and he would be thinking that as well. Historically, he hasn't played well there, and to go there, you know, in two massive series with a potential World Test Championship as well, that must be playing on his mind. And I think Davey will know when the right time's up. He's been too good a player to not know that and see the writings on the wall if he thinks that this is going to be too big a challenge. But as we said before about Pete's comments, the great players back themselves to keep getting back to where they were if they have a little dip in form, and that's maybe how he's viewing it. Well, I don't know what's inside his mind.
He's the only way he can go for this second innings that is going to be upon him maybe this afternoon is, I could have got out to that ball when I was 25. You know, 25 years of age. It's got nothing to do with my age or anything. I'm just going to put that aside and work hard once again and see what happens. Not worry about the outcomes, not look forward, and just get out there and go for it.
I think the interesting thing about that, though, is if you go back to the West Indies series, he wasn't getting out at 25 years of age against that West Indies attack. He was probably getting 300 against that attack in his prime.
Yep.
Simon Katich and Ian Healy, part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and this is our pre-game show for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. The pitch report for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. What did you see, Simon?
Yeah, it always looks a nice wicket here at the Gabba, but I mean, as Hill said earlier, it is green, and it has been dented yesterday. There was obviously moisture in it, and because it's been hit at pace, there are some little divots in the grass, and it is a 5 mils of grass, so you can noticeably see those. And the other thing that stood out yesterday was one or two balls of Nathan Lyon really bounced from a very full length, which you don't always expect day one. So, and there was some good turns. So I expect that if the bowlers get it in the right area again today, it could be hard work.
And it's 23 degrees in Brisbane right now, heading for a top of 27 for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Ian Healy and Simon Katich will talk a little later on as we head to the first ball of the day. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, is coming up on SEN Test Cricket next. An hour out from the start of day two, South Africa all out 152, Australia 5 for 145 in reply. Travis Head's 78 not out. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. On day two of each test match, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Nick Hockley, joins us. Nick, welcome back to SEN Test Cricket.
Morning, Gerard. What a day it was yesterday.
What a day it was indeed. What do you think of a Saturday start to a test match? We had a Wednesday and then we had something more traditional. What did you think of a Saturday start?
I thought the atmosphere yesterday was incredible, outstanding. I thought to have 30,000 there at the Gabba, 15 wickets, nearly 300 runs. I thought the fancy dress. I also thought that the way that the cricket community came together to pay their respects, such a moving tribute at the start of play. And I really thought yesterday had everything, and we're hoping for another big day today.
Could you give us an insight, Nick, into how that came to pass to have members of the Queensland Police Force, and what we saw was just a tremendous embrace from the public who'd gathered for it and the team itself?
No, I think obviously just a huge amount of shock. There's a lot of people from across the cricketing community, and we came together at very short notice, our team, and also with Stadiums Queensland, with the Queensland government, with the police service, and we just felt it was really important that we pay our respects, and I think the spontaneous applause from those at the Gabba, I mean, certainly that it was extremely, extremely moving, and I think for all of those in the ground and beyond, we'll stay with them. We'll stay with everyone for a long time, and again, just hugely moving.
It was absolutely that. So, Nick, just on the footprint of a Test match, so I guess we grew up with Thursday to Monday, and then there's some Fridays, and I acknowledge that you're not necessarily in control of the calendar and where you can land them. Is there merit in actually hitting Saturday and Sunday strongly as day one and day two of a Test?
I think a Thursday or Friday or a Saturday start are our preference. I think we've talked about it quite a bit before, Gerard, that this season is slightly unique with the T20 World Cup being moved. So everything's been really condensed. But I think a Thursday, Friday or a Saturday start is optimal. Friday, in the lead-in to Christmas, you get a big corporate day. But equally yesterday, starting on a Saturday, we saw a massive turnout. So I think as long as we start on Thursday, Friday or Saturday, it's going to be a great result. And ultimately, we want as many people as possible to come. But I think going forward, I just think with the calendar as it is, we're seeing, probably as compared to years gone by, less of a break between Test series. So we do just need that level of flexibility. But as I say, two cracking starts to the Test match over the weekend, and hopefully we get another big crowd today.
What about your gauge on crowds? So in Perth, 42,700 felt like unders. I thought 86,500 in Adelaide across 4 days for an opponent that was underwhelming. I felt like they were really good crowds, and then the biggest yet at 29,306 yesterday. What's your read on your Test crowds right now?
I think we're really encouraged. We're really encouraged by Boxing Day and by the Sydney Test sales at the moment. I mean, you just need to see the quality of these two attacks. And we've had, as of yesterday, over 1 million people have come through the gates to watch international cricket this summer, and we're not even halfway through the Test summer. So, but overall, we're very, very buoyed. Probably the one thing that we've felt is that having not been to Perth for 2 years and starting that Test match on the Wednesday, that was a bit soft. But other than that, we've been absolutely thrilled with the crowds.
Why are we starting at 20 past 10 in a couple of these Test matches, Nick? Is that a nod to commercial television?
Oh, I think we need to work with our partners to see what works best for everyone, and that's the optimal time slot.
So is that to get the day's play finished so that they can finish at the top of the hour for the news rather than the overhang of 2 or 3 minutes while that final over completes?
So that's a consideration, yes, Gerard.
Yeah, okay. And any concerns around 15 wickets on a green top on day one in Brisbane?
Oh, I think just look at Travis Head's performance. I think there's runs out there, but you couldn't get a more kind of scintillating viewing for those fans that were there yesterday. We said, and there was a lot of hype before the match, you've got two of the best attacks in world cricket, and I think that's exactly what we saw yesterday.
Yep, I concur with that. Hey, Nick, why doesn't this trophy have a name? Have you looked into that as to why the Australia-South Africa trophy doesn't have a name?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, I think since being in the role, we have named the away series against Pakistan. That's the Kadir Beno Trophy. So, yeah, we're very much open to looking at series having names, and I do think it gives a bit of extra kind of essence and meaning to it. So, it's something that we'll have a good think about following this series.
So it was attempted in 2016 by one of your predecessors, James Sutherland, and the South African officials of the time. Do you actually know why that didn't come to fruition? Could they not reach a solution together, the two cricket boards?
I'm not across the precise discussions at the time, and all I know is that we'll give it some thought following this series. And Australia, South Africa, I think just a huge rivalry. There's a lot up for grabs in this particular series with a World Test Championship berth on the line. So that's something that we'll continue to think about and talk about going forward.
Is the top brass of cricket South Africa coming to Australia during this series?
So Enoch, their head of high performance, I was with him yesterday, is over and representing Cricket South Africa, and we had great representation from Cricket South Africa over here around the T20 World Cup and for ICC meetings at the time. But Enoch is their main representative this tour.
Okay, I don't. These things are always easier from the outside, Nick. But could you not name the trophy by Sydney? Could you not get on a conference call with the chief executive of Cricket South Africa and both come together and go, this is a bit ridiculous that this does it. Let's do it. Let's unveil it in Sydney just before it's presented.
Well, certainly our discussions around the Pakistan series, there was a lot more consideration and discussion, and we worked on that for many, many months. So I think it's better to get it right than a rush decision.
Okay. Were you able to catch up with Dave Warner after the Adelaide test, Nick, where we left our conversation on day 2 there?
So we exchanged texts. I saw him very briefly at the team hotel last night, but rightly so. He's absolutely focused on this match, and we haven't had a long discussion or a debrief. I think the whole squad has really, as they said, has moved on and is very much focused on the cricket. And we've got a huge celebration coming into Boxing Day with Davey making his 100th Test appearance. So really, all the focus is on that for now.
Are you at all concerned around that, Nick, with clearly the treatment that his family endured, and Cricket Australia's been proactive on that front? As 100 Test matches should be the great celebration in cricket. Do you have a little bit of work to do to make sure that it is?
I think Davey knows that we very much support his application. He goes down as he is a great game. I think there's only 13 Australian players that have played 100 Tests. He's on the eve of 8,000 Test runs and the 8th ranked all-time Test run scorer for Australia, as well as obviously being one of the most dominant T20 players and one-day players in world cricket. So there's just a huge amount to celebrate. We really want to celebrate that milestone with Davey, and we're working on plans to do that around the Boxing Day Test.
Okay, we'll see what that looks like. Are you in the final stages of your TV rights negotiations, Nick?
Well, I can't comment on what are commercially confidential discussions, but I can say that the discussions are very live and very active. There's strong interest, and I think that's reflective of the passion for the game around the country, and the fact that Test cricket is flying, as we've seen yesterday, and the Big Bash and WBBL, they remain the first and fourth most watched sports leagues in Australia. So those discussions are live and active.
Are you working on a timeline to have that done by the end of the calendar year?
We are working through it really thoroughly, and to make sure that we get the best result, obviously for Australian cricket, but for all parties. So there's no specified timeline.
Has Channel 7 committed to drop its legal action against Cricket Australia, Nick, if they are recontracted?
I'd say, Gerard, those are part of confidential commercial discussions, so I can't comment on that, I'm afraid.
And are you open to the idea of shortening the BBL in the right circumstances with the right deal from the number of games that it is right now?
Well, I think the first thing that's really important to say is that we've made a range of really significant improvements around the BBL schedule. So going forward, we're not scheduling white ball internationals head-to-head with a big bash. So as you'll see this year, all our white ball talent will be available, and then also our test talent after the Sydney Test. We've got family-friendly start times, more games in prime time. We're playing exclusively in the summer holidays. So our starting point is really as is with those improvements, and any change of that would need to be really kind of thoroughly looked at and would need to be thoroughly worked through. But our starting point is really this year's improved schedule.
Has it made the splash that you hoped in the first 5 days, Nick?
Oh, well, I think the all out for 15 by the Thunder certainly made a lot of news around the cricketing world. But we were delighted. Cracking game on opening night. Really good crowd in Perth last night, and I think just the standard of the cricket. We've got, as I said, more Australian internationals playing. I'm really excited about some of the new names that are coming from overseas as part of the international player draft. So I think it's been a really good start.
Is all out for 15 a blow to the credibility of the competition, or the novelty that gets everybody talking about it, Nick?
Well, I think it shows how unpredictable T20 cricket. But I must say, I was watching. I was completely, it was just astonishing. But it just shows anything can happen in T20 cricket, and momentum is everything in T20 cricket. And when the wickets started tumbling so quickly, they just didn't stop. But I thought each of the wickets, I mean, they hung on to every catch. It wasn't they were earned wickets. So it was just quite astonishing.
It was mesmerising. Nobody's turning that off. I'll promise you that. So the last one, Nick, is we've had a change to the chairman of Cricket Australia. Does that have any material impact come February when that formally happens?
Mike's been on the board for around about a year, so we've worked really closely. We've got two new excellent additions to the board in Claire Smith and David Maddox, but other than that, there's great stability. So I've really enjoyed working very closely with Locke, and I'm very much looking forward to working closely with Mike when he starts in February. And Gerard, before we go, I do just want to I think it's really important to make mention of the brilliant series win overnight in India. I think our women's team have just played absolutely magnificently. Elise Perry, back-to-back scores of more than 70 to win the last two matches, and I'm just really excited to see such big crowds in India. I think the light bulb has gone on as it relates to cricket as a sport for women and girls in India. So I think that's just going to go from strength to strength.
The women's IPL will be so interesting when that starts, Nick.
It'll be huge, and I know there's a lot of excitement. I think this series has really captured the imagination over there, and it's obviously something that Australian cricket has invested in for a long, long time. So it's great to see. It's great to see the level of interest around the world, and I think it's just going to grow and grow.
Nick, good to chat as always. We'll see you in Melbourne. So good luck with these negotiations and Merry Christmas. See you after Boxing Day.
Great, thanks, Gerard. Look forward to it.
Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. We'll touch base with the Australian camp shortly. Jonty Rhodes will give us the South Africans' perspective, and we'll have a chat to Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan on our pre-game show for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. 5, so 7 runs behind after an eventful day one. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. Let's head inside the Australian camp here for Bundaberg and Jabir. Adam Collins is downstairs, and one of the senior members of the coaching staff is now Daniel Vettori, who must be a bit like Jonty Rhodes. He'd be one of the most popular cricketers on these shores to have represented an opponent with such distinction. Here's Dan Vettori with Adam Collins.
Daniel Vettori, Australian assistant coach. Thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket. Proud New Zealander. The strip looked like we'd gone to New Zealand yesterday. You must have felt at home.
Looked like Healy Oval. A little bit of trouble finding it, so it was a nice reminder.
You, of course, have been a proud New Zealand player for such a long stretch of time. Relocating to Australia this year with this job, with the family and all the rest of it, how have you enjoyed becoming a new Australian?
It's been good fun. The family hasn't relocated. We're still in NZ, but it's been nice being over here, and it's been a busy, hectic summer, so it's been a nice intro into the team.
It was Test cricket in fast forward yesterday, 15 wickets more than any other day to start a Gabba Test match. I mean, you've been on the other side of that from time to time against the Australians in your playing career. It must be so difficult for a touring team coming here and being under that kind of pressure.
I think particularly with the surface that's provided, probably you don't always see that. You sort of see a little bit more of that sort of whitish surface. You know it's going to be tough in the morning, but it gets a little flatter and easier to bat. So I think there's a consistency in the wicket that allows bowlers to stay on top if they put that pressure on.
Did you anticipate it being a bit of a shootout in your preparation for this test when you saw the surface, knowing that it could move pretty quickly?
I think so. I think so. Also the quality of both bowling attacks. We've seen South Africa perform so well in a number of conditions, and obviously the Australian team has been exceptional with their bowling unit. So a lot of onus on the batsmen. It's tough for them, but you've seen the guys like Travis Head being able to apply themselves and score runs.
From our vantage point in the commentary box, it looks like the bowlers took a little bit longer maybe to find their range on a sporting surface, but when they did, South Africa had no response.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair assessment. I think it's always tricky to find that length when you're on a surface that provides so much. Sometimes it's hard to stick to your plans because you feel like every ball is going to be a wicket, and you could see that at times it was that way. So, look, I think both teams bowled exceptionally well. There's some quality batting to actually unsettle two very good bowling attacks.
You touched on Travis Head. He resumes 78 not out from 77 balls. What an asset coming in at number 5. It's like he's channeling Adam Gilchrist at the moment.
Yeah, he just plays his own game, irrespective of who he's coming up against. But I think the thing that he does so well that people potentially don't give him credit for is that he has a very strong defensive game, and he left well when it was required to. But the thing he does better than most is that he's able to put away the bad ball, and I think that's where he capitalised yesterday.
I suppose on the other side of the spectrum, David Warner struggling first bowler. How was he yesterday when he came off the field?
No, he's fine. I mean, it's one of those things. I think when it's a first bowler, you can't put too much thought into it, and once again, we respect how good that South African bowling unit is, and we know that they can bowl balls that can put us under pressure, and unfortunately it was first ball of the innings.
Back to where we started with the surface, it looks like there's plenty to aim for with those ball marks from yesterday. Is that your assessment that it's going to be pretty tricky out there this morning as well?
I think so. I think it's going to continue on from yesterday, and we also saw Nathan Lyon, so I think spin's going to come into play. Maharaj is a quality spinner, so I think in a way the ball is going to continue to dominate, but it could be from a spin bowling aspect as well.
Dan Vittori, exciting day one, more of the same on day two hopefully. Thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket.
Cheers guys, thank you.
That's the setup inside the Australian camp as we look towards the start of day 2. Our apparel partner is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Jonty Rhodes is going to join us next, a South African perspective on a lively opening day at the Gabba. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough.
Game show for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. Got Jonty Rhodes with me. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, our experts are here. For Anaconda, hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Good morning, Jonty.
Hello, how are you doing?
We have got loads to aim at in the middle, don't we? Those little ball marks, something about the softer surface. Marnus Labuschagne and Usman Khawaja have made the observation that in Shield cricket here, when surfaces are like this, that bowlers are right in the game on day 2 because the ball marks seem to harden up. Is that your assessment being out there this morning?
There certainly were a few divots taken out from a grass point of view, so there will be the occasional ball that maybe stays a bit lower, which you don't really want. I think yesterday, even though it was seaming around, the bounce was always true. As a batter, you had confidence you could leave the ball on length. Today, they might not have that sort of confidence.
It should get quicker as well, shouldn't it? I mean, it feels like the sort of pitch where day 2 could be even more fun than day 1 where 15 wickets were taken.
Absolutely. So I think especially the way Travis Head batted yesterday, he certainly was keen to take on the bowlers, and if there's a bit more pace on the ball, he's someone who's going to love it too.
Early look at Cameron Green. South Africa still 7 runs in the black as we resume today with Australia at 5 for 145. Double failure for the West Australian last week over at Adelaide Oval. This is a big opportunity.
It is a big opportunity because when he got to bat, he kind of got sent out to kick on. I think, though, his natural game is very aggressive. And if he gets in his shell, he as looking for runs and trying to build an innings, I think he might get himself in trouble. He almost needs to bat with a bit more freedom, which is easy to say from here because he is a player who's been given an opportunity. He wants to take it with both hands. But if he bats well with Travis Head, for the next half an hour, South Africa could be in a lot of trouble.
And I'm sure the message when it comes to Travis Head, if there is an early chance, they've got to grasp it. If this guy bats for an hour, he'll be 120.
Yeah, it's a big concern from a South African point of view is that, I think hopefully they've learned from the lens that they bowled to him yesterday. I was just a little bit concerned at the energy. It's just sort of died off. And, understandable because if you get in here, Carl Verani also showed it yesterday, if you prepare to play your shots, you can get in, you can score runs. But the South Africans' heads dropped quite quickly.
Yeah, but what I think was admirable is they picked their heads back up in the last half an hour of play. That screaming delivery from Unrick Nortje to knock over Stephen Smith. I mean, overseas teams can get under the pump in Australia. It's about how you respond, isn't it?
That was a key wicket. Steve Smith still batting this morning. South Africa would have been really, really concerned about how far Australia were going to go ahead.
Speaking of Nortje and big Marco Jansen as well, where do you find these guys? Gigisa Rabada come out here in 2016 and dominate the series. Of course, 2018 was defined by Rabada as well. Jansen's got a strike rate in Test cricket of 34, and Nortje is the quickest bowler in the world. There's this great production line still.
I think from a South African point of view, because of the surface that we play on in South Africa, and maybe the sort of the nature of the person that or the people that we are in South Africa, we have people who eat a lot of meat. They're outdoor kind of people. They play many sports, and we kind of people who like to rough it. Lifestyle, so it's a combination of everything. But cricket still is not the only game in South Africa, that's for sure. I mean, there's other sports that take your fancy, but it certainly is, and especially if you want to play against Australia, you've got to produce big fast bowlers to stay toe-to-toe with them.
And might contribute to why it's such a great rivalry, as a colleague of mine wrote this week, where the best of frenemies with so much shared history, but such a great rivalry with the fast bowlers. Just in closing quickly, I guess the challenge is to keep them as Test cricketers. Actually, we're going to go to a break here, Jonty. We'll hear from you throughout the course of the day. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We'll have Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan joining Gerard after the break, and play will resume with Australia at 5 for 145.
Test match, which was played in fast forward yesterday to those on SENZ right across New Zealand. Welcome. South Africa all out for 152. Australia 5 for 145 in reply. Gerard, Whateley with you. Our pre-game show for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools. Tools built tough. It's a lovely Sunday morning in Brisbane. A little bit of cloud overhead. A top of 27 is expected, and the action in the middle should be very lively indeed. Part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, Bharat Sundaresan, whose writing appears on Crick Buzz. Hello to you, Bharat.
Morning, Joe.
A lot to work with out of yesterday.
I know, and you always know there's something about the pitch when you have a lot of these former cricketers morning of a day's play pointing at the pitch. And I remember I was doing the pitch report last year at the Gabba during the Ashes. And I remember those divots even appearing very early on during the Ashes test, and we saw a few of them yesterday. The surface was, I think, softer than what people expected it to be, even though Kyle Verena said it was harder underneath. And that's why this pitch is going to make for some interesting viewing today and tomorrow. I don't see this game going into day 4, by the way.
Okay, hellish time for batters ahead. Pete Lawler's the chief cricket writer for the Australian. Hello to you, Pete.
Good morning, Gerard Whateley. Bharat is on the money there. The pitch has become the story of the day. 15 wickets on day 1 at the Gabba. Not exactly a chairman's wicket, was it? I don't think I've ever seen anything greener in my life. I was out there sort of nosing around this morning, getting a little bit of feedback from people who may have been engaged with the game or may not have been.
Right.
Very unhappy with this wicket.
Oh.
There's a lot of unhappiness with it. Some are saying, it's one of... They're putting it up in the top 5 of their least favourite wickets. I had it described to me, and this I think is accurate, as a Sheffield Shield wicket, but with international bowlers on it. Now, what's significant about that is Sheffield Shield, you have a results wicket. You've got 4 days to get your result, not 5.
Yeah.
And you've got first-class bowling attacks generally. You do not have these South African and Australian attacks. I reckon, as I said yesterday, Australia didn't bowl well. They let too many runs go out there. It's a funny thing to say about it when you've only knocked a team over 450, but I reckon that the par score was 110 on that wicket. I'll end up with egg on my face. You know, there'll be 2 for 300 today, but we're not expecting that. The relevance of the divots that Bharat's talking about is interesting. The theory goes, because obviously a divot is a concave shape in the pitch. It gets in there when it's sort of a bit plasticine at the start of play, and you can't get them out. They don't roll out. So we saw the balls behaving a little bit oddly at times yesterday. If they hit the back of the divot, the theory is they will skid along and keep low. If they hit the front, they'll rear up. We saw 2 from Nathan Lyon rear right up. Yes. One of them got him a wicket. But we also saw balls that just didn't get up. They had a flat trajectory, which is unusual on a pitch like that. So, yep, the wicket is the story of Sunday. Stand by. Yep.
Yeah, in the last 5 minutes, Steve Smith has joined the pitch. Look at him studying the pitch right now. Like, he has no idea. He's having a lot of conversations with himself right now, asking questions about his dismissal, because I saw him just walk up. He kind of knelt down where the ball landed from Anrik Nokia. It was a great ball, yes. It seamed in sharply. Yeah. Then he went behind the stumps just to see what that spot looks like, that length looks like. Now he's at the other end. So these are signs. I mean, and Steve Smith generally is a great barometer to kind of read a pitch, just the way he starts gesticulating to himself. We saw a lot of that yesterday when he was out there in the middle. He did survive, but again, credit to Travis Head. That's what he does, right? He's a breaker of games. I remember Manas Labuschagne saying this to us in Adelaide during the press conference. He said, I've been playing carnival cricket with him since the under-12s, and he's always had this ability. There's nothing conventional about him, but he would just break games. And in a way, that's what he's done so far in this game.
It's an extraordinary innings when you think that he scored 2 from the first 16 deliveries. Yep. So my maths is terrible. He scored 76 from 61 balls on a wicket that most people are just hanging on for their life. It also puts Verena's innings into perspective as well. They let him get away. So perhaps once you get in, it gets a bit easier. And he was making it look pretty easy in the end, wasn't he? It's not like there's... I don't get the feeling yet that it's that kind of wicket where that one ball's got your number, so you may as well make runs while you can.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Smith also looked quite comfortable, didn't he? But Usman... not Usman, Manas Labuschagne did not look comfortable at all. And that's a barometer of how difficult the wicket is, isn't it? Because he's looked so comfortable in the previous series.
And Kyle Verena said that. I asked him, like, if the way he and Travis Head play, I mean, is it a coincidence that they're the ones who got runs? And he actually said, no, this is a better batting wicket than what it looks like and what people are making out of. Because he said Steve Smith also got runs. He did survive. It's just that Travis and I play cricket a certain way, and it worked out for us. And about your mathematics, I'm sure it was not very good before you spent all those years in India. India gets your math right.
It does, yes. Well, I still carry my abacus around that I bought in an Indian market. Kyle Verena, he's got a bit to learn in cricket. You don't come off from an innings like that and say the wicket's easy to bat on.
Yes.
A bit disappointed there, Kyle. That shows your naivety. You come out and say that's one of the toughest decks I've ever... I was in fear of my life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So you're part of an interview with Dave Warner on Channel 7 this morning. Mm-hmm. How was he feeling about his golden duck yesterday?
Well, how do you reckon you'd be feeling about a golden duck in your 99th Test match when you haven't had a run for some time and there's a boat leaving for India in, 2 more tests?
Yeah.
David looks like he's feeling his mortality a little bit, and that's a pretty rare thing to say about David Warner, because David Warner never drops his chin. I mean, I'm not saying that David Warner will not be the batsman who goes back in and is kicking the can and throwing the bats around. He keeps his chin up and he never lets his moods affect other people's moods. That was what his most notable achievement on that tour of India. But anyway, he came out this morning to show us his baggy green. Baggy greens have been the other story that's been going around. I think a lot of people were saying about Steve Smith's baggy green in the West Indies series that it was disrespectful, that cap was in a shameful state, and, you know, the sacred cloth shouldn't look like that, and you look terrible. So I actually contacted Smithy and I said, what's going on with the cap, mate? And he said, I left it in the change sheds in Gaul, as I do. I've come back the next day and something's eaten it. He says, the rats ate my hat. It's one of my favourite headlines of all time. Yeah. Very Dr. Seuss. So those dirty rats, Sri Lankan rats no less, have eaten the sacred baggy green cloth made only of Australian wool, I might add, Bharat.
True, of course.
Yes, because that's part of the contract. So that was interesting. Then everyone else is saying, why isn't David Warner wearing a baggy green? I heard a lot of conspiracy theories about that. Well, I asked David Warner why he wasn't wearing his baggy green. He brought it in for show and tell this morning, and it's disintegrated.
Right.
You could put your hand through the holes on the cap part, and obviously the peak part was looking almost as bad as Stevens, but it's just fallen apart, this cap, and so if he wears it out there, I think it's the end of it. You would actually see bits of cloth falling down onto his shoulders like dandruff onto mine.
Yeah, there is a metaphor in there.
So he's not wearing it out of respect for the Cavs,
right.
And he's getting criticised for that. Steve's wearing it, and he's getting criticised for that. So Steve's got a new one on and sort of pointed to me and said tersely this morning, it's your fault. He had a spare one in his bag, but it doesn't fit quite right. Like those caps are an essential part of their makeup. You know, the way it feels on their head and feels in their hand. It's kind of because they're all a little OCD, these people. So Steve's is actually pinned up at the back to keep it less baggy, but it's tight in the rim. So what some people don't realise is that there's a new manufacturer of the baggy green. I'm not criticising the new manufacturer because they do wear in, but a couple of years ago they swapped from Albion, who'd made it since the 50s, to Kookaburra, who now make it and make a fine hat. And Kookaburra, in fact, got all the wool farmers, and you'd know this, Gerard, because you did an interview with Gideon Haigh, who's the world's expert on baggy greens and almost everything else. Yep. They got the wool farmers to donate part of their clip one summer, and they have put aside a store of wool that will make enough Australian baggy greens for the next 100 years. There will be no supply chain breakdown unless the rats get in there and eat the cloth.
Sri Lankan rats, you mean?
Yeah. No. Well, Australian rats would probably show more respect for the baggy green, wouldn't they?
That is true. Yeah. They are quite elite. But
you know it's not the coat of arms on the baggy green, don't you? You know this, don't you? A lot of people think it's the coat of arms. That symbol predates Australia. It's from 1899. Australia didn't come into being as Australia until Federation in 1901, although there had been something going on here for a long time previous. And it was Joe Darling's mob who sort of put it up. And it's got 4 symbols on it. It's got the agricultural symbol, it's got the wool symbol, it's got the mining symbol, which is a pick and a shovel, and it's got a ship, because obviously shipping and transport. So it's a mercantilist badge, really, that predates Australia. But it's got the kangaroo and the thing and the green. And it was Darling, of course, who introduced the green and gold colours to Australian cricket, because they weren't associated with Cricket Australia, and they were kind of loosely associated with the MCC, but he wanted them to have their own identity, green and gold, their own cap, when they went to England. So there you go.
That's all I want is for us to get SEN test caps and see how they disintegrate over the next 5 years.
So my question is...
Yes, Gerard.
Is it not possible to mend these caps, Pete?
Well, that's a very good question, and I'm glad you've asked it, Gerard. You can mend these caps up to a point. Now, David showed that the peak on his had been repaired once before, because the peak, where they grab the peak and where the umpire's clip holds it, it wears out. But even then, they had a little bit of trouble with it. I recall quite some years ago, I reckon it's around 2011-10, we were in Hobart, and Ricky Ponting had sent his out to be repaired. Now, what they do is they shave back the plastic support in the rim, and they pull the cloth forward. You know, it's probably a bit like having a facelift or something. They pull the cloth forward over it, and I recall that the baggy green came back, and I was there when they opened the box, and they opened the box, and it had no peak. It was just a beret. It was a baggy green beret. And everybody's looked at themselves in horror. One member of the support staff who was so stressed by this, who was in charge of this repair job, having it sent off, actually vomited out of stress.
Wow.
They ran off, but Ricky's mother saved the day. They rang Ricky's mum because she was coming to the test. She brought her sewing kit and she unhooked the stitching, and the cap had actually just been stitched up. Like, they just stitched the rim, and the rim magically reappeared. And oh, thank God, Ricky can wear his... Imagine if he'd instituted the baggy green beret.
That would have been something.
French cricket.
An image that would have lasted, for sure.
So his was repaired, I think, 4 times in his career.
Right. It sort of feels like that should be surmountable, that issue. Anyway, all of that goes to prove where I think we are is we don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about Davey. It feels like you're the only one who's prepared to say what needs to be said at the moment.
About David Warner?
Yeah.
Really? Is nobody out there... Am I the only person on the island who thinks that David Warner's career is coming to an end?
No, I think your willingness to say it outshines a lot of those who played the game.
Oh, well, that's understandable. You look after your mob, don't you?
Yeah.
A bit like journalists. We lager the wagons when one of us gets in for criticism.
Really?
Oh, you know. Oh, no, Bharat, if you ever did fall foul of whatever you'd fall foul of, we'd look after you, mate. Yep. We'd circle the wagons and we'd look after you. Yeah. He's a good fella. He's a good fella at heart. Yeah. Few issues.
Excellent. All right. See you straight after tea. I wonder where we'll be by then.
You reckon it's still going at tea?
It's very good, Bharat. Catch you shortly. Pete Lalor, Bharat Sundaresan, part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. The first ball of day 2 is pending.
Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Visit MEGT.com.au today.
A test played in fast forward on day 1. South Africa all out 152. Australia about to resume 5 for 145. Travis Head is 78. It's big innings for Cam Green. He finally gets a look at some time, but it's difficult circumstances clearly out in the middle. This session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Sunday morning here in Brisbane. It is clouding over. It's 25 degrees right now for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. We're heading for a top of 27, and the cloud cover is going to last most of the day by the look of the app at the moment. Gerard Whateley with you in commentary, Simon Katich and Ian Healy in place for this first ball of the day. Welcome back, Cats.
Morning, Gerard, Hills and all our listeners.
Hello. And have a look at the huddle, the South African huddle out there. Jaco Jansen is like a drone. He's in over the top. He can see right into the middle of the huddle easy. So they've had their chat, and it's time to get it right. If they've got an eye for the future, they'll be nipping Cameron Green out with real quality right now and just keep him down as long as they can.
What was noticeable too, Hills, was next to Jansen on his left was Temba Bavuma, 162 centimetres. He was almost just up to his hips.
Yeah, I thought he was in his pocket. These guys have got to find their lines and lengths immediately. Travis Head, hopefully he can really settle and not overdo it, not think it's just going to flow on as Cameron Green finds his feet, and they build another partnership because, as Gerard said, it's not going to be easy.
It is a thriller in prospect, as Michael Kasprowicz says. This is the best day to bowl at the Gabba. So South Africa get a look at it. This could be a hair-raising couple of hours, and then we'll see where it takes us. A wicket from the last ball last night, Boland caught behind from Rabada. That was the first ball of the last over, and obviously brought stumps upon us. So 5 to bowl for Rabada at the top of the day.
And that's another thing that we talked about. Our players out there today, bowlers and batters, can't project forward too much. They've got to be right in the moment. It might not be hair-raising. It might flatten out. And you'd expect it to be the best time to bat soon after you get your eye in. The wicket's as flat as it'll be today. The ball's quite old, and it might turn out to be okay.
Kagiso Rabada begins the day. He's bowling to Cam Green, who turns him away to mid-on, calls for the single. Diving fielding done by Ngidi. No prospect of getting a throw away. So enterprising start from Green. Tip and run.
Yeah, it was a good start from Cameron Green. Bharat just wants to draw him forward, but he was across that. It just looked like Ngidi was a little bit square there at mid-on, and it enabled Cameron Green to get off the mark.
Tell you who got the biggest shock was Travis Head. He just saw the shot go and then thought, oh, mid-on will be there. Wasn't. He was slow out of the blocks.
Well, they've had their moments. These two, 5 for 146 around the wicket. Rabada to Head, who drives, but he picked out mid-off, and he won't get a run as Van der Dussen knocks it down. Didn't field it cleanly, but enough to prevent the run.
What's interesting here is they've started with the 2 men out in the leg side, deep backward and fine leg, and a deep point. So it might suggest that they've thought about their tactics to head overnight, and they might start to use the short ball much more than they did yesterday.
Kisu Rabada in and bowls to Travis Head. It's full, it's driven, knocked down by Van der Dussen, but no chance at a run again.
Oh, they could have 9 runs this over already. Rabada's got to be careful. He's floated up 2 half volleys, and Head just hasn't found the middle of the gap. But don't be doing that much longer.
And they're only just over 130 k's an hour, which is well down on him at his best. Rabada at his best is mid-140s, and he's in the contest and at the batsman, and haven't seen that just yet.
3 slips and a gully, deep point, 2 deep on the leg side. Rabada bowls to Head, who cuts him away superbly out through extra cover. A lot of ground to cover in the deep, working the angles really well to do the fielding. And cut off the boundary as Zondo. It's 3 for Head with that trademark half cut, half drive off the back foots. 5 for 149.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from Travis Head. Short and wide. Didn't really get up. I think Rabada's trying to get it up higher, but it only probably got around to just above waist height, and he pounced.
Don't think you can bowl to Travis Head without a cover. Yeah, how many runs? He's very convincing through that offside cover field.
Green back to the strike. Rabada bowls to him, and he strokes the ball through mid-off. That is most stylish indeed. A boundary right off the blade, and Australia get the flyer. 5 for 153. As good a boundary as has been struck for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Yeah, that was a glorious off drive from Cameron Green. I think the Australians have certainly made their intent very clear right from the word go here. We know Travis Head's going to get on with it the way he played yesterday, but Cameron Green to come out and play that off drive. Second ball, it wasn't a genuine half volley. It was pitched up, but got a good stride in. Full face of the bat, timed it beautifully.
And with that, Australia takes the leads. So 152 South Africa, 5 for 153 Australia. The scoreboard for GWM Ute. GWM go with more. Henrik Nortje is going to start from the Stanley Street end.
Well, can he get the side going? Can he lead from that end and the start of the day? Because Rabada didn't produce any quality whatsoever first over.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's the plus. Nortje over the wicket, bowls to Head, who flicked it down the leg side and missed.
Green looks sharp, doesn't he?
Yeah, very sharp.
And he's can be tentative at the start of his innings, but in that first over, it looked like it was second innings batting, wasn't it? They're trying to get the lead up to where it needs to be before they bowl at the opposition. So that's really sprightly stuff.
Well, he would have learned a lot watching Head yesterday, Smith, Verena, Bavuma. Those that were proactive with their footwork and got themselves in good positions were able to score. So
Nortje getting into his work. He bowls and heads on the back foot, defending to the offside.
Looks quite innocuous, doesn't he, Nortje? He's running towards us, and it looks like it's, going to be medium fast. And then all of a sudden you see Travis Head square up, jump, and square up, which he hasn't done since the start of his innings. So out of nowhere comes 145 Ks.
Yeah. Got it up to 148 late yesterday. He'll get into his work here. Nortje on approach, bowls. Full, driven by Head. Didn't get it cleanly off the cue end. Knocked down by the bowler in his follow-through, no run. So in the story of the baggy greens and the wear and tear, did yours suffer that, Simon Katich?
It did, Gerard. I didn't play the same amount as these guys. We're talking Warner and Smith, but 56 tests and a fair bit of it in the subcontinent. It frayed at the front, and the white sort of plasticky bit underneath the felt was sticking out by the end.
Nortje Upright in his approach. He bowls and heads on the back foot, riding the bounce out to point. He wanted the single. Green sent him back in the nick of time as Bavuma moved around and fielded to his left.
What the hell were you blokes doing with your baggy greens? Hey?
Well, it was a pretty good era, that, Hills.
Did you? Yeah,
so there was a fair bit getting sprayed on it at times.
You enabled it to get wet, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I tucked mine into my coffin as soon as we finished the game, and as soon as someone put their hand in the esky, I'm getting rid of my baggy green. Went in my bag first up.
No beer shall touch the felt. Nortje bowls, head, runs the ball to Bavuma again at gully, no run.
You probably batted in yours a lot, Kat, in India.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
The like. But traditionally, not many players are wearing their baggy greens much anymore, are they? They wear it for the first session of their fielding effort, and then they put their fielding hats on, and they bat in helmets. And so I don't understand why they wear out so much.
Yeah, I wore mine, particularly against spin in India, a fair bit because I knew I wasn't really going to sweep much, whereas most batsmen that sweep will probably leave it on just in case there's a top edge or if they're reversing.
Bright sunlight as Nortje is in and bowls to Head, who's missing as he tried to defend a ball or run it through the cordon. It got to the keeper untouched. A maiden over, 5 for 153.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 5 for 153. Rabada is in and bowling to Green, who leaves outside the off stump. Ian Healy, what was your solution to the other than burying it deep in your coffin when the beer came out? Are these matters surmountable?
Yes, I heard you were talking with Peter there, and and I love the romance of the baggy green, but I don't like wearing a tattered one. That's not good. So mine was when I lost my emblem.
Rabada bowls, Green forward and punching the ball to mid-off, no run.
So that a wicketkeeper wears their baggy green more than everyone.
Yep.
And so when the sweat gets into the felt and the green runs into the embroidery of the emblem and it disappears, it becomes like just a green cap. I asked for a new one, and I got one.
How many would you have worked through?
I can't tell you because they'll be onto me.
Right. No. Rabada over the wicket bowls. Green defends. That kept low.
No, I've got 6.
Right.
So that sort of is once every... And one I wore for one test. So I got one to get ready for my last test in Brisbane. I thought I'd wear it in Zimbabwe, and then I didn't play in Brisbane. So one of my 6 I wore once. And then I've got 5 others. And so that's every 2 years I'd get a new one, which I think is fair enough. You know, because I speak to Richie Benno. Richie Benno hasn't even got one baggy green. And Bill Laurie, his is in his pigeon loft. Ian Chappell hasn't got one. And they used to get 2 per tour.
Rabada bowls, Green forward and defending. So it's somewhere along the way it became a sacred relic that there had to be one and it couldn't be replaced. But in your time that just wasn't it.
No, but the sacred relic was starting in my time. It was Steve Waugh. And they became valuable memorabilia pieces. So that's where the protectionism comes in, I guess. In the late 80s, probably early 90s, they were starting that you could get some serious, prices for a baggy green.
Green's on 5. Rabada bowls to him. He's forward and driving. Second time from Rabada. He just gave that a crack, did Cam Green. Glorious off drive. 2 of those already this morning, and he is on his way. He's 9. Australia 5 for 157. Boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Well, that was right in the slot from Rabada, and Cameron Green just climbed all over it. It's a beautiful off drive once again. Big man just gets everything through that ball. Flies away for 4.
He looks great, Green. Totally different to how he was in Adelaide. He's forward defending a ball to the offside. So 4 from the over, 5 for 157. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
The opening session on day 2 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Travis Head is 81, Cam Green is 9, Australia 5 for 157, quickly taking the lead on South Africa. Simon Katich and Ian Healy in the experts chair for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Henrik Nortje opened with a maiden, so totally different to Rabada, who's been expensive from the outset. Nortje bowling to Head, rising delivery, kept it out of the grill, got it safely to ground. So a bit of the upstairs.
Yeah, that is beautifully bowled from Nortje, but it was very, very well played by Travis Head. And that's what he's got to try and do to unsettle Travis Head's footwork. We didn't see much of that yesterday. We've already seen that last ball of his last over was an absolute beauty. Nearly nicked him off. I think Nortje is doing exactly what needs to be done here, but Rabada's off the mark. He's not trying to build up any pressure at all. He's going pole hunting and he's paying the price.
Too deep on the leg sides. Points is back on the rope. Nortje bowls, flicked away down the leg side by Head for 4. It went flying away. It signalled as leg buys off the thigh pad, inside it, and no chance for the keeper to haul it in. 5 for 161. The boundaries flowing for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Oh, aren't they? The other thing with the baggy green is I have no problems with anyone who played and finished their career before 1993 selling one. It's a bit like a gold medal, you know, the Olympic gold medal. Yep. There's been a couple of sales where the person has bought the cap and given it back to the person who was looking to sell it.
Yep.
Because there wasn't money in the game.
Nortje bowls. Head plays off the bat foot, slices it wide of gully. A lot of ground to be made in the deep from backward points. It is made by Maharaj, who keeps it to a couple. Head is 83.
So if someone needs some money, it's fallen on, sort of hard times, not even totally troubled times, but, just a little bit tight. And you've got that asset.
Yep.
Offload it. And then the magnificent use of Warnie's baggy green in the bushfires that the Commonwealth Bank paid $1 million for. My goodness, how good's that?
Yeah.
But after 93, hold on to your baggy greens.
Okay. Nortje bowls to Head, who feathered at it. He just couldn't resist. He doesn't make contact. Did you ever misplace one, Heels?
Is that a leading question?
It is a leading question. It's totally up to you whether you shoulder arms or have a little dabble like Travis Head just did.
Can everyone just keep their eye out in Melbourne, in any taxi you get into, and just check that the driver's, if he's wearing a hat, just make sure that it's not a baggy green for me? Yes. I leant over to get my wallet out of my pocket, I think, and it fell off my lap, I'd say. And it's a long story, but I played a golf day the next day.
Nortje to Head, who turns him away out through leg. He rolls it through mid-wicket. Van der Dessen gets moving from backward square. They have 2 as he arrives, and that's where they'll sit. 85 for Head.
I was playing a golf day the next day, and I was thinking, I went to a lunch on the Friday, the day before, I don't know what day it was, and I had a little Ashes. All Ashes a little, and had that replica Ashes and a baggy green, which I took to the lunch. And they could pass it around and have a photo in it and all that sort of stuff. And in the golf day the next day, I thought, geez, I saw the Ashes on my bedside table when I left, but I can't remember if I saw the baggy green around my room.
Right.
So then I played terrible golf.
Head cuts ferociously. Maharaj is on the spot at deep point and keeps it to 1. To be continued. 5 for 166. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Have you reached a crossroads in your life? Looking to make a change for the better? Make a difference in your community whilst building a business in the thriving home care industry with Right at Home. You'll enjoy the freedom to grow your own business with the full support of a top quality national home care brand. Make your dreams come true. Talk to Right at Home about a home care franchise. Visit us at the Melbourne Franchising Expo on April 1st and 2nd, or visit rightathome.com.au and click on business opportunities.
21 runs in rapid time. Host plus, that's a plus. SEN's Test cricket coverage. Rabada's going to continue from the Vulture Street end. Head is 86 and green is 9. Rabada 2 for 62 from his 13 overs. If he doesn't get it right in this over, you can't imagine Elgar sticking with him. He's around the wicket as he bowls to Head, who ducks the bouncer. That's the ball that troubled Head a couple of times last night. He does leave the periscope up. Heels.
That's good intensity by Rabada too. So I just needed to get home from the golf day. Hurry up, get this presentation done. And my hope was I had it on the bed, and when I got up in the morning, I flipped the covers, you know, and it flipped over. It's either under the bedspread or on the floor, the other side. So I get home, get around, all around the bed, ask housekeeping, nothing.
Bharat to Head, plays uppishly out through cover. That'll go the distance. I think that's going to be 2,000 test runs for him. No, overhauled in the last stride by Ngidi. They come back for 3. So 89 for Heads, 2,002 career test runs at an average of 46.5.
That's the shot. He's been impossible to contain. And there needs to be a cover in place, not the backward point. If he's hitting you to deep backward point, you're bowling too short and wide.
Correct.
Anyway, no baggy green. So then I'm tracing. It could be the cab. It could be housekeeping. Anyway, I put in a police report, and I put in a report or a call into the cab company. Nothing. So just keep an eye out for cab drivers.
Never turned up.
No.
Do you ever search eBay?
No, I don't.
Stray baggy green kicking around.
Yeah.
Rabada bowls, green forward and defending.
Hey, actually, I've had another one stolen.
Oh.
You wouldn't believe that. I've just remembered. I got one stolen from the Sydney dressing room. So the cleaners, and overnight, you know, in your coffin, and so it got sold. They were selling it around, and Harry Solomon bought it, who was Kingsgrove Sports.
Right.
And he could see Ian Healy in the inside of it, my name. And he bought it and gave it back to me. He said, no way would Heels be selling that.
Rabada to green, fends the ball away to gully, no run.
The thief sort of said I'd given it to him. And Harry said, no way. And so he got it back to me.
What about these stories, Kat? You just thought you could only have one.
That's what I was led to believe.
Yeah. I just couldn't get mine wet. No way. I'm not
mate, mine had a thirst, mate.
It did.
Insatiable thirst.
Rabada strides in, bowls green, off drive, third time, bang, 4. My goodness, he's suddenly in good touch, Cam Green. And he is having his way with Kagiso Rabada. He's 13, 5 for 173. 3 carbon copy off drives.
Well, that one wasn't as full as the previous one. It was a good length from Rabada, but because Cameron Green's such a big man, he gets a good stride into the ball and just powers that through mid-off again. He's just getting himself in such a balanced position with his head, his front foot, and he just looks really decisive today. I think that's the biggest difference for me compared to what he was producing in the West Indies Test.
He is rattling along. He fends the ball from the armpit, drops it to the leg side, and is able to take a run to keep the strike. Green is 14 at the end of the over. What's that? 8 from it. 5 for 174. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
At Blunston, we believe every minute matters. That's why we put thousands of hours into the revolutionary new Rotoflex series. That's hours of researching, pressure testing, hours of pushing things harder, then hours of refining, creating the best and most comfortable fit. Because the more hours we put into perfecting these boots, the easier every minute on the job will be. Put our innovation to work. Rotoflex by Blunston.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. 5 for 174. Green 14, head 89. Nortje 2 for 42. Contrasting bowling from either end. Nortje from the Stanley Street end. Right arm over the wicket. Spat pad in place. Green almost fended it right there. He turned it away, flicked it high of Zondo. Races to deep square. Goes for 4. Green is 18. This is such good batting. 5 for 178.
Well, I was just going to say that he's got to be mindful of the ball nipping back in here from Nortje. But on that occasion there, that is a quality cricket shot. That was just an in-between length that he picks up off his hip. It went in the air behind square, but he's absolutely timed that beautifully.
4 boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston in his 18. It's 18 from 13 balls. Nortje's in the low 140s. We know he can go faster. He bowls and Green digs out the full ball, places it out to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it just looks like mindset today. He's obviously done the work during the week with the Australian coaches in terms of his technical work, but it just looks like he's got that really positive mindset right from the word go to get himself in good, strong positions, look to hit the ball. And I think that's when he plays his best cricket. We saw that at the back end of the Ashes last year. As soon as he goes out there and looks to hit the ball, particularly hit it nice and straight early on, he's a completely different player.
3 slips gully, bat pad in place. Nortje bowls, left alone by Green outside the off stump.
Because the thing about being really decisive, particularly against this pace of bowling, is it gets you in better positions when you're looking to hit the ball. And then if it's not quite where you want it, you've got the opportunity then to let it go because you're in a good, strong position. As soon as you start getting a little bit tentative with your footwork, which was what we saw from him in Adelaide, that's where you start getting into an initial position that's not strong, and then you're having to rectify that position, and you don't have time to catch up with the ball, and you get yourself into trouble.
33 runs from 32 balls so far this morning. Nortje bowls, and Green is forward defending. That's textbook stuff. All our stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
And the other thing that's been noticeable this morning, and here at the Gabba, when the ball does soften and get to this almost 40 over old mark, 50 over old, it's then that you see the fielders, particularly the slips fielders, go a bit squarer. So you potentially lose your third slip, and then you have 2 catching gullies. And that's something that the South Africans haven't really changed much yet. I'd just be interested to see whether they adopt that as this innings unfolds.
Nortje rushes in, bowls Green inside edge on the drive into the pads. Falls away across the popping crease. Are you hooking Rabada from this end? You can't give him another one, can you?
Well, I think I'd be interested to know what the talk was before today, because they're in a tricky situation, South Africa, where they had to obviously try and shut the scoreboard down and build up pressure, but they're also trying to take early wickets. But it just looked like Rabada was going pole hunting, whereas Nortje's looked like he's tried to do both. Yes, he went for 4 first ball the over, but on a whole, he's built up pressure, and he's been the one that's been more likely to take the wicket. But I think Elgar's already had the chat to him the previous over.
Nortje bowls. Green fends the ball outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper untouched. There's been a few plays and misses and plenty of boundaries. 5 for 178. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Want to save big on four-wheel drive gear? Don't miss the Aussie Christmas sale at Anaconda. June four-wheel drive deluxe double swag, only $179 with a free swag bag. June four-wheel drive Nomad rooftop tent, save $1,450. Play more and pay less this Christmas. Anaconda!
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. We are seeing a bowling change at the Vulture Street end. Time for a change of scenery. Head to Mildura next long weekend. As Rabada just had to be out of the attack. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 70. And Marco Janssen, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Yesterday, he struck with his first ball.
Yeah, I was impressed with him yesterday. I thought he and Nortje were the 2 standouts for South Africa. I was disappointed with Rabada yesterday, and it's shown. He's gone for 5 runs and over. I mean, that's... For bowler his class, we're talking he's one of the greats, you know, with his record at this as it stands currently.
Janssen's first ball of day 2 over the wicket, delivers, head, plays off his pads. He's happy to knock it away in the air, past mid-on. And it's a chase down into the deep. It'll be overhauled in the last couple of strides. They will take 3. So head moves to 8 into the 90s. He's 92, 5 for 181.
Yeah, that was beautifully timed. Just punched off the back foot, wider mid-on. Yeah, talking about Rhodes, I mean, before this test match, he was 5th all-time for the best career strike rate, 40.2. And the guys that are in front of him have all played probably, I think most of them have played less than 20 tests. So we're talking about a serious record. And he was the 7th fastest to 250 wickets when he did it in 53 tests earlier in the year. He's well below where he's normally at.
Oh, Green just pulls out with Janssen 2 steps away. That was the rover. He was still driving underneath the side screen.
But it was brave leadership from Dean Elgar, because we're talking about his premier strike bowler. And to rip him off after 3 overs sends a really strong message to him that it's not up to scratch. So it's going to be interesting to see how Rhodes takes it, whether he cops on the chin and comes back stronger for it.
Green's going to run a ball. Janssen bowls to him. He's edging and he's dropped and then caught. It was parried up at 3rd slip and hauled in by Avia. There's a bit of damage in the aftermath, whether they all ran into each other. Green is out for 18. Janssen, the bowling change, does the trick. Australia is 6 for 181.
Yeah, that's purely just the change in angle there, because that ball was there to drive. Cameron Green just got lured in because he's been off driving it so beautifully. But because of the angle, just didn't quite cover the line with his stroke. He found the outside edge, and in the end, it was a good catch taken by first slip, Avea, who ran around the back after it got parried up by 3rd slip. Who was at 3rd, Gerard?
It was Maharaj.
Maharaj.
Into his hands and up, and then both Elgar and Avea are after it. They sort of run into each other. Elgar's a little the worse for wear in the aftermath. It's a rather comical replay, but Avea does a good job.
Yeah, he did a good job, because Elgar tried to get in the way. He was thinking he was going to catch it, and in the end, he was lucky he didn't end up with a boot full of spikes in his mouth. And they fell to the ground.
Here's the replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. All on the desperate scamper. Maharaj couldn't cling on, but he did a good job and got it up in the air. The medical staff out with Elgar with a pack of ice for him. He's waved them away for the time being. It'll be a while before he'll be able to get the proper treatment for it. And that at least gets South Africa to the keeper. It'll be unrelenting while Carey's in, and then Cummins, Stark and Lyon, knowing that Boland was used as the night watchman. So Green was entertaining. Now it's Carey's turn. Heads on 92 at the other end. And he's just not quite ready. Janssen's headed in. Carey looks up in the nick of time, bowls, and Carey's forward defending and taking the single out to cover. He's a busy batter, 6 for 182.
Yeah, solid start there from Alex Carey. It was just back of a length. Happy to just defend it into the cover point region. He hasn't had much batting time this summer either, but certainly good intent there from ball 1.
There's such a prize on these next couple of wickets. Janssen bowls and head nibbles down the leg sides. They think they've got him, and they do. Travis Head strangled down the leg sides. Verena takes the catch. Head's come down. He's looking at his glove and his wrists. It looks like he's out in the 90s for the 2nd time this summer. He is going to review just to see where the contact was.
Copy, Chris. Player review for caught behind, original decision out. TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery.
Feels like this is a little bit of wishful thinking. The DRS for BizCover, business insurance made easy.
Judging by everyone's reactions and the fact it took him so long, I think if he knew it hadn't hit anything, he would have gone up straight away, but we'll soon find out.
We have the replay from behind, up under the armpit, head followed it. Oh, maybe it hasn't.
We're going to need, difficult to tell from that angle.
It is difficult to
tell. Can we get
glove on the way through,
please?
Maybe bottom of the glove, but it might also just be the shirt. It's hard to tell from that behind.
Just run that through, please. Run that through. Take that right back to the beginning, please, before the ball reaches anything. Keep it running through, please. Keep it running through. Keep it running through. Keep it running through. Nothing there.
No, there's nothing on the hot
glove.
Spot. It's not to say it hasn't hit the glove on the way through.
Let's go to Snicko and available, please.
This is Richard Kettleborough taking us step by step. No, there is.
Okay, take that right back,
on the
please.
Glove.
Yeah. Right back there, please. Keep it going through, please. Keep it going through. Keep it going through. And freeze. And back one more, please. Back one more, please. Freeze there.
That's going to be out.
Freeze. Thank you. I've got a clear spike. The ball on the glove. Going to go back to Chris on field. Keep it going through, please. Chris, you can stay with your original decision of out.
The crowd's unhappy about it, but that's the way the technology works. There's an obvious ripple on the line as the ball reaches the glove. And Simon Katich, there's a change in trajectory, isn't there?
Definitely. You can see the ball just deviate. But the thing is, the hot spot, because it's the bottom of the glove, you're not going to be able to see it.
Yeah.
So it's more on the Snicko then. And there's two Snickos. There's one when it clips the bottom of the glove, and then which you can't see the hot spot on. And then the second one is when it obviously brushes his shirt. I think if he knew he hadn't hit it straight away, he would have gone DRS straight away. But I think he knew there was a bit of guilt there. And fantastic innings of 92. It's changed the complexion of this test match, because when he nicked that ball yesterday to Elgar at second, if that was out, this test match could have been completely different. But at the moment, it's given Australia a much more powerful position. 92
from 96 balls, but the lead is only 30.
It's only 30, but I think, given they were 3 for 27 yesterday, if he'd been nicked off for not many, which, you know, was only a millimetre away from being caught, and then the innings unfolds as it is now, Australia could have had a deficit.
2 wickets in the over. So the bowling change has worked, and Marco Jansen has answered the call of his country. He now has 3 for 19. He's the leading wicket taker for Valvoline. Which oil is the ideal all-rounder? You know, Valvoline, the original. Mitch Starc is out in the middle. Jansen's still got 2 balls left in the over. He delivers, and Starc in behind, defending to the leg side. No run.
Well, it's exactly what South Africa needed. They needed a double strike, and it's still a dangerous period here because Australia got 30 in front. These two are capable, and once they get set, they'll start playing positive cricket as well. And if they both get in, they're both capable of getting 50 plus. So there's still plenty of work to be done by South Africa, and Australia will want to try and eke out another couple of partnerships here.
Yes, the difference between a 30-run lead and an 80-run lead could be the whole test match. Jansen bowls. Starc drives in the air, over mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. Bit of free hitting from Mitch Starc. Rotoflex boundary by Blunston. 7 for 186. 2 wickets and 8 runs from an eventful over on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Colo's coming in next.
If you'd prefer to role-play elf in distress than kiss under the mistletoe, Sexyland have exclusive Christmas gifts and offers on Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week, or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Adam Collins jumping in with Simon Katich. A brief delay between overs. The ground staff are out in the golf buggy doing some running repairs to the load-up at that Stanley Street end, which has been a concern for bowlers of all persuasion so far in the Test match. Morning, Kat. A busy half an hour to start.
Morning, Colo. Certainly been busy. Been runs flowing, and then South Africa struck twice in that over. And now Nortje gets his chance. He's been excellent this morning.
So Carey, he's only faced 1 delivery. 3 in the cordon. Round the wicket, Nortje bowls on the angle, past the edge of Carey with one that takes off from the surface. That's serious pace.
Oh, that is an absolute beauty to get. Alex Carey played that probably as well as you possibly could, given the line of it. Just manages to keep the hands down and not follow the line of the ball as it darted away from him. And it was good back of a length, sort of almost went through it, probably chest height. So
Bharat taken it on the way up, and he's standing about 30 metres behind Carey. Wobble seemed to start from Nortje. Up to the crease again. Bowls to Carey, who defends from a fuller delivery down towards mid-on, but not far away from sneaking through, judging by the reaction of the cordon. I should be saying, as we start, Kat, Čestitamo after Croatia won their third-place playoff last night. You must have been thrilled.
Živeli. The pivo's flowing, that's for sure.
2-1 winners over Morocco in the third-place playoff. Can't miss that on the way through. Our Croatian representative on SEN Test cricket. Carey facing Nortje, trying to get in the book again. Bowls here off the hip. Can he find one to mid-wicket? He does. Zondo at short leg, races around and keeps it to the single. Takes a ping. 7 for 187. Australia after bowling out South Africa for 152 yesterday.
That was excellent running from Alex Carey. That ball only just went wide of Zondo at short leg, but he timed it and placed it just past him. And he was able to scamper down the other end, relieve the pressure. And that's what facing someone at this speed does. You don't want to get pinned down one end.
So just taking a moment here, the two left-handers start doing some gardening on that surface. It's been such a talking point throughout the Test match so far. Plenty to aim for the seamers with those ball marks from yesterday. Sets off. Nice straight run. Delivers here to Stark. Back of a length, leaves alone. Speaking of the straight run, it was with Bharat Sundaresan's piece during the week before the Test match on Crick Buzz about Nortje's run-up. He used to come in on the angle, but realised that's contributing to the problem he's got with his hip and his back. So he now runs dead straight, as Bharat describes in his piece. He wants to be a javelin runner. So we're getting nice and close to the umpire.
Well, I heard him in an interview earlier today with the broadcast on changing from, I think he had the bent front leg to then having the braced front leg, and how that felt physically. And obviously it's a completely different ball game when you're changing that technique.
Changing angle over the wicket now. Nortje bowls, Stark drives, but it goes nowhere. Thuds into the track, spills out into the offside. Collected at point by Maharaj, no run.
Given the force that goes through your front knee and front leg upon bracing at delivery. And that's what he feels has given him the extra speed, is having that braced front leg. And he's a strong man, and he's got serious pace.
Yeah, what a find he's been. That ball to Stephen Smith yesterday really did change the complexion of this innings. Australia in the lead by 35 now. But when Smith and Head were going at a run of ball for the middle portion of the evening session, they were thinking a big lead. Not to be. Stark facing Nortje to complete his over, pushing out into the offside. That's better at the middle of the bat. No run. 7 for 187 at the end of the over on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Get your groove on and experience the vibe, the style and the food at the Groove Train. It's a vibrant cafe by day that transforms into a wood-fired restaurant and bar by night. Enjoy with friends over great food, drinks and conversation. Find your nearest location at groovetrain.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus, that's a plus. And the big boy, Marco Janssen, is beneath us at the Vulture Street end. 2 wickets in his first over on morning 2. 3 for 23 so far. In towards Carey here, left arm over, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Not a million miles away from the way that he picked up Travis Head, who fell a shot away from 100. Head was shot in a bit, 92 from 96 balls.
And that can be the tricky part of facing a big, tall left armer like Janssen as a left-handed batsman, is if he falls away a bit in his action, then he can push the ball down leg. But then if he gets it right and because he doesn't really use his front arm probably as much as he could, then when he gets it right, it's going to swing away.
He's got 3 slips in a gully. Sun back out at the Gabba. Bowls here to Carey. Pulls behind square. Times it well. Placement spot on as well. So much work to do for the fine leg. Just dragged in. Good piece of fielding from Nortje. I'm sure they'll check it on the replay to make sure he didn't touch the rope. But either way, they've come back for 4 all run. So the second time in the test match an all run 4. Fabulous running. 7 for 191. Moving Carey on to 6. Maybe they won't bother checking for the boundary given they got there anyway, Kat.
Yeah, no need for it unless it's the fact or he's just flicked that back. I think he did a great job of getting that back, Nortje.
So a little bit of that in test match already, haven't we, with Marnus Labuschagne yesterday putting in a similar effort. That corner of the ground, all run 4. Jansen here. In again to Carey, who's 6. Bowls and Carey outside part of the bat, squared up, spits out to backward point on the bounce. How about Marco Jansen? His first 40 wickets in Test cricket, took a look before jumping on, have come at a strike rate of 32.4. Now, to put that into some historical perspective, George Lohmann, who's the great outlier on pretty much any stat you care to go to, had a strike rate of 34.1, which is far and away the best of all time. And, I mean, obviously there's a sample size that's relatively small with Jansen, but he's not far away from that being counted for crick info purposes. Jansen bowls to Carey here, plays nicely out through point, albeit only for 1. There's a sweeper in that direction. Carey 7 for 192. So George Lohmann, who was the England seamer, who played between 1886 and 1896, played 18 test matches and took 5. Well, sorry, in his 18 test matches, 5 of them were 10-wicket games, giving you a sense of how dominant he was with his medium pace. But yeah, 34.1 deliveries per wicket. Jansen going at just under 32.5 at the moment, Kat. What a talent.
It's amazing, isn't it? And to think that he started as an opening batsman, or a batsman, I think he was when he was a kid.
Jansen, 2 left in the over. Opportunity here to Stark, short, and lets it go through to the gloves of Verena, dropping his hands on that one. Yeah, we sort of see that name Lohmann in all of the different charts. A bowling average of, I think it was 10.75 or something ridiculous. And we've had Scott Boland going back and forth with him, but on that measure of strike rate, all of these South Africans are in the top 10.
Yeah.
All time, that is.
Well, there's no doubt that they play on some wickets that are conducive to fast bowling and getting seam movement. But we're talking about these guys are quality bowlers too. When we're talking about Steyn, Rabada.
And they're in the game here. Jansen, the finish is over, beats Stark. Comes forward, extra movement. So 5 runs coming from the 42nd over. Australia 7 for 192. They lead by 40. Carey 7, Stark 4 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Nortje to continue his spell from the Stanley Street end, delivering to Carey, round the wicket. Carey off the back foot, carving down again to deep backward point where there's a sweeper. He's 7 for 193. Simon Katich jumping out. Ian Healy, one of Brisbane's favourite sons, into the expert chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. All happening this morning.
Yes, it's so entertaining. The one person that'll be feeling quite down on themselves is Kagiso Rabada. He didn't deliver what his team needed, and he not only didn't he do that, he was off the mark, and so he'll be feeling pretty disappointed. But gee, the Aussie batsmen were ready. They were ready for anything. Anyone who wants to underachieve will get you. And it's still on. That last shot by Carey, a slashing cover drive off the back foot. It was a good shot. Stark looks like he's means business too.
Stark's 4. He's back on strike. Nortje to him here around the wicket, leaving on length. Yeah, Carey's played that shot a couple of times now. I suppose the logic for a wicket keeper in this situation, 7 down, lead of 41, but in all probability wickets are going to fall around him. He just needs to play in that assertive style.
Yes, and again they've left that cover field all totally open. And I'm not sure that's a good move for these two left. Well, Travis Head and Alex Carey, because that's their shot, that's their area. And if you let them have a vacant field, they'll play with freedom.
As Travis Head did yesterday when they left that gap for him. Stark facing Nortje here, pushing out towards mid-on. He wanted to drive it straight, came off the inside part of the bat. bouncing before reaching the fielder at mid-on. Ngidi, no run.
I think we're going to say it a lot in the rest of this test. It's quite precariously placed right now. If they break this partnership, South Africa will have a much better feeling in their stomachs. But if Stark has another 20 minutes at the crease with Carey, the test is slipping away.
I think that South Africa just needed to win this session, didn't they? And in a low-scoring game, one session can be so vital. As Nortje approaches and bowls again to Stark, who leaves alone. And if they can knock Australia off, low 200s and are only behind by 60-odd, 70-odd, something like that, then, as an opening bat, if you're Sarah Levia and batting with Dean Elgar, two experienced men, they're like, well, if we can deal with that bit of the problem, then they're back in the test match.
Yeah, I think that's as best they could hope for.
Yeah.
80 was in my mind.
Yeah.
They can keep their deficit to 80. But, and again, the players don't think of the outcome. You don't think about, if we can keep it to 80 and then we make 120 and before you know it, they're 6 for 60 again, You've just got to produce quality. And they did.
Arrives and bowls and Stark leaves alone closer to the off-stumper for action. Fuller. I think obviously a big part of that was Travis Head this morning, and just when he struck a couple of boundaries to move into the 90s, got strangled round the leg side and burnt a review on the way through. But to that point, he was vital. The leading run scorer in the test match for Victoria Police made for more. Finished with 92 from 96 balls, so out twice in the 90s in the space of 3 test matches, with the 175 last week at his home ground between it.
A real shame that, because he could have sat back on that 100 and talked about it for his life.
Too right.
The day in Brisbane.
Nortje to finish to Stark, who pulls, gets it through mid-wicket with plenty of force. Out towards the rope, it'll reach it comfortably. So Stark, his first boundary. He joins Carey on 8. Our boundaries for a Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Australia 7 for 197 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Something for everyone this Christmas at Harvey Norman. Give the gift of creativity with the Cricket Joy Machine Bundle. Only $298. Save $100 on the Fitbit Versa 3 with built-in GPS. Now $198. $75 cash back on the Tefal Easy Fry Grill and Steam XXL Air Fryer for $479 before cashback. Create luscious curls with the Dyson Airwrap Multi-Styler. Available in fuchsia or copper for $899. Cashback via redemption. Something for everyone this Christmas at Harvey Norman.
No! SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Another part of the Travis Head story, Heels, that was relayed to me last night, which would have made it a talking point had he raised 3 figures, I'm sure. Jansen starts his 3rd over of the morning, bowling here to Carey, hitting him on the thigh pad as an appeal from the wicketkeeper, but it's going well down the leg side and probably over as well. He lost his box between Adelaide and Brisbane, and he was spotted walking into the Greg Chappell Cricket Centre here at AB Field,
which I own.
Which you own, do you?
He could have rung me.
He apparently he went in there the day before the Test match and said, "I've lost my box. I need a new one." I'm sure they would have given him mates rates.
I've only recently looked at the variety of boxes you can buy for another reason, and you'd have to spend a little bit of time searching through, but the Gray Nichols one was quite prominent.
Jansen bowls and Carey drives out towards mid-off where Rabada is positioned. No run, 2 wickets and 52 runs so far in the session. All of our numbers for Laurinix cleaning. Google Laurinix cleaning today. So, I mean, dare I ask, when you say there's a range of boxes, do you mean we've got the steel reinforced one?
Yeah, you've got the bike box that really goes all right, good coverage, and deep coverage. And then you've got the flatter ones, the more traditional ones we grew up with. And there's some with holes and some with no holes. Different brands have got different stuff and a whole range of each. So
I used to have that structural flaw where if you hit it right in the middle, it could snap open and snap back.
Yeah.
As Bumble Lloyd found out once.
Yes.
Jansen bowls and Carey pushes off his pad, quick single towards mid-wicket where there is a gap. He's 9, 7 for 198, advancing the lead to 46.
Jansen hasn't quite got it right to the left-handers here. The ball he got Cameron Green with was a ripper. A whippy, wide, full, looks very drivable. Before you know it, you've nicked it to slip. And he hasn't quite got it outside the left-handers off stumps often enough. He's in at the body too much.
He's got the cordon there waiting for it. They were in action from his first ball yesterday. Lovely piece of bowling to Labuschagne across him. In here to Stark on 8. Bowls here, Stark leaves alone. That's the tempter that you're talking about, Gills, although perhaps a little bit full, so he's able to shoulder arms nice and early.
But he's onto it. He's onto it. So that one, he overdid it. He's sort of big sling, wasn't it? It's wristy sling. And well wide of off. He just needs to find a little bit more compromise. And now he's changing. So he's being a little impatient. He's just trying to work on something from over the wicket, and now he's going around the wickets to angle across. That'll help him with the angle across the off of the lefties.
So they make a change in field. Keshav Maharaj is going to jump around the leg gully. Rod Tucker's going to jump over to point as well to get a bit of view as the square leg umpire. But Jansen, just 22 years of age, 40 test wickets already in the top 5 this year around the world, and loves taking big names. Bowling at Stark here, round the wicket for the first time. Stark goes back and defends down the pitch, no run. It's good to have a reputation of being a player who gets good players
Big
out
scalps
and gets wickets early in a spell.
Yeah, no, he'll get all names the way he bowls. He's got a wonderful future to look forward to. I guess he's got to stay out of those injury realms of back stress fractures, and as he really bulks up a touch, and he's really impressive.
And the other part of this conversation will probably be how many T20 leagues he wants to play in, which is a challenging terrain for any young player. Finishing his over here, short ball to Stark. Lets it go, dropping his hands. End of the 44th over on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Australia 7 for 198. They lead by 46.
This Christmas, choose Trojan Tools. Tackle your DIY projects this summer with a great range of products, all at unbeatable value. Backed with a lifetime guarantee, Trojan Tools are tried and tested to keep you painting, building, fixing or digging. And you'll be up for any task with Trojan's 13-piece screwdriver or 40-piece stubby set. Trojan Tools. Tools built tough. Find them at Bunnings Warehouse this Christmas.
Australia have added 53 runs this morning, but they have lost 2 wickets. Cameron Green, 18 from 19, started so well, driving 3 boundaries down the ground, but caught in the cordon, had a little Tavares Miller juggle in the cordon, but it was dragged in by Irvia. And a couple of balls later, also off Jansen, was head caught down the leg side. Change of bowler, Rabada switching ends to the Stanley Street end. First ball here to Carey, inside edge onto his thigh pad, out into the offside, no run.
Is this a sign that there's not a lot of faith in Ngidi? You know, or is Ngidi going to replace Jansen here at the Vulture Street end? You know, I don't think it would have been the worst this morning to start with Maharaj. You know, Green and Head up against spin, knowing what Nathan Lyon was able to achieve yesterday. It only had to last for 3 overs. You didn't have to do it all session if it wasn't working. But they haven't. They've just gone pretty predictable stuff.
2 back for the short ball. Rabada around the wicket. Carey pushing towards mid-wicket. The bowler does the work in his follow-through. They used Maharaj for 2 overs, but right in the middle of the onslaught yesterday, he wasn't able to slow them down. 17 runs taken from the left-arm tweaker. So, yeah, we heard from Daniel Vittori this morning, who was quick to stress that, it's about the seamers on a surface like this at the Gabba, but also the spinners. And Nathan Lyon was superb yesterday.
Yeah, and that might have thrown a little spanner in the Australian mental works, you know. What are they doing? Spin.
Rabada's got 3 slips. Round the wicket, bowls to Carey, edging it straight down into the surface, down towards third slip, where it's collected by Cyril Irvia, who took the catch this morning over there.
Getting back to the Greg Chappell Cricket Centre, our staff at the Chapel said they love it when, you know, the legends come in.
Okay.
And I was in there the other day, as I said, and they said, the South Africans are bringing their bats in to get, you know, taped up and, you know, planed off and sanded and knocked in and all that sort of stuff. And they get so excited.
Rabada to Carey, who plays off the back foot out to cover. Easy single there. He moves into double figures. Australia 7 for 199, a lead of 47. In fact, my source on this story was the dad of a young kid that works in your shop, who was very excited that he sold Travis Head his new box.
And Travis, did he pay cash or did he
find out for tomorrow?
Did he get a receipt for Grey Nichols?
Yeah, claim it back.
Yeah. No, it's in the challenging labour markets around Australia at the moment. It's difficult in that shop.
Rabada bowls to Stark for the first time in this spell. He pushes him out towards extra cover where there is no single.
Our stores, to staff our stores appropriately, you've got to find cricket lovers who don't play.
Right.
It's because
Saturday
they've got to
trade.
work weekends, and they don't need to be leaving early for training and all that sort of stuff. And it's
also
a challenge.
It's the dream job, isn't it? I did my work experience as a kid at the Dandenong Sports Depot.
Right.
For exactly that reason, so I could sell cricket kit all day for a couple of weeks. As a 15, 16-year-old, I could imagine nothing better. I think I did a week doing that, and I did a week as an indoor cricket umpire.
Yeah, right.
It says a little bit about my mindset as a teenager, why I was so popular in school. Rabada the finish here to Stark on 8. It's back of a length, and he goes back and rides the bounce in defence. 7 for 199 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Carey's on 10, Stark's on 8.
Give your loved ones exactly what they want this Christmas. A Coles Group and Myer gift card with thousands of stores and millions of gifts to choose from. Available in-store now. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
So Marco Jansen will continue from our Vulture Street end. He's bowled 2 overs in this spell. So make that 3 overs in this spell. 2 wickets in the first of those. 8 of the 45 sent down by South Africa. Carey's 10. 3 slips behind him. Jansen here. Full. Defender back down the pitch. We've got Ian Healy with us in the expert chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
I feel a little bit at times for Alex Carey. How many times has he found himself in this position or gone out? You remember at the Gabba he opened? Did he open?
He did.
And got himself out batting with nothing much to achieve. And he's done that a few times. So, his figures get knocked around. He's a selfless bloke and a great team man.
Carey faces Jansen off the hip, turns him through mid-wicket for a couple. Work to do from the man at deep square who races around. Carey will be happy with the 2. He's 12. Australia go beyond 200, 7 for 201. They lead by 49, that milestone for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. It's meaningful in a low-scoring scrap. You mentioned Carey. He has been quietly quite consistent this year. He's only been out in single digits twice, and one of those was the first innings of the year when he walked out and had to smack it for declaration runs at Sydney. So, I mean, he's had an average of 40 across the stretch in 2022. Yet to reach 3 figures, but I'm sure that'll come in time. Batted so well in Pakistan. Facing up here, down the leg side, gets it off his hip. Get a single. It might be a leg by, looking out towards umpire Gaffney. There was an inside edge. Carey 13, 7 for 202. The lead's 50. I mean, if you're averaging 40 as a wicketkeeper in the circumstances to which you describe, Hills, you're doing your job.
Oh, very, very much so. And contributing handy runs, I think that's enough for your wicketkeeper. Being good enough to hold down number 7 spot, and when the pressure's on, you're handy. And he's better than that, even. And Gilchrist, Gilly gets his gloves undersold. They're saying, oh, you've got to be able to bat, to be the wicketkeeper now. But Gilly was as good as anyone with the gloves as well. So they undersell them too often for mine.
Change in field. Leg slip, just one in the actual cord, and it's a short ball from Jansen around the wicket to Stark. He drops his hands again. It's kind of like Gilly ruined it for everybody, all you wicket keepers that came after.
Oh, kids leading. Definitely. The coaches' mindsets, the junior coaches' mindsets. And I always implore that if your wicketkeeper if you want your wicketkeeper to play for your state, whether that be Queensland, New South Wales, whatever, he's got to be in the top 3 of your batting lineup as a junior. But too many coaches say, right, you're the wicketkeeper, you'll bat 7.
Yeah.
No, that's just costing him a lot.
We've seen Verena batting in the top 6, doing it well yesterday. Jansen to Stark on leg stump, leading edge, goes out towards mid-on, no run, but it was all the way along the ground. Stays at 7 for 202. Yeah, with Carey this year, that 93 at Karachi was so important at a time of the test match. It could have gone either way. 67 at Lahore, and even the 45 in a hurry in the first test at Gaul, when he swept from the get-go and batted with Cameron Green, again in low-scoring circumstances where a ball may have had his name on it. He's a brave player. Doesn't mind risking his wicket to keep scoring at a decent clip.
Yeah, the job is the important bit. The job that we've got to do is the important bit, not my runs. just help the team get there.
So a change of angle for the final ball of the over. Janssen back over the wicket to Stark. He's got the leg slip. Bowls here. Stark gets big on him. Deflects down to slip. Nicely played with soft hands. Drinks are called by umpire Gaffney. An hour played on the second morning. Australia have lost 2 wickets and they've made it up to 202. So 7 wickets down in their first innings. They lead by an even 50. The not-out men are Carey on 13. Stark on 8 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and after it, Gerard Whateley in replacing me.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances using patented 6th Sense technology. Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. Forgot to wash the kids' cricket whites in time for the weekend? With a Whirlpool washer and dryer, they're perfectly washed and dried, no worries. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Super Round Melbourne is back in 2023 as all 12 Super Rugby Pacific teams head to Melbourne for one epic weekend from March 3rd thanks to Fiji Airways. See all the best players in rugby union live at Amy Park. Get your tickets now at Ticketek.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Green back to the strike. Roberto bowls to him and he strokes the ball through mid-off. That is most stylish indeed. Roberto strides in, bowls Green, off drive, 3rd time, bang, 4. My goodness, he's suddenly in good touch, Cam Green. Green's going to run a ball. Janssen bowls to him. He's edging and he's dropped and then caught. It was parried up at 3rd slip and hauled in by Avia. Bowls head, nibbles down the leg sides. They think they've got him, and they do. Travis Head strangled down the leg sides. He's out in the 90s for the 2nd time this summer. We're at the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia 7 for 202. The first hour of play drew 2 wickets and 57 runs. Carey is 13, Stark is 8. Ian Healy is in the experts position for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Jonty Rhodes joins us. Welcome back, Jonty.
Thank you. Good to be back.
How have you seen that first hour?
Yeah, it's interesting because it certainly looked like there was still a bit of moisture, well, not a lot of moisture in the wicket, but enough there for the bowlers, and not too much has gone past the bat. Batters have looked fairly comfortable, and we've picked up vital wickets, so especially Travis Head, the way that he was batting. So South Africa would be fairly happy because they looked like they came out with a plan. Disappointing Rabada's first 2 overs, though. He kind of set the tone. Good to see he's pulled it back, bowling with a bit more fire. But that start, you have to bowl in tandem pairs here. Because on this kind of surface, if you tie the one end but you're a little bit loose on the other, very disappointing from that perspective.
So now we're into it with Rabada from the Stanley Street ends. Carey is on 13 and he's turning the ball from the pads out through backward square and adding 1 more to a lead that stands at 52.
They've just got to be very careful right now. I don't think they've hit their lengths to Stark for a long time. They've gone at his body, which is a great idea, but in between body bashing, you've got to get it up there. Get it up and have him try to flay at something through that big cover gap and miss time because your foot hasn't moved anywhere near where it should be. So let's just see if Rabada, he gets something up there drivable to Stark, sort of wide of off, and see what he wants to do.
Rabada sets in his right arm over the wicket. He bowls to Stark, who defends the ball to mid-off, no run.
It's all a bit straight. All a bit straight to Stark at the moment, and that was quite innocuous. You know, Kahiso Rabada, Jonty, do you think he's short somewhere? Is this his normal run-up?
It's interesting because he hasn't played a great deal of cricket. He's obviously very busy in the T20 circuit, but he's also a kind of player who almost bowls within himself. Because he can have real fire and gas run in. His follow-through, it's almost as short as his run-up.
He's false started on his way in now, and he bowls. Stark defends, standing upright, out to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I think that kind of length now, that back of a length doesn't do anything on this wicket. You're right, Heels. If you push him back 1 or 2, but then you've got to get it up there, get him fishing for it outside off, but on the fuller delivery, because that is just nothing. I mean, Stark has played it so easily.
And he loves driving.
Yeah.
He loves cover driving. See what he's got. If you drag him a touch wide.
Rabada has that task. He bowls short of a length, run to gully by Stark, fielded by Bavuma, no run.
And what's the role of the follow-through? What do you think?
Get everything going towards the target.
Yes, and slow you down. And if your follow-through is short, you're accelerating way back in your action. And that's what it looks like, doesn't it? It's quite curtailed.
Rabada bowls. Stark inside edge as he went to drive. It skews away to mid-on, no run. Oh, wild old throw. Clears the keeper and it's tidied up by Elgar in the slips.
But that's the driving length you're talking about, Heels. You want that. You want to see more of that from Rabada. I mean, he bowled drive lengths to Cam Green, long half volleys in those first 2 overs.
And straight.
Straight was the key. So we saw yesterday Cyril Ervia, when he got his first drive, he went fishing. It was wide, full, but it was wide.
Front foot no ball signals in the aftermath of all of that. So Rabada bowls again, fended up by Stark, but it falls short of the gully. A little bit awkward to deal with, but he survives.
What sort of worker is Rabada? Is he a hard worker on his action?
No, he's a natural athlete. He's kind of a Alan Donald. I mean, Dale Steyn was way more action-wise. It looked like Alan Donald, but Alan was a real natural. Rabada is a complete athlete. Yes. So he's got this natural ability. You don't see him working really hard.
Last ball of his over. Rabada bowls. Stark runs the ball to the vacant cover region. He has one, and that is where it will stay. Maharaj in quickly to do the fielding. 7 for 205. GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. This opening session on day 2 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Ngidi, we get our first look at him on the day's play. 7 overs yesterday, 1 maiden, none for 24. The lead is 53. Mitch Stark is 9. He's on strike. And Ngidi begins around the wickets. It's thrown up there and driven back past the bowler, down to the sight screen and all the way for 4. A loosener hit in the air past Ngidi, and Stark cashes in with the boundary. He's 13 at 7 for 209.
Oh, he's got to get moving. He was about 30 centimetres before the front line, Ngidi there, where his front foot landed. Then he got a surprise that the ball was catchable height coming back past him.
Yeah, I didn't see him loosening up in the outfield. So it's always a concern for me if a bowler's not ready to bowl the first ball. I don't mind Stark driving, but as you said, it's got to be wider.
More than 15,000 in the Gabba at the moment as Australia builds its lead to 57. And Ngidi bowls. Stark tried again. This time he was beaten past the outside edge.
This is what Scott Boland's so good at, coming into the attack and hitting his marks right from the word go. That was good by Ngidi. And Stark, a very risky drive. He just loves hitting the ball. So make him hit it and play his natural game from a ball that's not quite there to play that shot to. He'll keep coming at you.
Two in the deep on the leg side, and Point is back near the rope. 3 slips and a gully in place. And Ngidi bowls. Stark is defending the ball to the vacant cover region, fielded by Bavuma out of gully, and a single taken.
It's been interesting watching Ngidi's career, because he came in as a young, real fast bowler. He's a big, heavy fast bowler, but he's realised that he's with Nokia, Rabada. There's a lot of out-and-out quicks in South Africa, so he's, especially in T20 and white ball cricket, he's been working more on the skill set and bowling variety. So I think this kind of wicket, you want him to be more disciplined. He's not trying to knock people over with pace, but he's got to bowl enough balls in that awkward area, or the drivable area, slightly wider.
49 test wickets to his name. Ngidi this time to Carey, who's nudging the ball to the leg side, grabbing one, and he might come back for the second on the Maharaj throw. He had to cover a lot of ground, quickly in over the bails, but Carey scampered home.
That's unbelievable. That's like Jonty Rhodes.
I was just going to say...
you better not have Simcox with you.
Yeah, Simo's definitely got the hand out the other. He'll pretend to slip like the boys were yesterday. Sorry, Jonty, I'm not coming back for 2. Slipped. No, it's good. Good running. And I think that sort of intent, it is important, because you will get a good delivery here. And if you're not maximising the balls in between, or, indecisive in your play, you got to pick up every run that you can. Dangerous for South Africa. Dangerous period right here.
Yes, the partnership is worth 30 runs and the lead is 60. And Ngidi bowls, turned again to leg by Carey, a little firmer this time, so only the chance of 1. 7 for 213.
Yeah, 3 slips in a gully to the left-hander, Point on the boundary, and he's bowling middle and leg, kind of hip height. Easy runs, easy pickings. Very surprising. Maybe trying to get Carey off strike. That double didn't help. Carey quick to spot that he had time to come back for 2. Now it is Stark on strike.
Last ball of Ngidi's over. Goes and scratches away a bit of turf. He's bowling from the Vulture Street end. Makes his approach and bowls. Stark is driving low down. Ngidi's taken the catch. A splendid caught bowled ankle height. He does the trick and removes Stark. Australia 8 down for 213. The last ball of the over, which had conceded 8. Ngidi strikes back. It's his 50th test wicket. We'll get the analysis of it in a moment. 8 for 213 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
8 for 213. Stark goes for 14. Jonty Rhodes, a lovely caught and bowled.
I was just talking about Ngidi. He's a big unit, and in your follow-through for a fast bowler, the toughest place to get the ball is low at your ankles. A great return catch. Stark, it didn't come with much pace, which is sometimes more difficult, but really well reacted, well responded. Just picks it up, ankle height. Great caught and bowl from Ngidi.
It's a long way down for the big lad, wasn't it?
It is.
And he got his length right with the ball. Still not the width I'm talking about, hoping to get a nick to slip. But it was a drive on the up that Stark will still try to play. And he cleaned it up beautifully with the catch.
Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. So Ngidi strikes at one end, Rabada to Carey at the other. He strokes the ball to mid-off. There's no run to be had as Zondo tumbles away to his right to field. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. That's a plus for South Africa as the lead was creeping up to 61. We feel like, Jonty, the max lead South Africa can concede is 80. So we're right into the red zone now.
South Africa will desperately want to wrap this up.
Rabada over the wicket, bowls Carey inside portion of the bat, out past the square leg umpire to pick up one more. 8 for 214.
Now's time for some aggression. Rabada's got to go at Cummins. He's got to get at his body, get at his front armpit, and really make it uncomfortable. He can't just let them work singles into big gaps that are out there. Carey will do that. He's through the anxious starting bit. But Cummins, let's go. Let's attack him. And that leaves Lyon.
Yep. So a helmet has been brought out and Zondo's going to be put in at short leg, which makes sense.
Right, so when short leg goes in, I don't think they need mid-on because the ball will probably still go square, past short leg, get your mid-on around so that you might save a single and pin him on strike.
Rabada from the Stanley Street ends. Bowls to the Australian captain. Oh, he's hit Cummins on the head. It ricocheted out to Gully, and he's been given out. Glove involved? No, Cummins says no, they didn't hit anything on the way through other than the helmet. He's signalled the T for the immediate review. He brushed the arm guard on the way past.
It might have flushed the arm guard, actually.
TV umpire to director.
What about the slips cord? And they just moved in as if automatic. That's out.
Front foot checked.
We thought it hit him in the head.
Can we move on to front on spin vision, please?
Arm guard. It was a rattler. It was a ripper.
Yeah. It was a good first up. Good first up.
Right at him. Couldn't get out of the way. Head down.
Just take that right back, please, if you would.
Thank you. Guard.
Keep it going through.
Past
Keep
the helmet.
It going through.
Really around the wristband of the glove. No,
clearly, the ball is off the arm guard. I'm going to go back to Rod on field. Rod,
tell you what,
you to reverse your
that arm guard saved his left ear.
On screen signal now.
That was heading right for the side of the grill.
Yeah, would have rattled him, all right.
But you were calling for aggression from Rabada.
Perfect.
There it is.
Perfect.
Bowled 2 minute deliveries, waist height, no good on this kind of surface. It's got to be up there. Chest, shoulder height, you're in business.
Definitive replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. So Australia 8 for 214. Cummins is able to continue on. Rabada bowls to him. Oh, bouncer followed him. Swayed out of the way, kept the bat back.
Get another one in there. Get 2 short legs. I mean, bring mid on up into a second short leg and pitch it up wide and full, and you'll get the edge to slip. That's my theory anyway. Maybe another. How many balls to go, Gerard? 2 in this over.
It's a testing period for Pat Cummins. Rabada in and at him. He swings high into the air. Mid-off is in play, and the catch is taken. Cummins goes for a duck, having a big swing. Balloon straight in the air. Reprieved on naught, out for naught. Rabada gets the wicket.
Caught by the man I didn't have there. I moved him around. So Rabada knew more than me.
Yeah, so that's a short stay, just a swing and hope.
But I think if he is going to bowl short, though, mid-on is the one player you do want for exactly that. But good intent from Rabada. We've been looking for this for a day and a half almost, South African supporters.
You just haven't been far off. And I don't think that was responsible batting by Paddy Cummins. His job was to get Carey on strike, get down the other end and build a partnership. Good bowling by Rabada.
He didn't like the aggressive line that was being bowled, and it struck first up on the arm guard and then just trying to swing his way out of trouble. So it's an unflattering replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Nortje just stood underneath and took a pretty simple catch. The lead is 62. Nathan Lyon is the last man in. Rabada 3 for 75 and Janssen 3 for 32.
How many overs have they bowled, Gerard, those two?
So this is the 17th for Rabada. Janssen's bowled 9 and Giddy's bowled 8. Nortje's bowled 13.
Only 9 for Janssen. For his 3 for.
And Australia's not going to last much longer than South Africa. South Africa were out in the 49th over, and this is the 49th over. Nathan Lyon. I wonder how he'll go with all of it. They're crowded in around him. Rabada bowls aggressively into the body. A bit lower down as Lyon was trying to turn him to leg. So a successful over from Kihisa Rabada. 9 for 214. GWM scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now?
Healy has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Healy Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Healy.com.au.
With fuel price lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Australia 9 down for 214. So the lead is 62. Alex Carey, Lungi Ngidi. Ngidi bowls and Carey on the back foot knocks it to leg. He's going to rush through for the first and he will come for the second. In and out quickly as it trickled away to square leg and everyone got in each other's way. Bharat slid him to do the fielding. Varema was coming and jumping over the top and Maharaj was closing from behind. So they all got a little bit tangled. 64-run leads. Michael Kasprowicz comes in to join Jonty Rhodes. Hello, Kasper.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Kasper.
Test
John? Played in fast forward and it's unrelenting, isn't it?
It has been, hasn't it? And I think that's it. We talked about the fast bowlers, obviously from both sides, being the class, the talent they have, and they've certainly come out and shown it. Australia now 64-run lead.
4 for 71 in this session thus far. Carey's on 20 and Ngidi bowls to him. He drives, but he picked out mid-off, no run.
But yeah, with the quality of the bowlers, the fast bowlers, we've seen it at different stages, but there's been some excellent batting also. We've seen that from both teams and putting through partnerships. It's not impossible. Of course, we spoke a lot yesterday and a lot's been said about the Gabba, the greenness of the Gabba. But ultimately, it's always a great wicket, great cricket wicket, good to bat on. And it just takes a little bit of time. Get yourself in, and we saw that, build a partnership, and then fill your boots.
And Ngidi just false starts.
But no one's really filled their boots, though, have
No.
they? The theory's there, but yeah.
It's hard to see that at the moment. I'm not sure the batters are quite of that mind. And Ngidi bowls. Carey is forward defending down the line of the leg side.
But there's been some good energy as well. Obviously, coming in, the position, the state of the game. And those couple of quick wickets this morning that really sort of got a bit of a spark, I think. Something I themed yesterday, Jonty. At times, it didn't look like they had it. It just looked sort of like just a bit casual.
Flat.
That's
really
the word.
Strange, with so much on offer for the surface. And it was really interesting in that as soon as Australia counter-attacked, the South Africans just kind of almost stepped back, went very quiet.
And Ngidi around the wickets, he bowls. And Carey is forward defending.
Yeah,
I mean, the follow through, toss back at the stumps.
And when you talked about flat, I think one of the things you notice when you're playing is almost, I call it energy from behind the stumps. That there's just this constant talk or energy or bubble going on behind. And just as a batsman, you don't necessarily feel you're in. And I think that's the thing is if all of a sudden it's quiet, then as a batsman, and certainly you've been there with the partnership, often if it goes flat, then you're right, you're away. But if you can just recreate that little bit of tension, I'm not saying sledging, of course, I'm just saying just energy. If there's some noise and bubble in the background, just it's in the back of the batsman's mind as well.
Dean Elgar saw something and came down to have a word to his bowler between balls. And Ngidi back in bowls. Carey uppercuts down to third man. It sits in the air and lands safe. Coming in off the boundary, it was Sundaresan. He didn't fail by too far. Got there on the first bounce. They took the single. 9 for 217. James points out that Nathan Lyon can hook and pull. Let's think back to Hobart last year when Mark Wood had Australia jumping all around the place and Lyon just kept popping him over the fence. He was happy to stand back and give him a good whack. All of your correspondence, 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Summer Scorcher Sale. Any more runs, Australia would treasure the lead that stands at 65. And Ngiddi's going to change angles with Lyon on strike. This makes a mark down below us, and Starts to muscle his way in. Ngidi over the wicket, bowls. Lyon is driving, beaten past the outside edge. 9 for 217 at the end of 50 overs. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss. Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
This session of play for MEGT. Build the best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Gisel Rabada, 3 for 75. He's in from the Stanley Street end to begin the fresh over. He bowls to Carey, who clips off his pads, rolls it down to backward square. They have one, and that's all they'll get. Anderson gets around quickly. 9 for 218. It was Marco Janssen who broke this open with the wickets of Green and Head in the same over for 18 and 92. Nasi would be primary in our thinking of the player of the day so far, thanks to Bingley.
Yeah, Janssen bowled really well. Quite sad he didn't open the bowling from the start for South Africa. Rabada was disappointing. Good to see him bowling with fire. A lot more intent from this end for sure.
Just the one back on the leg side for Lyon. Rabada bowls full, beaten past the outside edge.
That's the length.
It is the length.
That is the length right there. And still just offering a little bit of movement. The seam presented up nice and high, but a bit of lack of footwork from the lower order batsman.
It's interesting now because the movement is not as pronounced as day one.
Lyon faces out, clips up in the air. Rabada gets back. So too Van der Dessen, who takes a splendid catch. And Lyon is out for a duck. Australia dismissed in the 51st over with a 66-run lead. All out for 218. Gisel Rabada will finish with 4. And Van der Dessen, excellent catch on the dash and the dive at the end. So Jonty, Rhodes, it's a good fight back. All out 152, but dismiss Australia for 218. South Africa will bat again before lunch on day 2.
It has gone forward. It really has. Similar amount of overs, but 60 more runs. Just shows the intent of the Australians. Really impressive in that partnership, Travis Head.
So where are we, do you think? Are we...
I think South Africa will be satisfied that they kept it down to just over 60 runs. And had it crept between closer to 100, there would have been a lot of concern in the South African camp. But I think not in a great position, but not an impossible position at all.
Carey was the not-out batter on 22. So let me give you the call of the card and then clear the way. And Colo will come in to start the South African innings. The GWM Ute scoreboard, GWM go with more. Australia all out for 218. So South Africa 152. And then Warner caught Zondo, bowled Rabada for 0. Labuschagne caught Elgar, bowled Janssen for 11. Khawaja caught Harmer the sub, bowled Nortje for 11. Smith bowled Nortje for 36, and the value of that was seen this morning. Boland caught Verena, bowled Rabada for 1. Green today caught Avia, bowled Janssen for 18. And then Heads caught Verena, bowled Janssen for 92, strangled down the leg side. Stark caught and bowled Ngidi for 14. Then Rabada took the last 2. Cummins caught Nortje for 0. And Lyon caught Van der Dessen for 0. Carey not out 22. Gisel Rabada 17.3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 76. Ngidi 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. Janssen 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 32. Nortje 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 52. And Maharaj 2 overs, no maidens, none for 17. Australia with a lead of 66 runs. Anaconda visit Summer, hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Jonty Rhodes and Michael Kasprowicz in place. Adam Collins is coming in next. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all of Racing back to the strike. Roberto bowls to him and he strokes the ball through mid-off. That is most stylish indeed. Roberto drives in, bowls green, off drive, third time, bang, four. My goodness, he's suddenly in good touch, Cam Green. Green's going to the runner ball. Janssen bowls to him. He's edging and he's dropped and then caught. Bowls ahead, nibbles down the leg sides. They think they've got him, and they do. Travis Head strangled down the leg sides. He's out in the 90s for the second time this summer. Healy begins around the wicket. Thrown up there and driven back past the bowler. Down to the side screen and all the way for four. Approach bowls. Stark is driving low down. He's taken the catch. A splendid caught and bowled ankle height. Ryan faces out, clips up in the air. Roberto gets back, so too Van der Dessen, who takes a splendid catch. And Lyon is out for a duck. Australia dismissed in the 51st over with a 66-run lead.
Australia lost 5 for 73 this morning on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. They were dismissed for 218, a lead of 66. A busy 90 minutes at the office for South Africa. Pisa Roberto finishing with 4 for 76 in the process and taking his 41st wicket of the year, more than anybody around the world. 3 for Marco Jansen, 2 for Anrik Nortje, 1 for Lungi Ngidi. Travis Head top scoring for Australia with 92 from 96 balls caught down the leg side. Formed an important partnership yesterday with Stephen Smith, second top scorer with 36. Not much else apart from Alex Carey, 22 unbeaten. I've got Jonty, Rhodes and Mike Kasprowicz with me. We've got about 2.5 minutes until the restart at 11:58. So there'll be roughly 5 overs until our lunch break, which will be for Whirlpool kitchen and laundry appliances. And Jonty, we spoke in the pre-game about the importance of South Africa having a positive attitude towards the morning session, making the most of the conditions, and they certainly did that.
They did, and it was crucial. I think getting Travis Head out the way they did, they would take that strangle down the leg side, because he really was playing great cricket.
And then from there, Casper, to be able to deploy the quicks the way they did. They all got involved, even Lungi Ngidi, who was used belatedly this morning. That ripper caught and bowled, you know how, as well as anybody, how difficult it is to get down to the boots and drag one of those up at that moment, just when Stark and Carey were building something too. So Australia had their moments, but South Africa didn't throw it in at all.
No, definitely not. I think that was the thing with the, it stuck. The couple of catches, there was some great catching as well, and movement, some good fielding, but also too, just those moments. Sometimes when you're feeling a little bit unlucky, it might not go your way. And if you've got a low score, sometimes you can fall into that sort of feeling. It was good to see. I think we saw some great parts of their fast bowlers. I actually really enjoyed Nortje. The 2 wickets he got were 2 absolute beauties in that he squared up was with Khawaja. But then also you ended up getting Steve Smith with an absolute ripper, top of off. It just hit the top, nipped back in. And really, I think what I'm looking forward to here in the second innings for the South African batsmen is the way that they've learnt. They're better on the wicket now. They've seen how it plays and how they adjust, how they just adapt their games to right now. I think they'll be better for it, but I'm really interested to see how they actually take on this Australian bowling lineup, who can't say that their bowling workloads have been too high, certainly after the first innings. They'll have plenty of energy in the second.
Yeah, they should. Dean Elgar, Sorrel Ervia making their way to the middle. Yesterday, Elgar was caught down the leg side for 3. Ervia was caught in the gully for 10. Australia are going to open with Mitchell Stark. He's 1 away from 300 in Test cricket. Now I've got a text in here saying this game will be over tomorrow. That comes in on our text line 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power and their summer scorcher sale. Well, I say tomorrow, it might well be over today. If Australia can get busy here and bowl out South Africa in a comparable number of overs to yesterday, then it will be over inside 2 days. We've seen a little bit of that in the last couple of years, Jonty, these 2-day test matches. We hope it'll be a competitive, thrilling second innings for South Africa and then Australia, but yeah, you couldn't rule this out, finishing quite quickly, weirdly.
Colo, you just knocked me flat here. 2-day test, man. This is South Africa. Oh, come on. What are you talking about?
On the basis of the, how long did they bat for the first time?
40, don't go there. Don't go, thank you. No, don't go there.
I hope, right. And you hope, and we all hope this will be a sturdier effort the second time around, and here at Stumps tonight and still going strong. Could still be over in 3 days under that scenario, given they are batting second time before lunch.
Day 3 is a long day. You're right. Anything could happen. Hopefully, yeah, we get there.
Second innings begins. Avia on strike. Stark away from us. Vulture Street end. 1 away from 300. Bowls here. Driving out towards Nathan Lyon at point, who dives to his left and denies a run. None for none. So they start 66 runs in the red.
Colo, you know a more subtle way you could have sort of approached that is just ask Jonty what the surf report tomorrow is like.
Well, who knows?
If he's done the research, then you can tell how confident he is
it's just
about having to come back.
I guess my broader point is there's been a bit of a pattern of this recently. We were at the Oval earlier this year where that test match was all over in 170 overs, that entire test. So you obviously don't want that, but it's just that it seems to be happening more and more around the world. Australia will be hoping to knock them over cheaply again, that's for sure. They won't mind. Stark away from us to Avia here. Beats him. Doesn't beat him. He pulls inside the line at the last moment, but the bat was hanging. So something there for Stark away from the left-hander straight away.
Good signs. Good signs there. We saw that in the first innings. A little bit, I know there's not been 2 deliveries, but we saw that in the first innings, didn't we, that the Australians were, I think his feet were having a little bit of trouble with that, but just a little bit both sides of the wicket. But immediately there, he's nice and tall. And with his action, I really like the look of Mitchell Stark here. He's immediately, naturally shaping the ball away from the left-hander. Looks good.
So the conventional 6-3 field. 3 in the cordon. Green in the gully. Stark up to the crease. Bowls to Hervier here. And he beats him genuinely with a beauty. That's pitched off, moved away. Nothing he could do, the opener. Through to the gloves of Carey, and the slips have their heads in their hands.
I like the way that Mitchell Stark's smiling. He's seen that. That was an absolute peach. I've mentioned before that you never get out to the Jaffa. But, look, the bat still was quite a distance away from the ball. So even from a batting point of view, he's not too worried about that. And the good thing was he didn't follow the ball. He kept his line. The bat was nice and still. Just played the wrong line.
Fabulous wobble seam delivery there from Stark. On the way again. Head of steam being built up. Stark delivers. Hervier leaves alone on length. And that wobble seam delivery has been an increasingly big part of Test cricket in recent years.
Can you tell me? I don't understand the wobble seam.
I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you exactly the same point. Maybe we'll.
I've heard it, but
you're sceptical. You don't think it's a thing. Because Ollie Robinson, Cole Jameson have seemingly perfected it, where they and Stark's spoken about it himself that he likes to get the ball.
You just get in trouble if you didn't hit the seam.
Well, now they like, what do they call it? Natural variation.
Natural variation, is it?
Something we normally hear from finger spinners.
I don't want to sound too old school, of course, but always encouraged to seam up and let the ball swing.
See what he does here. Stark close to the stumps, bowls to Hervier down the leg side. He elects not to have offended it, rightly so, given. And they lost a wicket that way early yesterday. It stays at none for none. 1 ball left in the first over of South Africa's second innings. Now, I think, from what I've read, my understanding of it is that it's where they can get the ball to, as it suggests, wobble out of their hand.
Yeah.
And that they don't necessarily know which way the ball's going to go because it could hit either side of the seam. And thus there is that ability to bring both edges into play.
I think Damian Fleming has told the story that he went to Rodney Hogg, got the courage one day at Victorian training one day, and how do I bowl an outswinger, Rodney? How do you hold it? He said, I hold it like this, and it goes that way, that way.
We'll pick it up next over. Stark here, Hervier driving out towards mid-on. There'll be no single. Pat Cummins does the fielding. A maiden to start for Stark. South Africa in their second innings. None for none. They trail by 66 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. It's going to be the captain, Pat Cummins, taking the new ball from the Stanley Street end. He took, in the first innings, 2 for 35 from 12.2 overs, including the wickets of Van der Dussen and one at the end as well. He starts right arm over. Stanley straight into Elgar. Captain the captain. Shoulders, arms. Back of the length through to Carey. Taking it on the way up. Please continue. Damian Fleming asking Rodney Hogg about bowling and outswinger.
Well, he just, Flem reckons he took a bit of courage to ask Rodney Hogg about, how he holds the ball and really wanting to learn as a young fella. Rodney Hogg said, I just hold it like this, seam up. And if it hits the seam and goes that way, or goes the other way, whoop-dee-doo. Nice and simple. I'm thinking, it's interesting. I'll come back to your wobble seam. I've got my own theory.
Okay. Elgar facing Cummins. He's got a short leg. Cummins delivers here outside the off stump. Fuller as well, left alone.
Yeah, and look, I think when we're saying it's a product mainly of all the limit overs cricket and all the variations, as you say, if it's hitting the shiny side, it might skid through a bit lower and a bit of natural variation. Certainly got a seam there to just offer a little bit. But I think these days, with a lot of flat wickets you're playing on, and certainly in the longer form of the game, you try the ball out to swing for a bit, but it doesn't swing for all that long. So the older the ball can get, the quicker the older ball can get, the better.
Cummins bowls. Elgar drives straight. Nice off drive. Compact. He'll get a couple. Labuschagne sprinting after it. Puts in the slide and holds the throw. So South Africa off the mark in their second innings. None for two. Both of those to the captain.
Yeah, so I think that's just where the ball can age faster. And that way that then it'll bring on the ball maybe reverse swinging, and certainly on your lower, flatter, slower wickets. That's something you really need. But it's one of those things I, for years, didn't quite understand it. And I think I spoke to, who was it? Someone. We were talking about it, and to me, the term wobble seam sounded more like an excuse.
Cummins to Elgar, delivers here, hits him on the pad, decision to be made. It goes the way of Cummins. Up goes the finger. They get the early wicket before lunch, and Cummins gets rid of his opposing number for two. Elgar will review though. Straight upstairs he goes. Mike Kasprowicz.
I really like that. He's come in immediately, Pat Cummins. We see this all the time, hitting the deck real hard. And the ball going through
player review for
to the keeper.
Original decision is out.
That one, nice and full.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Front foot checked, fair delivery.
Richard Kettleborough
Front on spin vision, please.
On the tools upstairs as the third umpire. A couple of booths down from where we are.
Well, it's not going to be going over. It's whether it pitches in line.
So we're going to first replay here. He plays all around at Elgar, past the inside edge, hits him on the knee roll.
Leg side hotspot, please, to make sure there's no bat involved.
So it looks like there's a clear gap between the ball and the bat. So
okay,
yes,
nothing on hotspot. Let's just confirm that with Snicko, please.
What you say there, Casper, it's unlikely height will be the issue. Where's it pitching?
Snicko coming through now. Keep it rolling back, please. Keep it rolling back, please. The ball's not in the frame on the right-hand side. Okay, no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Now replays for Valvoline, the original engine oil. 1 red, 2 reds, and it is umpire's call. That's out.
Umpire's call.
A double failure for Dean Elgar. That's hitting the off bail.
Signal now.
Chris Gaffney's decision is confirmed. South Africa 1 for 2, and the all-important captain is trudging off the Gabba. South Africa still 64 runs in the red. Pat Cummins a wicket with his 4th delivery.
Yeah, unfortunately for the captain, first innings he burgled one down the leg side. It certainly wasn't in the team plan, but on that occasion, the fuller ball coming back in towards the left-handed Elgar. There's no doubt. And of course, Rod Tucker, the umpire, he wasn't any doubt. The finger went straight up.
So Elgar, 3 in the first innings, 2 in the second. Our numbers for Laurenex cleaning. Google Laurenex cleaning today. He'll be replaced by Bigorasi Vanderdussen. He was out, caught behind off the bowling of Cummins in the first innings yesterday early on in that initial collapse. Watching the projection in full here on our television screen for Valvoline, the original engine oil. That's a lovely projection for Cummins. They talk about hitting the top of off. Well, that's hitting the off bail.
Yep, absolutely was. And the length perfect. And it's set up there with a couple of shorter balls that went through nice and quickly and with the bounce. So I guess that's in the batsman's mind. He's thinking, I can leave the ball length. But that one slightly fuller. And even then, it even looked like it was even fuller than what it was. And with the bounce that we've just seen then, picked up by Hawkeye, it was enough to hit the stumps. But that's the best part. And the quality, of course, of Pat Cummins is that use of the length.
A bit of movement through the air from Cummins as well.
Yeah.
And he gets it going early. So he'll start with 3 slips, a gully and a short leg for Van der Dussen. All the crowd behind him. Cummins charging in. Stanley Street end delivers here. Van der Dussen hit on the pads, shouldering arms going over the top. Only Carey was interested, but Cummins comes in for a bit of a snarl.
Well, immediately, questions being asked. Look pretty comfortable there as far as just trusting that bounce I spoke about.
So he hit on the back flat, but comfortably going over. It was only Carey who was interested.
And that's part of the learning after the first innings. Maybe the team discussion around that. The batters get together, talk about how we're going to do this. I would be highly surprised if the bounce wasn't discussed.
Van der Dussen averaging 31 in Test cricket. Hasn't made it to 50 this year. Last ball of Cummins over. Bowls here. Van der Dussen leaves alone. Ball at back of a length and moving away. End of the successful Cummins over. South Africa 1 for 2 on the GWM youth scoreboard. GWM go with more. Ervia and Van der Dussen, neither of them off the mark yet.
Unlock your summer with exceptional savings on the Mercedes-Benz GLE, CLA and C-Class Edition C. Shop online or in-store today. Limited time T&Cs apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Want to save big on fishing gear? Don't miss the Aussie Christmas sale at Anaconda. Half-price fishing shirts by Abu Garcia, Taiwo, Berkeley and Pan. Berkeley Fishing Tour Bucket, only $29.99. Save $100. Play more and pay less this Christmas with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket's Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Stark away from us. In here to Ervia, yet to get off the mark, bowls and leaves outside the off stump with that nice shape away again. Just returning to your point about wobble seam and where the vernacular came from. I'm fairly sure I'm right in saying that the story goes Muhammad Asif, the Pakistan seamer, who schooled Jimmy Anderson on how to get the ball wobbling down there. And Anderson has a role in passing it through to Ollie Robinson. It's a bit of a chronology of bowlers who've used it. But Muhammad Asif, who of course was rubbed out of the game for what he did at Lords back in 2010, but did have some influence on the guys that came after. And Kyle Jamieson these days is someone that talks a lot about it. Via on strike to Stark. Left arm over, bowls here. It's full. Hits him on the pad. Got to be close. Turned down. Going down the leg side was the suggestion from Rod Tucker. But again, full and straight. Stark's getting that ball moving.
He is getting it. It's swinging around. It's the best time to bowl. Gabba Day too for the fast bowler because the surface is so hard. It's a lot faster. And certainly when you've got a new ball in your hand, it's a lot more exciting. Swing immediately.
Well, that wasn't far away either. Just watching the replay back for Valvoline. That was another half an inch, and that's a more vociferous appeal from the bowler. Up at 140 clicks or near enough. Stark one away from a milestone as well. Ervia waiting for him. Stark delivers and he plays from the crease out to Labuschagne. He'll get a single off the mark. Labuschagne thinks about having a ping after collecting it. South Africa 1 for 3. So they're behind by 63 runs. Still got 8 minutes until lunch on day 2. Heard that term fast forward used last night by the Australians. And Dan Vittori, when we spoke to him on our coverage before play, saying they needed to be ready for this test to move quickly and to be a bit of a shootout, and they've got the guns for that.
Yeah, and certainly with the ball in your hand and New Rock too coming in. 1 for 3 just before lunch. Australia desperate to get another wicket here before the break. The signs are there. It's swinging. It's just getting that pitch, the length right.
So Van der Dussen, tall man taking guard. The South African number 3 facing his first ball from Mitchell Stark. Delivers here. Van der Dussen leaves alone. It's really taken off again. Carey taking on the way up. It's been a feature of both days so far, those balls sailing through.
And even when you say taking the ball on the way up as it's travelling, one of the things for a fast bowler, you love seeing the wicketkeeper taking the ball with his fingers pointing skywards. If they're facing down towards the ground, you know the ball's on the way down. But if it keeps climbing, that's the fun thing about the Gabba.
Good for the confidence as well, I'm sure.
Well, and that's the thing, is actually you're feeling like you're hitting the deck. It's going through nicely.
Crowd involved. Mexican wave going around the Gabba now. 7 minutes until lunch. Stark's got 4 in the cordon. Delivers here to Van der Dussen. And he's bowled him! What a way to record your 300th test wicket A wonderful achievement from Australia's spearhead. Just the 7th Australian to reach 300 in Test cricket. The form of the game he's prioritised over so many years. Bending back the off stump. South Africa 2 for 3 and Sundaresan castled for a duck.
What a moment. What a very special moment. Mitchell Starc, 300th wicket for Australia out there, and just before lunch too. Desperate to get that second wicket. Maybe 3. 2 wickets for 3 runs the total. But that just looks fantastic for Mitchell Starc. I spoke about the length being so important. Getting good pace and bounce to the wicket. But with that swing, ball swinging, getting that length ideal.
Receiving a standing ovation, Mitchell Starc, as the news is flashed up on the board and the replay as well. That is the stuff that dreams are made of. Swinging back through the gate, crashing into middle and off. Absolutely perfect. And the smile on Stark's face says it all. As Temba Bavuma walks in, and they've still got 5.5 minutes until lunch. This could be carnage. An average of 27, 74 Test matches, Mitchell Starc. Watching that back, we spoke about the wobble seam in the previous over. Bolt upright. That was exactly what he was trying to do. Execution, 10 out of 10. And he becomes, as I say, just the 7th Australian to end up on that list.
Yeah,
so plenty more where they came from, Kasper.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's hope so. He's looking so good right now.
Just keep watching the replay over and over. It gets better every time you look at it.
And I think, too, for such a big moment, your 300th wicket, to actually get it bowled, hitting the stumps, it helps in your celebration, too, I think, as a bowler. You run down there. Sure, you want to high-five someone for taking the catch, but if you're hitting the stumps and hearing that sound...
Better than a DRS, put it that way.
Oh, exactly.
Comprehensive. Starc. Still one left in the over. To Bavuma. His first ball. He's defending. Out towards Labuschagne. Bit of an anticlimax. Everyone takes a beat. 3 overs gone, South Africa. They're 2 for 3. They trail by 63 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. Evers on 1. Bavuma yet to score, and Starc putting in a bit of a nomination for our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. He and Pat Cummins both in the book. So he passed Craig McDermott at Perth a couple of weeks ago, 291. And Brett Lee next on the list with 310. Then you're into some of the greats of Australian cricket. And indeed, Mitchell Starc with 300 Test wickets. That's how he'll be thought of when he finishes his wonderful career.
And deservingly so. He's been such a wonderful player in all formats of the game, but I love the way that you actually mentioned that he's concentrating on the red ball cricket right now, saying no to overseas tournaments.
I just think that's a huge part of the story, and I think an underrated part of the Mitchell Starc story as well.
Yep.
As Cummins sets off towards us and towards Ervia, Stanley Street end bowls here, and he defends out towards mid-off, no run. I mean, Starc has consistently declined the chance to play in the IPL and make a truckload of cash year on year, because this is where he wants to be. He spoke to us about it on SEN Test Cricket last week when we spoke to him at Adelaide Oval, that no, this is the most important thing to me, taking Test wickets. It means more than money, and I think in the modern game that's not an easy decision to land on.
No, and it's honourable, isn't it?
And Pat Cummins has a similar perspective. His first priority, his Test team. Bowls here to Ervia, defending back down the pitch. Cummins, who's knocked back the chance to return to the IPL this year, well, next year, I should say, with so much Test cricket ahead of them. India World Test Championship final, which would be almost certain if they do well in this series, if it isn't already. Then into the Ashes, which Australia have not won in England since 2001 for an outright victory, and with this bowling attack.
We're due.
You could say that. You could say that, Kasper. Well, you were there a couple of times. You know what it takes in England. Here is Cummins bowling to Ervia off the back foot, defending into the pitch. No single on offer. This might be the last over before lunch. There's about 2 minutes until the umpires will come together. 3 balls still to be bowled. They might try and squeeze another one in, Kasper. But the job well done so far. 2 early wickets, just what they wanted.
Well, I think the Brisbane Gabba crowd, both days. Yesterday, 15 wickets in the day. In a couple of hours this morning, there's been plenty of action. on a sleepy Sunday morning.
So Cummins again over the wicket, delivers to Ervia, who leaves alone on the fourth stump line. Nothing wrong with that. Good technique. Ervia's faced 13 deliveries for 1, but so much now hinges on this experienced man. He might only be playing his first year of Test cricket, but he's been around in the professional game for 15 years, and they're going to need him and Bavuma to dig them out of this hole. They need to get them to at least parity.
We saw that, in the first innings, and just start building a partnership. Just rotate the strike, find a way. But get yourself through to lunch is the key right now.
Cummins delivers. Ervia plays with soft hands. Gets beyond Nathan Lyon, diving away, but he takes pace off it, so there'll be no run. Cameron Green does the tidying up. 1 ball left in the over. 2 for 3, South Africa.
This is just the start of Australia, of course, we're looking at. And I think not sort of by chance, their execution has been fabulous to watch this morning.
Mitchell Stark beneath us takes a high five. I'm not sure if that's a member of his family. It certainly looks like someone close to him. It's down here at fine leg.
Wasn't Ian Healy, was it?
This could be the final ball of the session. We'll see. Cummins bowls to Ervia, who leaves alone again outside the off stump. Warner wants another one. Grabs her helmet and sprints down the other end. They've got about, by my watch, 10 seconds to get into position. You can see umpire Tucker standing over the stumps as if to say, boys, I'm hungry. We'll just see here. They're on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. South Africa 2 for 3. Look, they're in position and they're getting the extra over in. That is good game management, especially from Warner. He knew at first slip, I've got to get that lid sort of 50 metres down the other end. So playing his role. Good cricket smart. So Stark gets one more opportunity before the luncheon interval. Bavuma yet to score. If he gets another wicket here, he'll certainly be our player of the session, thanks to Bing Lee. Bavuma batted well for 38 yesterday. Hard work against the new ball, moving around. Stark, Fulcher, straight end. First delivery is left outside the off stump. I think this could come back to our topic from last over with Stark and the IPL. There'll be a lot of bowlers around the world who have to make decisions like this more and more, given the proliferation of T20 leagues that are paying top dollar. South Africa and the UAE being 2 notable examples. I mean, even thinking Marco Janssen, who's clearly a superstar and on the way to becoming a superstar at 22. I mean, how he'll manage his next 5 years, his body, opportunity cost, Test cricket, T20 riches. There's nothing easy about it. Stark delivering here. Bavuma down the leg side, tries to flick at it, doesn't get anything on it. Carry away to his left.
Well, the other thing too is just the experience. We've got some older bodies in Mitchell Stark and Cummins. You know, the experience actually in that side, in the Australian side now, is exceptional. And I just think that, and this is on all surfaces too. They've been playing for a long time now, being able to adapt and adjust, certainly in Australian conditions, but also overseas, which is what's so exciting about the next 12 months. Next year, tours India, as is mentioned. World Cup Test Challenge, but also an Ashes.
Stark bowls, Bavuma defends. Yeah, I mean, they've been pretty upfront, haven't they? But the next 9 months of Test cricket will define a lot of their careers in terms of what they can achieve as a group, with India being, well, used to be known as the final frontier when you were playing, Kasper, but I suppose that was dealt with in 2004 to an extent. But such a hard place for Australia to win. Mentioned England already. It's been 21 years since winning the Ashes in that country. World Test Championship, the second edition of that, didn't make the final last time. So there is so much there for them. Then the 50-over World Cup, as you mentioned before, where they'll be effectively the test attack in that competition. Stark delivering to Bavuma, leaving alone outside the off stump, well outside the off stump on that occasion. So the management of their bodies and their workloads, and getting ready for these periods of intense activity, that's to the credit of Cricket Australia and the players themselves, just to know how to get it right at the right times.
And the iconic series, and Ashes, and the way that India has become one of the iconic series that you can play in, that you can be involved. The biggest challenge, certainly in those conditions, to actually go over there and perform well, and for Australia to do well over there. But just that decision-making process for the players, choosing Test over the white ball.
Stark bowls, Bavuma. Hit on the pad. Decision to make for umpire Gaffney. Keeps the finger down. Make that umpire Tucker. Now, from our angle at the Vulture Street end, wasn't going over. So the decision they've got to make is it straightening. Cummins having a chat to his bowler. 5 seconds left on the clock. Carey's involved in the chat, and they have declined the chance to review it. Happy with the on-field decision. So watching the first replay back here, yeah, that was pitching outside the leg stump, wasn't it, Kasper?
Yeah, it was. But once again, the batsman just on the crease, caught on the crease. He's not going forward. He's not going back. And, you know, for a fast bowler, it's a wonderful position to have the batsman in. Just that line. He's been swinging back in to the right-handers.
Watching the projection back, it actually did pitch in line, but it was missing the leg stump either way. So good call not to send it up. This will be the final ball of the session. Stark delivers. Bavuma full, digs it out, pushes to mid-off where Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding. South Africa will go to lunch at 2 for 3 in their second innings. They trail by 63 runs. Evia is 1. Bavuma yet to score from 7 deliveries. The 2 wickets in that brisk mini session of 5 overs. Dean Elgar leg before wicket to Cummins for 2. It was 1 for 2. And then it was 2 for 3 when Rassie van der Dussen was bowled by an absolutely beautiful Mitchell Starc, swinging back in, bending back the off stump in the process, moving into the 300 club in his 74th Test match. Mitchell Starc 1 for 1. Patrick Cummins 1 for 2. They have set this up perfectly, Kasper, to roll through South Africa today and finish this nice and quick.
It's going to need South Africa to start building a partnership. We saw in the first innings they were able to do that. We've seen it from the Australians, that they were also, too, when they were under the pump, able to sort of just start slowly. But I just think with the energy of the Australians that they've shown there, and the way that the pace and the bounce of this wicket at the moment. But a wonderful moment here. The Australian players are actually clapping Mitchell Starc off, acknowledging the 300th wicket for his country.
Yeah, a little mini guard of honour for Starc beneath us here. They'll love the look of that GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. At lunch, South Africa, 2 for 3. Our lunch break is for Whirlpool, innovative appliances for your family and the environment. And the quiz is coming up soon as well, Kasper. 1300 736 736. That'll be Bharat and me in the second half of the break. But to start, it'll be Gerard Whateley coming up in a couple of moments. South Africa in all sorts. They're 63 runs behind. Australia on a roll on day 2.
Bowls. Starc is driving low down. He's taken the catch. A splendid caught and bowled ankle height. It's a testing period for Pat Cummins. Rabada in and at him. He swings high into the air. Mid-off is in play and the catch is taken. Ryan faces out, clips up in the air. Rabada gets back. So too van der Dussen, who takes a splendid catch. And Lyon is out for a duck. Australia dismissed in the 51st over with a 66-run lead. Cummins to Elgar, delivers here.
Hits him on the pad. Decision to be made. It goes the way of Cummins. Elgar will review those. Straight upstairs he goes. 1 red, 2 reds, and it is umpire's call. That's out.
Umpire's call.
A double failure for Dean Elgar. That's hitting the off bail.
Signal now.
Stark's got 4 in the court. Delivers here to van der Dussen. And he's bowled him! What a way to record your 300th Test wicket. A wonderful achievement from Australia's spearhead. Bending back the off stump. South Africa 2 for 3 and van der Dussen castled for a duck.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
7 wickets fell in the session. This Test match hurtles along in Brisbane. South Africa 2 for 3, trailing by 63. At the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, kitchen and laundry appliances. We made the observation when Pat Cummins took his 200th wicket in Perth that was just a signature ball and maybe the best milestone wicket since Shane Warne's 700th, and enter Mitch Starc, who encapsulates all that he is with an absolute peach for his 300th wicket. Ian Healy is part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. What a proud uncle-in-law you must be, Heels.
Yes, that's right. Overnight, Elisa broke down with a calf injury and might have to cease her magnificent durability run of 106 T20 matches in a row. and Starkey's going well at the Gabba. So, yeah, that was good. I liked the rhythm in both men. Cummins' rhythm in second innings, much better than his first. So he's onto it for today, and Starkey's been good all match.
How good was that delivery to bring up 300?
Well, it's fast. It looks easy from a distance, doesn't it? And it looks easy on TV, and but it's fast coming at you at 140 k's. By the time it gets down to the batsman, it's probably going 120, and you can't leave a gap anywhere if he's spearing it in at your front pad or into your gap between bat and pad. Everything needs to be rock solid, and it certainly wasn't for Russie.
Straight through the gate. It's an awful piece of batting. We will revel in the ball forever, though. There's never been a 2-day test match in Australia that I can find. The two shortest test matches date back a long way, and they lose day 2 to rain, so they finish on day 3.
Might have been uncovered too.
It may well have been, yeah. Are we looking at a 2-day test here, Hills?
Yes, I think it's a real possibility now. Australia have got to go 1 hour at a time. Don't go looking to what's going to be at the end of the day. This next hour, they get 2 wickets. They got them 4 down.
Yeah.
So and we know how light on their batting is. So then in the second hour of next session, they get 3 wickets. Right? They're only Jansen's in batting at 7, then the bowlers, and you can clean them up, and they won't be much if those things happen. I.e., good first hour, good second hour. They might be just level with us, probably just a bit in front of us. Because the response from South Africa will be defensiveness, the barnacle bavooma. He's going to be hard to dig out. But you might be able to leave him there. Just leave him. He's not going to hurt us because he's just so intent on defending.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to seeing if South Africa can produce a Travis Head, someone who can put us on the back foot again.
Yeah.
But their first innings intent was defence.
What did you think of Australia's batting? So resumed at 5 for 145. Head ended up 92. Green made 18. There wasn't a lot to tell beyond that. Carey unbeaten on 22.
No, it was good T20 cricket in a test match.
Yes.
I love Cameron Green. He was looking so good, wasn't he? And then Jansen out-bowled him. He put one out there at decent pace again and drew the edge, drew the mistake. They were bowling too straight too often for my liking. Get it in the corridor, which is outside off stump, much more than they did. Then have impact with either a bouncer or a Yorker or one at the ribcage, So they didn't really mix it up. I think Rabada, whilst he'll be disappointing, his stats are going to look fine.
Yes, there's one of the oddities of cricket, isn't it?
Jekyll and Hyde session, didn't he? He bowled absolute rubbish at the first 2 or 3 overs, and Cameron Green was able to drive. He was ready. And he was getting the balls dished up right where he wanted them. And then Rabada found his rhythm from the far end, the Stanley Street end, and was able to get some statistics into his bowling effort.
We are tiptoeing toward a point where there's going to be scorn poured on this pitch if this does finish in 2 days. I sort of feel like we're in that territory now. As you referenced that you felt like it was a shield pitch, and the Australian players were saying, well, it's a shield pitch with international bowlers, and that's not a great mix. So we sort of stand on a bit of a precipice now. It's hard to imagine this test match doesn't continue in the mode that it's committed to.
Yes, no one's been able to stop the game.
Yeah.
Travis Head went with it. And the Australian, lower order did the same. Then Alex Carey batted with a fair bit of control, so it can be done.
Yeah.
Use the gaps that are out there, knock the ball in there, and bat with real patience and commitment. So it can be done. Let's see what happens. But no one's been able to pull the game into line. It's you go with it.
Who do you want?
And I think we better talk about the precipice. Yeah, the pitch will come in for real analysis, and we need some real feedback from ground staff as to why the grass was so green, and is it too long? Was it too long? And was there excessive moisture underneath it, or was it in fact average batting?
Yeah, and so how much of this relates to the weather that has been in place in Australia? So all 3 pitches so far this summer haven't been not the way that each ground would have liked them to be. Perth lacked its speed and bounce. Adelaide was much slower than it has been for the pink ball test in recent years. So just by their own standards, I don't think they had it. And this is the extreme version of Brisbane that we don't normally see in a test match. So It's really, so we are in a really abnormal weather pattern in Australia across the past 3 months, and it actually dates a little bit beyond that. How much has that played a role, and how much has judgment just been a little bit out? So I think that stands as an open question for now.
Yeah, that's right. And they do meet and speak a lot, the Association of Groundsmen, and so that'll certainly have to come out.
Okay, so choose for us. Who's had the free-thinking play of the day so far for Liberty? Loans for free thinkers on and off the field.
Oh. So the play of the day. Right. Well, I'm thinking the little volley of boundaries that Cameron Green hit. Nice. I think that was an outstanding start to the day.
Yeah.
We thought this is what our all-rounder's got to do, and then he got out for 18. But yeah, I think that was a nice little part of the day so far. 3
off drives off Rabada in particular, which were signature pieces. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field, liberty.com.au. And for GWM, so GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Who needs to be up for the challenge in this middle session of play?
Right. Well, I'm thinking Bavuma will just dig in.
Yes.
And then can Avia get through and start? He hasn't found shots yet. He's up for the challenge. He's up for the battle. He's sort of he's defending balls and he's quite proud of himself the way he's defended. So it's all there. Can he get through the defensive bit and start playing shots and then bat into in a nice partnership? So I'd say him. I'd say Avia has to stack up here.
Yep, I think that sounds about right. GWM Ute is up for the challenge, a 1-ton payload and 3-ton towing, backed by a 7-year warranty. At lunch, South Africa 2 for 3 and still trailing by 63 runs.
7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
It's a lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances, and that music means one thing. It's the lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan are your Tony Barber and Glenn Ridge. And with us we have Ian Healy.
Delveen? Where's Delveen?
Well, you can be that, even though you are the contestant. If Jay from Erskine Park, are you there?
I am. Hey,
Jay,
guys.
your buzzer is simple. You say Jay, Heels will say Heels. The first one to jump in gets the first crack at the question.
And Jay, you're from Erskine Park, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know Starkey? Are you a mate of Starkey's?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
That's the theme of the quiz today. So it's all about Mitchell Starc after claiming his 300th Test wicket. South Africa 2 for 3 at lunch. They trail by 63. One of those Starc going through the gate of Rassie van der Dussen, the stuff that dreams are made of. Now, question 1. Here it is. Baz, you do the honours, mate.
All right, let's go. Heels and Jay, are you ready? Here we go. Mitch Starc made his Test debut at the Gabba, right here, in 2011 versus New Zealand. Which other fast bowler also played his first Test with him?
How fast was he?
Well, we stumped them early.
Yeah, I know, already.
We
No
stumped them
buzzer.
early. Buzzer Jay, buzzer Heel. Jay.
All right, let's do it.
Was it Josh Hazlewood?
Gee, they're excited. They want you to win this, Jay.
Josh made his debut here 3 years on. Heels, over to you. Who was the fast bowler who made his debut with Starkey here in 2011?
Doesn't play anymore.
I've got a feeling you commentated a couple of the wickets.
Yeah, I would have.
5, 4, 3, 2. No, it wasn't Siddons. Siddons back in 08. It's Jack Pattinson, another Victorian. He made his debut here. He's playing the match against New Zealand. Nil all.
Have you ever had a nil all quiz?
Not really. This is a new.
Come on, Jay. Let's see what
Question
we can do.
2. Here's a half volley. Who did Mitchell Starc knock over in the first over of the 2015 Heels?
Brendan McCullum.
SEN's own, Brendan McCullum. Okay, 1-0 up for Ian Healy. Baz, question 3 is all yours.
All right, I covered this game. What's Mitchell Starc's highest Test score? And he'll never live it down. That's the hint.
Jay.
Jay, he's in.
99.
Yes, Jay.
1-all.
Healy.
1-all, here we go. Well, 1-all with 2 questions to go.
I know.
As close as it's ever been.
It has actually, yeah.
Now they're getting nervous, Jay.
Okay. Starc, who has Starkey dismissed most in Test cricket?
Heels.
Heels.
It's an absolute guess, so get ready, Jay. I'll say Joe Root.
Close.
I'm going to give you a hint here, Jay. It is an Englishman. Heels was close.
Would it be... I'm tossing up between either Stokes or Bairstow. I'll go Stokes.
Don't be so disappointed, you two.
So the $100 voucher, we want him to get it. Dismissed 9 times Bairstow, 8 times. Dimith Karunaratne, Baz, which we were both surprised to read.
So the next question, I would be very disappointed if Heels doesn't get it.
So this is it, right?
This is it.
This is it.
I'm going to give you... Yeah, okay.
The winner takes it all.
I'll give you a go. I'll give you a little bit of time, Jay, just in case.
All right, cool.
Chance to get in here.
All right, boys.
Are you allowed, do you have to buy petrol with the voucher at 7-Eleven? Can you buy some
A
groceries?
chicken roll's fine as well.
Yeah, a traveller, a little traveller pie.
All right, here we go. Mitchell Starc has bowled to 5 test keepers in his career. Which among them has taken the most catches of his bowling?
Oh, I see.
Jay.
All right, Jay.
Ooh, going first, bold. I like it. So I admire it. Who is it?
I'll go with Tim Payne.
Tim Payne, 29 catches. Snaffles off Mitchell Starc. Neville, 17. Wade, 12. Carey, 12. Haddon, 10. You are the winner,
29.
Jay. You get $100 voucher. That comes from 7-Eleven. Fill up with mobile quality fuel. How do you feel? You've knocked off Ian Healy.
I know.
That's something to put on the resume, that's for sure.
Yeah. Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Good on you. Thanks for calling in. This has been the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. Thanks for calling in. We'll be back with the quiz. Well, hopefully tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow.
If there is a tomorrow,
feels like we're well on our way to a 2-day test match. South Africa will start the middle session of day 2 at 2 for 3 after 5 overs. They trailed by 63 with Sorrel Elvia and Temba Bavuma there on 2 and none, respectively. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Jay. Back with the quiz tomorrow. Back with coverage, ball by ball, with Gerard Whateley after the breather.
It's rapid-fire test cricket. South Africa 152, Australia all out for 218, South Africa 2 for 3, trailing by 63 runs with play to resume the middle session of day 2. It's for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub Fertiliser. And a little ominously, it has clouded over significantly at the Gabba. Not the threat of rain, just the threat of swing. As if it's not difficult enough already. Weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It's Bharat Sundaresan with his evil chuckle. Simon Katich is in. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat and all of our listeners.
There's never been a 2-day test in Australia that I can find. Are we in danger of this being the first?
Oh, very much so. That's certainly on the cards at the moment. Australia know they're only a couple of wickets away, and then Jansen's coming in at 7. And, yeah, this wicket has definitely quickened up, and it's got a new ball on it. So, spoke about it earlier. Day 2 is challenging to bat on, particularly when it quickens up.
Ominous.
Very ominous. Yeah, and Scott Boland, as always, was warming up as well. It's 2 for 3, and Boland hasn't even touched the ball yet. And I'm sure Simon would agree, Gerard, that we expected Australia to bowl better in the second innings. They weren't really great, but they still bowled out South Africa for 152. Kind of puts that performance into perspective as well. And Travis Head's innings. But you expected them to bowl fuller, and even in that first over for Mitchell Starc, where he didn't get a wicket, you saw he was dragging Elvia forward. He was asking him to make more decisions when it comes to leaving the ball. And yeah, both wickets have come. Simon spoke about not enough balls hitting the stumps in the first innings. LBW, clean bowled. So, and the Temba Bavuma LBW shot was close as well.
The Australian team, just at the huddle there, they brought the flag bearer, the young lad who's tasked with holding the flag. They brought him into the huddle. So the language must have been clean, the mission statement clear.
That's Paddy Cummins.
Yep. Well, it's always sweet how Nathan Lyon makes it a point, Gerard, to go and speak to them every time, every break. But I do feel for the kid who holds the South African flag, because he or she is just left all by himself or herself.
Yes. What a great thrill for that youngster. Can't wipe the smile off his face.
It's a great moment for him, and great initiative by the Australians to do that. It's what the game's all about, inspiring the next generation. They're certainly doing that with the cricket they're playing.
Pat Cummins is going to start off after the break. He's at the far end, at the Stanley Street end. He got Elgar, LBW for 2. And then Stark with a memorable 300th wicket right through the gate of Anderson. So each bowler, Stark 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. Pat Cummins 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2.
See Nathan Lyon there, trying to help the umpire, but just making sure the bails are absolutely where they need to be. All these kids have fiddle toys. Kids who are like, I think Nathan Lyon must have a pair of bails that he plays with. He's so obsessed with bails.
Play, gentlemen, indeed. Saril Alvea is going to see the first ball after the lunch break. Pat Cummins is steaming in. Alvea readies himself and he's leaving up over the stumps.
Yeah, good start there for Pat Cummins. There's not many easy leaves off Pat Cummins, particularly as a left-hander with that ball coming back. Maybe just a fraction short, but good bounce. Just came back off the wicket a little bit.
3 slips, gully and points. You well know this Australian field. Mid-off, mid-on. Forward square and fine leg in place. Arvia faces up and he's beaten past the outside edge. He was hard hands forward to defend and it missed.
Yeah, and that's the sort of ball that is so close to off stump, but because of the length, it's going to bounce over, but it's a gutsy leave because of the line. But you've just got to leave it on length as a left-hander because Pat Cummins hits the seam and darts that ball across the left-hander, just wanting to catch the outside edge. So that's what Arvia has to be careful of here.
So just a moment of composure from the South African open batter. Cummins is with him and he's done it again. That's a little fuller. And he was drawn to push hard at it. He's hard in his defence and he's beaten on the outside edge.
He just wants to feel bat on ball here. Pat Cummins pitches up, just goes across him. He spars at it, but he's lucky it's a swing and a miss.
That's what that little adjustment of length can do, right, Simon? We saw him leave so competently in the first innings. But here already 2 out of 3 balls. Because of slightly fuller, he's playing at them.
Pat Cummins is working him over. The Australian captain muscles in. Arvea is ducking the bouncer. It was a bit too high to cause him the trouble that Pat had in mind.
There's nothing wrong with that, though. That's just making him know that he can't just camp on the front foot now. So just keeping him guessing. And that's something that South Africa did today. The pitch maps showed today. Yesterday, there was only 7 bounces bowled by the South Africans, the Australians. 17 in a short session this morning. So they upped the ante with that. And I don't think it's a surprise they started to get some rewards. Albeit it was against the tail later on, but...
It was interesting that it wasn't in their plan A yesterday. Cummins bowls to Arvea, who's wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking, and they'll be disappointed. Pat Cummins is going to have a word with Alex Carey. Nathan Lyon comes in. No.
Yeah, it's below the knee roll.
So height's not an issue, it's line.
Yeah, below the knee roll, you could hear Nathan Lyon say on the stump mic. Maybe where it pitched. Yeah, just outside leg stump, I would say. Yeah, well done, umpire Bharat. Yeah.
Pitched outside leg. It would have hit.
Yeah. It looks bad. Like when you're watching it live from behind here and we're on a slight angle, that looks absolutely plumb. But then when you see it down the line, good decision by umpire Chris Gaffney.
Good decision. The replays for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Arvea is having a devil of a time. He's nearly out again. He's far too firm with his hands in defence, and he's beaten for the 3rd time in the over past the outside edge. What a fine maiden from Pat Cummins. 2 for 3, the Liberty scoreboard for Liberty Loans for free thinkers. Oh, blimey.
Yeah, no, that's a tough ball to play because he sees the line and it's coming in on the stumps, but then it just keeps going across him and a little bit off the seam. And it's so hard as a left-hander because he knows that Pat Cummins can swing the ball back, but then he also knows that when he hits the seam, a lot of the time it darts across the left-hander. So this is a nightmare spell, and he's just got to try and weather it, whether it's letting more balls go or whether it's trying to nullify that movement and maybe bat out of his crease. But that's risky against someone of Cummins' pace because then you feel really rushed.
And with Pat Cummins' body language as well, Simon, you rarely see him fired up. You can't see him and make out that he's fired up.
Mitch Starc begins the fresh over from the Vulture Street end. He bowls to Bavuma, who leaves outside the off stump. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus.
But I think just the 3-ball stay of his, he looked a little rattled by Rabada and then just pushed just one, got a top edge and was caught. I think that would have hurt as well, just the way he got out. Like he walked away from the ball kind of and tried to slap it. And just watching him get onto the field for South Africa's second innings, you could see that he wanted to make an impression, and the celebration after the Elgar wicket was a little more charged up than usual.
Yeah, that's skipper knocking over the key wicket in their order, and he's taken the skipper out, and that's the beauty as the bowling captain.
2 for 3. Starc is over the wicket. He's bowling to Bavuma, who leaves outside the off stump again.
Yeah, look, Pat Cummins is very capable with the bat, but it's noticeable that Mitchell Starc's gone above him in the order. I mean, Mitchell Starc's very accomplished as well. He's got a Test 99 to his name. But it was only a couple of years ago that Cummins played that beautiful 70-odd at the MCG, I think. And his batting's just gone off a little bit. And I think a lot of it is around the short ball. And South Africa peppered him early. He got a good sniff, which came off the forearm guard. That rattled him. And then the shot he got out to, he would have been really disappointed with that.
Bavuma is yet to score. Starc strides in and bowls to him, and Bavuma, he is beaten on the outside edge. Play and a miss.
And so this is the hard part for Bavuma, because he'll, in his mind, he knows how he got out in the first innings. Starc set him up with 2 cross-seamers that sort of skipped off the wicket. One hit him in almost the thigh pad, and the next one sort of ran across him. And then the ball after, he went seam up, and it just held its line. And then that's caught the inside edge of the bat because he's trying to cover the line of the ball angling across him. Goes back on a leg stump. Now he's thinking the same. He's worried about this ball swinging back, so he's probing outside off stump to defend it.
All manner of good questions being asked after the lunch break. Starc to Bavuma, full face of the bat, defends. Starc doesn't quite grab it in his follow-through. It won't matter. Fielded by Cummins.
It's difficult to make out from this angle, Simon, but it also looks like he's batting a little more on middle stump in this innings than he was in the first innings. Maybe that dismissal you spoke about and the way he was set up might have something to do with it.
Yeah, and I totally get that, because I think on a wicket like the Gabba, you actually want to line the ball up so that you can get and play the ball in line with your body and your head. We saw that today with Cameron Green. A couple of nice drives straight down the ground. As soon as the ball starts getting outside your eye line and outside your head, that's when the slips come into the game.
Starc bowls. Bavuma flicks it one down the leg side. Carey takes off to haul it in. So that's the first that's missed the target since the break.
And you back yourself and your defence to be able to hit balls on the stumps. So you're trusting your defence and your ball striking to say, right, I'm not going to miss it. But what I want to do is I want to be able to be more tighter on that ball that's on or just outside off stump, that's on a good length, and you're worried about that outside edge of your bat.
Great insights from Simon Katich for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Last ball of Starc's over. He delivers and Bavuma leaves alone outside the off stump. 2 for 3. The Liberty scoreboard at Liberty Loans for free thinkers.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
Any fitness, any ability, any goal. Anytime Fitness is the gym for anybody, anytime. Search Anytime Fitness today. Anytime Fitness.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. We might have found a 2-day test match in Australia that dates back to 1931. Pat Cummins bowls to Aver, who swings away down the leg side. Starc around from fine leg, slides in, saves the boundary, keeps it to 2. That'll feel a bit better for Avea, who was pinned down in the previous over. Something wicked. He's 3. It's 2 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good release for him. That was just a bit short. Got up into the rib cage, but he tucked it nicely down to square of fine leg. Mitchell Stark did a good piece of fielding, running to his right. Cut off the boundary.
So Stark saved the runs. Cummins is in. Avea is edging. He's caught brilliantly by Green in the gully. He tried to remove the bat. It flew off the face. Green up above his head with the wingspan and the safe hands hauled it in. South Africa reeling. 3 for 5. Cummins got his man. Avea's gone for 3. And the gasps you can hear are for the first replay of Cameron Green's catch.
What a catch by Cameron Green. Both goalkeepers in tonight's World Cup will be proud of that one. He's just reeled that in when it looked like it was going to go above the crossbar or just under it. And that was a sensational catch at gully. Avea departs. He's gone for 3. He'll be disappointed with that. Angled bat against the line of the ball. Got the leading edge. And Cameron Green, he is unstoppable in there.
Oh, he can bend down low and take catches. He can jump up like a goalkeeper and take catches. He can dive to his left. He can dive to his right. This is the second coming of Jonty Rhodes.
Yeah.
Just a few inches taller. Many inches taller.
How many feet?
I think he's got the 2 best catches of the summer so far. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au.
But yeah, like you said, Simon, we saw the full ball trouble Avea in the last over. This one wasn't full, but just bad decisions, right? Pat Cummins got into his head and he had to decide very late. Left his bat hanging a bit too long. And
it was a play slash leave.
Yes.
That's exactly what that ball looked like. It darted off the seam, but the line of the ball, Avea had to leave that. He had to let it go, and then he sort of tried to bail out and then didn't, and it caught the edge, and he's gone. But he'll be disappointed with that decision because it was a ball that he should have let go.
So Pat Cummins has got Kaya Zondo in his sights. He's on a pair. Zondo, Cummins is fired up. He's edging. It just fallen short. Or did it carry? No, it fell short of Green in the gully, diving forward. Mass excitement, but Green's going, no. It's half volleyed into my hands.
And that was a serious... That's the exact opposite of the ball before. That's gone low and flat to his left, and he's nearly plucked that off the turf as well, but good honesty from the young man. He straight away said, no, that's not out. Zondo's heart must be beating rapidly.
I know. Poor Kaya Zondo. Who would want to be him right now, Simon Katich?
Having been in that situation, no, thank you very much.
So Cameron Green, the ball's just following him. Zondo faces up. Cummins is with him. He leaves outside the off stump. Decisive too. He'll be most relieved.
You can see the ball when it pitches just dart. And they said the last ball was wide, but it just hits the seam and darts away. Same as the dismissal of Avea. And that's the problem. Day 2 here at the Gabba. It's harder, it's faster, and the new ball can be an absolute nightmare. That's why I said yesterday, if you can scrounge 250 when it's slow and then get through and then you bowl with the new ball on day 2, it's a completely different ball game. Played in games up here where you can roll teams to 70 or 80.
They're a mile behind. Zondo is forward defending. He won't get his run yet. Green picks up, throws. The ball is on a string for Cameron Green. He just didn't hit the woodwork. He had Zondo looking back for his ground after quickly getting around to his right.
He reminds me, and this is probably different to a sheepdog, but you know how the sheepdog rounds up a huge herd of lambs or sheep? He just seems like he's got this whole area under control, and it's not just gully. It's like probably 5 metres either side of him.
Yeah, he's got...
It's just remarkable.
5th slip covered, and he's got backward point covered. Cummins, one to come in the over. Zondo to face it. He's just running that off the outside of the blade. Guess where it went? It ran away to Cameron Green across the turf. 3 for 5. It's eventful stuff. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Are you a home care package recipient? Enjoy true self-management with Homemade. They'll design a plan that suits you with support workers you choose. Visit homemadesupport.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. South Africa 3 for 5, trailing by 61 runs. Elgar 2, Van der Dessen 0, Arvea 3.
We have exactly that kind of sheepdog at home, a Maremma sheepdog, the one that, you need 1 for 1,000 chooks.
Mitch Stark to Timber Bavuma. Bavuma flicks it down the leg side. It passes untouched.
He just turned a year old. We should have named him Cam Green. Instead, we call him Alfie.
Alfie?
Yeah, he's not a gritty short leg fielder like Justin Langer was. He is more like Cam Green. In size as well. So, too late to change a dog name, Simon? A year in?
Never.
All right, rapid test matches on Australian soil. So there's a 2-day game and then there's the fewest balls required to result a test match. So the first goes 3 days because day 2 is entirely washed out. This is South Africa and Australia dating back to 1932. Stark bowls to Bavuma, who's inside edge onto the pads. So stifled appeal. South Africa bowled out for 36 in 23.2 overs. Bert Ironmonger 5 for 6. 7.2 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 6. Laurie Nash 4 for 18. Stan McCabe 1 for 4. Australia also bowled out on day 1 in the 55th over for 153. 40 for Fingleton and 40 for Alan Kippax. At stumps on day 1, South Africa were 1 for. Second time through, they were 1 for 5. Stark bowls, Bavuma drives, he finds runs, wide of mid-off. Labuschagne quickly out of the blocks. He's going to give it a good dash. The slide, yes, full length. Stops it in its tracks. And Bavuma held to 3 as a result. 3 for 8. Athletic fielding from Marnus Labuschagne. Then day 2 is entirely washed out. Sunday the 14th of February is a rest day. So Monday, day 3, South Africa are bowled out in 31.3 overs for 45. Bert Ironmonger takes 6 for 18. Bill O'Reilly 3 for 19 and Laurie Nash 1 for 4. So Australia win by an innings and 72 runs, but on day 3.
What were they up to those 2 days, I wonder?
Yes, rain and then a rest day. And it turns out 1 year earlier, the West Indies were beaten in 2 days. And that game was at the MCG. Stark in, bowls to Zondo, who defends. He takes off. He wants this run desperately. He's judged it well. Labuschagne rushes into the covers, slides, but can't do anything about it. And Zondo is off the mark. A huge sense of relief. You can feel it from here.
He started breathing again.
Oh, yeah.
I started breathing for him.
3 for 9. So the West Indies batted first, bowled out in 50 overs for 99. Australia then made 8 declared for 328. Don Bradman, 152. Bill Woodfull, 83. And the West Indies were bowled out in 35.4 overs for 107. Mitch Stark in bowls full, kept out by Bavuma.
These would have been 8-ball overs, Joe, I'm guessing.
Is there any way I can tell that?
Yeah. I'm wondering if there were 8-ball overs back then, early 1930s.
It's the irony of cricket, isn't it? It started at timeless tests, went to test cricket, went to 50-over cricket, 20-over cricket, 100-ball cricket, now T10 in the West Indies.
60.
I don't know how short's it going to go.
Yes. So the 2-day test match, it dates back to 1931. And there is a very real chance that happens here in Brisbane. Stark over the wicket, bowls. Bavuma squared up, defends down in front of him. Awkward ball. 3 for 9 at the end of the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Get your groove on and experience the vibe, the style and the food at the Groove Train. It's a vibrant cafe by day that transforms into a wood-fired restaurant and bar by night. Enjoy with friends over great food, drinks and conversation. Find your nearest location at groovetrain.com.au.
3 for 9. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. The sun breaks through. Zondo on strike. Cummins bowls to him and he leaves up over the off stump.
I'm sure social media would have already broken out into debate, Simon. People waking up in the subcontinent would already be saying, oh, when you have these kind of games happen in our part of the world, people will start blaming pitches. Have enough people criticize the Gabba yet? But it's funny, right? You still look at that pitch, like you said. It doesn't look like a nightmare. It's not that it's doing all sorts. And I think it's just the competency of the South African batting so far.
It's a fearsome examination for Zondo in his third test match. Cummins bowls to him, full face of the bat in defence. Back down the pitch.
Much like some of the wickets sometimes in England, if they do start that little bit damp or with moisture in them, the problem is if they dent on day one, they can be very difficult then for the rest of the game once those dents harden up and potentially get rolled in or they get baked by the sun. And I think that's what we're seeing with that wicket yesterday. It had probably just a bit too much moisture for it to be a genuine 5-day test. But you're right, the quality of the attacks, the pace, and then the inexperience in the batting.
Cummins in, bowls to Zondo, who turns to leg. Got it safely to ground.
That contributes to it. So it's this perfect storm where you can get this situation where, you know, they go in with 5 quicks, and it's worked for them in the past to get a result earlier in the year at Lords. So you totally understand that. But then it puts pressure on your batting, your top 6. And then when you don't get the top order making runs and puts so much pressure on number 5 and 6, and they were just short. But if they'd been able to scrounge, I mean, even 200, they were in the test match. The turning point was Travis Head yesterday getting caught at second slip.
Cummins bowls, Zondo in behind it. He's finding his groove in defence.
That's a game of probably a centimetre.
Yeah.
If that's out, Australia probably don't get what they get. And then South Africa are in front. So his innings has changed the whole complexion of this test match.
Yeah.
I do think if this is over tonight, there'll be stinging criticism of the pitch. Yeah. I think those who would want that will absolutely get that. Notwithstanding all the mitigation that you've mentioned, is the MCG test last year was over in the first session of day 3. And there's sort of an adjustment to be made as a result of that. Zondo faces up. He drives at a wide one and gets it away through extra cover. Labuschagne will get there as they complete the second run. And Zondo goes to 3. It's 3 for 11.
Because the thing is, the modern game is attacking enough. We see it in all the different forms, and we're seeing it with the way England are playing. We know that Australia have that type of player as well. Once they get set, they like to attack and score quickly. So as soon as it gets too far in favour of one aspect of the game, that's where it becomes an issue. And in the past, it has been too far in favour of the batsman. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. But now it's potentially going too far the other way.
The deficit is 55. Zondo faces up to Cummins. He defends the ball to the leg side. 3 for 11 at the end of the over. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Charlie Battisti & Co. Melbourne's most trusted repairer of prestige German vehicles is looking for the next expert to join their team. If you have a passion for prestige vehicles, aspire to build an exciting career, are dedicated and have a strong work ethic, then Charlie Battisti & Co. are ready to chat. You'll work on their customers' most prized possessions at the state-of-the-art repair facility dedicated to Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Join Charlie Battisti & Co. Details at charliebattisti.com.au.
SEN Test cricket, this session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Via the man out, Court Green bowled Cummins for 3, and prior to lunch, Elgar 2, Van der Dessen 0. 3 for 11, South Africa, trailing by 55 runs. Mitch Starc with ball in hand. Temba Bavuma is on 3. 3 slips in a gully in place. Oh, tried to get out of the way of a nasty rising delivery. It hit up near the handle and went to ground. He might have worn it on the arm too. That's a nasty rising delivery to the short man. Oh, elbow?
Yeah, I reckon it might have been his back elbow.
Ouch. Well, that made a sickening sound then.
Yeah, Alex Carey got one earlier today. Yeah, that's off the back elbow or around the fleshy part, so he might be okay if it's hit flesh. But if it's got the bone, ooh, that'd be nasty.
Ouch, that replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. So Stark, he's unsettled Bavuma. Now he pitches up. He's defended out wide of line at point, and a quick single taken. This was Bavuma's mode yesterday.
And the thing is with South Africa, Simon, because of their batting issues, they have started playing a lot of Test cricket at home on similar pitches. That India series earlier this year, it was this year, where it was doing all sorts. And you see Marco Jansen and these guys have benefited from it. But again, it has exposed major holes in their batting.
Yeah, they're missing some class in their batting lineup and just some experience as well. Bavuma's digging in though. He looked good in the first innings before he got a pretty good ball, well, very good ball from Mitchell Stark.
Zondo faces up to Stark and he's leaving outside the off stump.
I'm a little worried about this Zondo setup though, Simon.
How open is he?
I know.
I was looking at his top half there and he's almost facing square on.
Exactly, yeah.
Which means his bat playing is going to be so hard for him to hit down the line of the ball.
Yeah.
Unless he's got amazingly quick hands to change his bat plane straight.
Scotty Boland's down there going, come on. I'll get him in 3 balls. Yeah, he's a walking wicket for Boland the way he zeroes in. Stark and Cummins are trying to pick him up first. The wave ripples around the Gabba. Stark bowls and Zondo full face of the bat defends to mid-off. I'm out at the end of the over. I just want to share this with you first. Our correspondence straight to the boxes for Tyre Power, your trusted local. 0433 98 11 16. Peter has a plea. Gerard, could you please not refer to the batsmen as batters? For 150 years, we, local cricketers included, are known as batsmen. Call the women what you want, but please, for us traditionalists, stick with batsmen. Can't do that, Peter. Cricket has changed the formal language of the game. Did so about 18 months ago. There are no batsmen anymore in cricket. There are only batters. Not a choice to make anymore. Stark bowls, Zondo leaves well outside the off stump. The language of the game is ever evolving, and that was the formal edict that came down.
And it's taken us a while as well as writers to get used to it. I was editing my book that I finished a few months ago. I had to change all the batsmen to batters because this is coming out before March next year, but you have to be careful with that. You're right, Gerard. It has changed, and we should change with that as well.
The crowd settles in anticipation. Stark with the last ball of the over. Zondo awaits and he's forward defending. So he's found his rhythm after a rickety start. 3 for 12 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. Adam Collins is coming in.
Puma Golf delivers comfort, performance and style, helping golfers of all levels to look, feel and play better. During December, Puma Golf has 10 pairs of their Ignite articulate golf shoes up for grabs. These are easier to win than a putting comp with your mate who has the yips. Tee up your Instagram, start following @Cobra Puma Golf AU, then like the competition post for your shot at winning. Articulate golf shoes by Puma Golf. Enter now on Insta @Cobra Puma Golf AU.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus. That's a plus. South Africa lost a further wicket after lunch. Cyril Irvia caught in the gully. Cameron Green from the bowling of Cummins for 3. Now a 3 for 5. They're now 3 for 12. They still trail by 54 runs. As Cummins starts a new over. Stanley Street ends. Bowling to Bavuma on 4. Delivers here. Bavuma forward. Inside edge onto the pad. Not far away. We welcome Ian Healy back to the expert chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6. With Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. This is going exactly as we thought it might. If Australia got another chance before lunch, early wickets, and here we are.
They've got to stay patient now. They can't go looking for wickets every ball, every over. They just build pressure and get one more wicket before drinks. then 2 more in the next hour, and they're going to be in good shape. So they are staying patient at the moment.
Cummins, unchanged so far. 6th over, delivers here, driving. Lovely shot from Bavuma through the covers. That'll race away to the rope. Best shot of the innings so far. He's 8. Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. South Africa 3 for 16. G'day, Simon.
Good afternoon, Colo and Heels.
Hello.
All our listeners. That is a serious shot from Temba Bavuma. He has just caressed that through cover beautifully with the full face of the bat. He's looked really solid in this innings. It's been a testing time against Stark and Cummins. Cummins is up the ante in this innings. He's a much better his second time round. He was a little bit underdone yesterday.
It's on the way. Overcast here in Brisbane at the moment. Cummins delivers. Bavuma edging down to Khawaja, leaping to his right on the bounce.
I was just thinking, same ball. Give him the same ball, but a set of stumps wider, because Bavuma probably will think, oh, I'm playing that well, in the hope of a nick. He puts it not quite wide enough, but he got the nick there, and Bavuma was good enough to soften the shot away. You know, it took all the tension out of his hands, and it went along the ground. So good batsmanship.
Yeah, it's a great example of a bowler setting up a batsman for a dismissal with the just subtle changes in line and length throughout an over.
Cummins up to the umpire, bowls here. Bavuma goes back and defends off the splice into the onside. So Cummins digs it in for the first time in the over.
And it also highlights, as a batsman, how you've got to put that last shot away, regardless of how good it was, and just play the next ball as well as you can, because the next ball might be completely different and it might behave differently. And if you're thinking about the ball before, you get yourself into trouble.
Oh, is that what you do? I just had about half a dozen days that clicked into gear.
And just go for it.
Yeah, I was going for it for the rest of my career.
Second man back for the short ball. 2 left in the over. Cummins here, past the edge, takes off from the seam, deviates away. Bavuma thrusted forward, didn't get anything on it. Carey takes it on the way up again. On that 4th stump line, appreciable movement.
And he has to play at that ball. It's wide enough to let go, but the problem is Pat Cummins gets the ball to nip back into the right-hander. So as a right-hand batsman facing him, it's very difficult to just leave that line automatically because of the movement that he gets.
And the other point there, a replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil, that was the wobble seam delivery that by definition can go either way. Cummins to finish here, and again goes past the edge, but Bavuma pulls inside the line at the last moment. Well played to finish. 12 overs gone, just the boundary coming in the over. South Africa 3 for 16 on Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
SEN and Binglee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Binglee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. Aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Settle in and enjoy the breathtaking scenery while you relax on deck with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
We have our first change for Australia, and you can probably guess who it is by the reception he gets here at the Gabba. Scott Boland, 23 test wickets at 10.65. Our bowling change. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visit mildura.com.au. Boland secured a double wicket maiden in his second over yesterday, as he does. He loves taking multiple wickets in an over. He's done it so many times already in his brief test career, Heels.
You just have to laugh. He can do nothing wrong. He's got 3 slips, a gully. They've got left a big driving gap again. If either batsman wants to take him on down the ground or through covers.
We trapped Zondo for a duck yesterday. It's who he's running into here. His first ball, Boland delivers, and Zondo beaten. The slips were interested. Steve Smith 2 feet off the ground, but no edge on the way through. Straight away landing it in a shoebox.
And this is the hard part. There's just no let up for these two. They see off Stark, on comes Boland. When Pat Cummins finishes, it'll either be Nathan Lyon or probably a spell of Cameron Green for a bit while this ball's new. So this is a relentless Australian attack.
Especially when they bowl as well as this. Stark with the new ball, perfect. Cummins' rhythm much better today than yesterday, and now bowling.
He's away from us. Vulture Street end. Delivers to Zondo, who leaves alone close to the off stump. Again, the cordon excited. You can see it on our screen for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Down that Stanley Street end of the ground heels, there are so many little ball marks to aim for Boland. Not that he's literally aiming for them, but if he hits one of them, the extra variation. We get a second look at this delivery here. All on a good length, hitting the back thigh pad on that occasion after Zondo had shouldered arms. Straight away asking the right questions. All the crowd involved with Boland on the charge. 3 slips in a gully. Delivers here. Zondo using his feet, then driving out towards Labuschagne at mid-off. He just shimmied forward before the ball was bowled there, Cat, to try and offset some of that movement that Boland will always get.
Yeah, it was a lot fuller from Boland, and good from Zondo there. He's trying to be proactive and nullify any sort of movement. He knows that Boland can dart that ball back in off the seam like he did in the first innings to him, and even the ball before that just brushed his back leg. So it's a huge challenge here for him.
Warner Smith, Khawaja, the 3 slips next to Cameron Green. They're ready and waiting because Boland is bowling and Zondo's defending. Out towards Nathan Lyon at point. Dashes around, no single there. The other point here is that the Proteas are only 50 runs behind. And let's keep things in perspective. I know we're talking about 2-day finishes. I mean, I was talking about it before this third innings began. But these two put on 100. It's a different game of cricket. Low-scoring test. You win one session, you can get straight back into it. That's got to be the attitude here.
Has to be. Yeah, no, they have to believe that they can do it. Just like Bavuma and Verena did yesterday. These two have to get together and knuckle down and work in tens and just try and get them out of the deficit.
Boland to Zondo. Bowls here. Zondo defends from the crease down the pitch. No run.
And that's all you can do. Just small little building blocks. Ball after ball, over after over. I know they're cliches, but when you're under pressure like this and the ball's doing enough, you've just got to break it down, compartmentalise as a pair, try and run well between the wickets, put whatever's happened previously behind you and just play that next ball as well as you possibly can. It's easier said than done, but you've just got to keep those small goals simple.
And it's not a double century you're looking for. It might be 45 runs as your score. That might be all you need to do.
Boland to finish. Zondo edging. His soft hands to Cameron Green in the gully. Moving away to his right as ever. End of 13 overs on Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. A maiden for Boland to start. South Africa 3 for 16.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
Our middle session on SEN Test Cricket is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Have a couple of Queenslanders with me. Ian Healy to my left and Mike Kasprowicz jumps in to my right. Our experts for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hello, Kasper.
Hey, mate. How are you?
Enjoying this.
It's pretty special, I reckon. I'll have to see it. I know everyone in the crowd's enjoying it. Very Aussie is in for the case.
So Cummins, long spell, 7th over. Bowls here on the back foot. Bavuma pushes into the offside, gets an easy single. Lyon, a long way to come in from point. 3 for 17, Bavuma 9.
So my 16-year-old son, or 15, he turns 16 next month, is actually in the crowd today. He's a young fast bowler. He's actually taller than me too.
Yes.
But he was really excited to come today to watch the cricket and wanted to see the Aussies bowl. And earlier today he said, "Oh, Dad, but I want to see the Aussies bowl." I said, "Mate, don't worry about that. You will." And you'll see him bowl well. He's been treated along with everyone else.
Is he sat with the crew of yours wearing the outfit you're wearing right now, which we'll come to in a sec? Is that where he is?
No, he's actually up this end, just sort of in front of us, really.
In the members. Well, near enough. Here's Cummins, bowling here to Zondo, cutting hard, line in the gut. Well, a backward point in the end, diving across and saving 4. Bit of a crowd catch as well. Excellent from Lyon. It stays at 3 for 17. First time we've seen Cummins allow a cut shot to be played straight into the turf. So you are wearing a cricket outfit today.
I am. I'm actually part of a team. There's 120 in that team today. Part of the IF project, or the IF test match. It's a men's wellbeing charity that we've actually started based on Rudyard Kipling's If poem 120 year ago.
Cummins bowls, Zondo forward in defence.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, a guy a couple of years ago, Clint Hoffman, who started this, been supporting it for a number of years, and it's great. It's actually, as I said, the If poem by Rudyard Kipling talks about these 12 sort of steps from a father to a son, and the messaging there, really important. And what he's done is turned the if into a how through an app. He's actually got an animated version of it, and Jack Thompson narrates it. It's pretty special.
Fantastic. Sounds like a great cause. Cummins up to Zondo over the wicket. Zondo forward, pushing line again. Gets another touch at backward point, no run. So you're there in force today on, well, the opposite sides of the ground to where we are.
Yeah, 120 people today, all turned up, all dressed the same, and we've got a baggy If hat. It's a pink and blue.
That's quite good. I like the red button on the top.
Button on the top. So anyway, we've actually got a crew of 60 last year, 120 this year, and the plan is to get 1,000 here next year, and based on men's health.
So it's Cummins to Zondo bowls here. Zondo beaten outside the off stump. Just hang the bat outside the line. That's not a sustainable strategy. I don't expect. 3 for 17 is the score at this stage. Heels, talk us through that delivery.
Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. I thought it was shorter than I now know it was by watching the replay. Just perfect. About the 5th stump line, outside off stump, and very difficult. If you want to play it, good luck. If you want to leave it, you're pretty courageous as well. Casper, your vision will be to take out the whole day, won't it, at a test
Yeah,
match?
I think, well, Sydney's got the pink test. Let's see something blue up here in Brisbane.
Come back to it next over. Cummins bowl short to finish. Dangerous as well. Zondo just gets his helmet out of the way. So 3 for 17 at the end of the over. South Africa trail by 49. Zondo 3, Bavuma 9 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Kicking a goal might get your strut on. Getting the stuff you want gets your Snaffle strut on. Get what you want when you want with Snaffle and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test Cricket for Hosts Plus. That's a plus. Got Mike Kasprowicz talking with us about the men's mental wellbeing group If. He's here with today. Scott Boland from our Vulture Street end delivers here. Bavuma defending back to the bowler. Boland collects it, moving to his left. So how do we find you? What's the is there a social media handle or a website? Something?
Yeah, it was an app, and also a website that's been developed, but it's more around just raising, not so much money, but raising awareness. And I think one of the things for guys, we got to look after ourselves, but a bit better. I think even as an athlete, you've got all those resources in your team the whole time, and certainly when you finish, you go out there and you got to do it yourself.
Boland up here to Bavuma on 9. That's where he'll stay, shouldering up. So where is the app? What's it called? Give our listeners some instructions, Casper.
Yeah. So the If project, and certainly this test match, If we're just developing it. As I said, we're trying to actually build it up so that, of course, Sydney, we've had McGrath, the pink. It started with 1 day. Now it's a whole test match. And for me personally, it was so important to acknowledge men's well-being. We talk about mental health, and we talk about that sort of things. I just think if we talk well-being, it's a better way to describe it.
Boland here, Bavuma defending back down the pitch, no run.
And the reason being that, as far as guys, you have good days, bad days. And if we just talk about health, we talk about health, it's more often than not you think you're well or you're not. It's none or a gutful type thing. And I think that's where it's important. We call it well-being because there's good days, bad days. What the If app does, and certainly the whole purpose, was actually give men a tool in your pocket, in the form of the app, the information, just to go in there and help yourself.
Boland to Bavuma, defending again out to point, no run.
Yeah, so it's actually, like I said, we'd start with 1 day. We had 60 last year, 120 this year. And even part of it, one of the other groups I've been speaking to, and for me, I'd loved for the Gabba to really capture that around, for men's health, and maybe let's start with day 2 of the Gabba test. Day 3, I do know another men's health charity. It's a bloke thing. It's a prostate cancer charity. Is actually up there in the Queensland Cricketers Club. They're doing just an awareness program up through there.
Great to hear. Boland delivers again to Bavuma, driving for the second time in the session through cover. That shot's just as attractive. Out towards the rope it goes, and it'll have too much pace for Marnus Labuschagne to even put in a dive. So the first runs from Boland, a boundary. There for Rotoflex by Blunston. Bavuma up to 13. South Africa 3 for 21.
And if Bavuma keeps cover driving like that, we will be here on day 3.
Yes.
So we're going to need that. So it's a bloke thing. But you still want that positiveness from the batsman here. Not just poke and prod and all that, but, he's getting a good step forward and balance as he's hitting that. Good signs.
And the first response I saw from the Australian slips cordon was to clap. They didn't mind him getting driven for 4 there.
Yeah.
Boland's just got to tweak it a touch and he could have something.
His last delivery of the over, Boland. Oh, hits Bavuma on the pad, but it's over the top, so they pull out of the appeal. Just a boundary from the over. South Africa trail by 45. They're 3 for 21 on Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
A picture speaks 1,000 words, but the best fried chicken in town only needs one. Gummy. Gummy has created a chicken and beer culture with all the deliciousness you can fit into one bird. Gummy, the unmissable chicken. Visit gummychicken.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
Partnership of 16, just a quieter half an hour or so after an explosive start for the Australians. Now numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Cummins is going to continue his 8th over on the trot. Delivers here. Zondo beaten. That was wider of the off stump. Should be looking to leave those, Kasper.
Yeah, and trust the bounce is the key. We've seen the ball going through really nicely here on this Gabba wicket. The good side of it, though, for him is that he hasn't followed it. He's sort of played a line. And often they'll get themselves into trouble, the batsmen. They will nick it if they actually follow it, meaning that the bat is going horizontally at it. As it bounces and leaves the bat, I think that's the key. So he's not going to be too bothered, I don't think, the batsman.
Coming so consistent on that 4th stump line. Up again to Zondo, bowls here, leaves the line wider of the stumps. That time there was some great analysis that Trent Copeland pulled together during the first test in Perth, where Cummins, it isn't about his length. I mean, that varies. It's the line that he hits, and he can almost move it forward, move it back on will in that sort of 4th, 5th stump channel. And when he gets the ball back towards the right-hander, well, the stumps are in play, or the front pad moving away. They feel they need to play and fend, and that's behind the wicket catches are in the game.
I think he might be deploying something like that right now. He's getting it wide of off for a little period.
Cummins bowls to Zondo. Zondo defends. That's solid. Out towards cover, no single.
Because both these two right-handers bat in front of their stumps. That, especially Bavuma, he's over in front of off stump. His foot, his toes are on off stump. So get it wide for a little while, maybe a bumper or two, and then bang, a big LBW chance. If you starve them from hitting the ball for a little period of time, you might be a chance of having them miss one when you spear it in.
So Zondo's 3 from 29 balls in his 3rd test match. Cummins has a short leg now as well. Bowls here, drives through the offside. He's crunched that drive into the gap. Zondo's first boundary. That's for Rotoflex by Blunston. He's 7, 3 for 25. Nothing wrong with that, Kasper.
No, confident shot too. He's playing that from the crease. It's not like he's a long way forward, but he's balanced. He's still in the head, but powerful shot all of the way to the ground for 4.
They must see something in this guy, Heels, because his numbers are, well, they're modest. He averages 31 in first-class cricket. A couple of test matches, nothing really standing out from that. One of them was as a sub, actually, so only really the game at the Oval back in September. A double failure there. Cummins up to him. Right-hander beaten. Again on length. Might have just pulled inside the line at the last moment. for the second time in the over.
Yeah,
the
so
ball
Pat
floods into Carey's gloves.
Pat has to get that leg cutter going from his fuller length. It doesn't seem to be decking, but the shorter one does. But, yeah, they've got to have seen something in him. Where's the baby AB? Is he around?
Oh, don't even start, Heels. You're going to get me angry. Baby AB wasn't even available for the white ball team earlier this year in England.
Not available.
He was too busy playing with the Mumbai Indians development squad on a tour at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
good.
sorry.
So he might not get selected, eh?
Zondo's facing up. Cummins, back of a length, defends into the offside to win the 16th over. South Africa 3 for 25 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like a small car passenger service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $240. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. LMCT 8169. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Which Oil has been trusted for over 150 years. Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Got Mike Kasprowicz and Ian Healy with us for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat.
Have a look right now. Look where Bavuma's right foot is placed. He's not even in his stance. Now he is. And we're at mid-on. We can see all three stumps behind him.
Could be a shot for that Boland if he wants it. Delivers here, down the ground he tries to go, but Boland collects it from his bootstraps. No run, well fielded off his own bowling. They trail by 41. Yes, you asked about Baby AB in the previous over. I mean, he looks an extraordinary player from what we've seen in 2020 cricket, but it feels that's the way he's going as a specialist, and whether he even plays in the Proteas setup, it's pretty unclear at this point in time, which will be an ongoing problem for South African cricket, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to Jonty about it through the course of the day, that they've only got 28 Test matches in the next 5 years. They don't play a single series after this that's more than 2 Test matches in the next WTC cycle. Boland up to the crease, delivers here, beating Bavuma, who fends at one outside the off stump. That's where Boland gets players into trouble.
And he was a touch straight the ball before, driven convincingly. Then he changes his line to go with his length immediately, Boland. That's called form.
It's dragged him into the shot. Being that fuller length immediately, the eyes light up a bit more, and he's sort of looking to prop on that front foot, but that slightly wider line meant that he wasn't going to be able to control it.
3 slips of gully for Boland. Vulture street end. Delivers here. Again, he's beaten. Bavuma trying to play the right line, trying to cover the off stump in case it jags back, but that stands up off the seam into the gloves of Carey. Classy stuff from Boland. He started this spell well.
It's great to watch. Great to watch that fuller length. I think there's a real rewards to be had there.
I mean, that is full enough that he has to play watching it back. For Valvoline, the original engine oil, this is a real working over. You've got 3 through the covers. But when it's not bat on ball, it's going past the edge. Boland delivers. Bavuma defends from the middle stump. So just to finish that point, Heels, that is going to be a major challenge, the lack of Test cricket for, and even take someone like Kahisa Rabada at the peak of his powers, but even if he plays 5 more years of Test cricket, there just won't be the chance to do as much as he did in the previous 5.
Are they not doing enough to get the right series?
Well, there's a priority, the January window, where they've played a lot of Test cricket over the years, including last summer when India were there. And that's now going to be eaten up entirely by the new SAT20.
Yeah, but you can play in February, can't you?
And March. They're playing the Windies for 2 in March. Boland delivers, and for the inside part of the bat, there'll be a single to mid-wicket. They take on Cummins, who hits the stumps, but by that stage, Zondo's comfortably through and beyond the stumps, so they won't check it out. 3 for 26, they trail by 40.
So, Colin, you were saying that they're actually only playing 2 Test series.
That's it. They're done
2
with
match.
3. After this is it. This is the last 3 Test series for them.
For 5 years.
Well, for the next,
there's no
at least
deciders.
the next World Test Championship cycle that starts next June and goes through for 2 years. Yeah. There'll be no 3 Test match series in that.
So,
for them.
Okay.
Which is increasingly common for countries.
You mean at home or home or away?
Full stop.
They should be able to negotiate a better deal against England than that, eh?
But go to England in that cycle. Boland delivers, and that's gone past the edge as well. We'll return to this. Zondo beaten all ends up to finish. He's 7, Bavuma's 14. South Africa 3 for 26 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
At Werribee Isuzu Ute, the service doesn't stop when you drive off the lot. With next day service bookings, Werribee Isuzu Ute is always ready when you are. They are your one-stop Isuzu Ute shop with servicing and repairs, new tyres and loan utes for tradies with tow pack and ladder racks, so you don't miss a minute on site. Don't settle for less. Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au. LMCT 114.
South Africa trail by 40 runs. SEN Test Cricket's the host plus. That's a plus. Cummins again. He's 9th over on the trot. 3 slips in a gully. Bowls here pushing forward is Bavuma. Out to the covers, no run. So you combine one-day cricket and T20 cricket. South Africa played the 3rd fewest internationals in the next cycle of the Future Tours program, behind only Ireland and Zimbabwe. And the new 16 T20 tournament will take out all of January, which is why they've forfeited their one-dayers against Australia that were meant to be in January. But they've said that's more of a priority, which means they will now need to go through the repechage to make the 50-over World Cup in October. They're not going to make automatic qualification. So they'll play against the Associate Nations for a chance to be in the World Cup. Yeah, it'll be a slightly higher standard than that, but you're right. Cummins bowls and pushing into the offside. Quick single, taking on Labuschagne, and they're through. Well run by Bavuma, who's 15.
What about Sweden?
3 for 27.
What about Sweden?
It's a slightly more competitive competition than that, because only 8 of the 10 are automatic qualifiers, and the other 2 are made up of the next division, which South Africa will fall into.
Because we have the Sweden head coach, don't we?
Yes, we do, but they're not
in the
quite
SEN
in that part.
team. No, okay.
That would be nice if they did make it to that level of associate cricket.
He bagged their fielding yesterday.
He did, didn't he?
So Cummins to Zondo.
Said the chocolate was good, though.
33 balls for his 7. Zondo, fielders everywhere. Short ball underneath it. He's got the short leg if Zondo wants to fend at one. Not there, he won't. Stays at 3 for 27.
And it's Jonty Rhodes we're talking about. He's coaching in Sweden, and he just refuses to go to the ABBA Museum.
You've been there. You've been there.
Yeah, I have.
I'm listening to you.
He walks past it all the time.
Why would you?
Mate, go in.
Got to.
I
spent, this is going to sound, why not? We may as well do it. I've covered Eurovision in Sweden.
Yeah, that's right.
In Stockholm. A big ABBA presence.
Right.
Met Loreen, who won Eurovision in 2012. Swede.
Okay.
Big week. Don't say nothing covering Eurovision. Cummins bowls, pulling with some authority as Zondo out towards deep backward square. That's his 2nd boundary. Got plenty of that. Inside the line, committed to the shot nice and early. They're 3 for 31. He moves into double figures. Zondo 11, Bavuma 15.
Impressed.
Shot.
Getting inside the line there and in full control. Seen that with his driving, and he's a short man.
It's a Noe as well from Pat. Well over. See it back on the replay screen for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. So Zondo building in confidence. 2 fours for him the last couple of overs. Long spell this from Cummins in his 9th over. Bowls here. Zondo leaves alone outside the off stump. This might be the last over of his spell. A couple of balls left in this set.
But he's looked pretty good, I think. He's sort of like doesn't get a long way forward on his short man, is Zondo. Not a lot of movement, but he's still when he's hitting the ball. I've seen that with his cover drives, but also with that hook shot.
What's your favourite ABBA track, Heels?
Oh, Fernando. Can you hear the drums, Fernando? What else was there? Waterloo. That was a Eurovision thing we pulled out.
1974. Yes. Who came second?
Oh,
that's a trivia question. Cummins bowls here, leaving alone outside
Billy
the
Joel, I think it was.
It was Olivia Newton-John
Was it
representing
really?
the UK. That's enough for me on Eurovision.
Wow. I forgot what I was going to say.
So we've got 27
back to the cricket.
Back to the cricket. Let's do
you
that.
know, the qualification things. And I'm critical of Australia plenty of times. I think we've given February up too easily.
Yeah.
To pre-season football, and we're not going to keep punching through there. Our last test used to be early February. People forget that.
Absolutely.
So we could play plenty more cricket in Feb.
And Cummins to finish his over, left alone outside the off stump. It's over, and drinks called on the field. Zondo 11. Bavuma 15. They trail by 34 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. They're 3 for 32. And after the Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break, Gerard Whateley will be jumping into commentary.
If you'd prefer to role-play elf in distress than kiss under the mistletoe, Sexyland have exclusive Christmas gifts and offers on Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot, cool man. Take me now, Sexyland.
Sexyland.com.au. If you'd prefer to role-play elf in distress than kiss under the mistletoe, Sexyland have exclusive Christmas gifts and offers on Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery.
Take me now, hot, cool man. Take me now,
Sexyland. Sexyland.com.au.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years. Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
He's edging, he's caught brilliantly by Green in the gully. He tried to remove the bat, it flew off the face. Green up above his head with the wingspan and the safe hands hold it in.
Delivers again to Bavuma, driving for the second time in the session through cover. That shot's just as attractive. Out towards the rope it goes. Short leg now as well. Bowles here, drive through the offside. Crunch that drive into the gap. Zondo's first boundary.
This is the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia picked out 1 wicket in this session, and then there's good resistance from Bavuma, who's on 15, and Zondo, who's on 11. South Africa 3 for 32, having trailed by 66 at the innings change. The Richies are up and playing some trumpets. So the Stormtroopers yesterday, the Richies today. In the experts' chair, where are we here? No, we must have done that. Jonty Rhodes. Hello, Jonty.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Good.
Very well. So a bit of resistance?
A bit of resistance, not going forward in a hurry, but taking small steps in the right direction at this stage.
Yes, as eradicating the deficit is proving a challenge. But for a little while there, it looked like it could spin right out of control at 3 for 5. So now 3 for 32. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
I must confess, I did get a bit nervous when Scotty Boland took the ball. I was kind of thinking 1 or 2. How many wickets this over? Please, no more.
Yep. I thought he had Zondo right in his sights in that first over, and he did well to survive it, and then has not only been sound in his defence, but he's hit out a couple of times. The pull shot off Cummins in particular was excellent. Scott Boland to resume after the drinks break. He's in from the Vulture Street end. He's right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to Bavuma, who drives him away through mid-off. Labuschagne always dogged in pursuit. He'll slide in and keep it to 2 as Bavuma hustles back. 3 for 33.
Yeah, it's good to see this from South Africa. We know that Australia had obviously spoken about the lengths that they bowl, maybe possibly too short, and we've seen a fuller length bowled, which means you will get the opportunity to drive the ball. And it's in a scenario where you can't be just too concerned about preserving your wicket or not getting out. If you get half a chance, we need to keep the scoreboard ticking. We, South Africa, need to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
3 slips ready themselves. Boland to Bavuma, who runs the ball past Gully. Green slides in and stops. There was just a little while there where the ball was in Green's vicinity all the way through, and when he took that catch, I did think of you. Thought if there's anyone who could admire that work, it'll be Jonty Rhodes.
I'm just admiring it. There's no ways I would have reached. Not the wingspan at all. on top of his height as well. So it was a great grab. I mean, he's taking catches low on his ankles. You expect a tall guy to be able to reach the higher ones, but for me, I've been really impressed. Cyril out of here in the first innings, and then even in the games against the West Indies and Adelaide. Superb catch in the day-night game.
Yeah, he's got that down pat. Boland to Zondo, forward in defence. Out onto the front foot. And maybe we should walk through a little bit of this South African batting from the start. So Elgar, LBW, Cummins. So first innings down the leg side, which would have been really annoying, but Cummins got him fair and square LB.
Yeah, umpires call clipping the top, you know, especially on this kind of surface, you kind of think unless it's a really full delivery, the umpire might think it's going to go over the top of the stumps. Sorry, I'm a South African talking about this dismissal, and it did just clip the top of the stumps.
Boland in. Zondo was on the move. He ends up ducking a bouncer.
Yeah, quite interesting, because watching him earlier, he's actually come out of his crease. So he's standing half a foot out of his crease, trying to negate that good length, that nagging length that Scotty Boland. Not the quickest. He's bowling in, what, the high 120s. But he's got that area under, the sort of landing area under control. So for Zondo, he's trying to throw him off his length by coming out of his crease. They haven't seen him advance down at the bowler before. Good response.
Boland around his mark. And back in at Zondo, who's wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking. No. Maybe inside edge. That was the sound, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely two sounds. But Zondo, no movement. What's been the downfall of most of the South African batters so far in this game has been the lack of movement, indecisiveness, stuck in the crease. Zondo was pretty much shuffled back onto his stumps. Full-length delivery, big inside edge, onto the pads. The Australians, they went up, but then you double noise, bat pad.
The replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. 3 for 35 it stays, with one to come in the Boland over. He delivers to Zondo, who's leaning forward and defending the ball to line at points. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers, 3 for 35.
If you're a football fanatic, then you know it's not safe taking the field without a really good keeper. And believe us, it's the same with your crypto exchange. Try Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange, trusted by over 9 million users. With Kraken, your crypto is in safe hands. Talk about a keeper. Start your crypto journey with Kraken. To get in the game, visit kraken.com or download the Kraken app today. That's Kraken with a K.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Nathan Lyon has been brought into the attack. His bounce created quite the problems in the first innings. That was yesterday, 3 for 14. So he gets a look at things now at 3 for 35.
Yeah, he's going to be attacking it just because he's not a pace bowler on a green wicket. The South Africans can't let their guard down. He is such an experienced player, Nathan Lyon. Had a fantastic summer already. Looking to add to it. Short leg gully, David Warner, leg gully, Steve Smith, first slip. Because Nathan Lyon, if he gets that bounce, not every ball does turn. South Africans, he did that for Kyle Verreynne in the first innings. Caught a first slip, the ball went straight on. Mid-off cover, backward point. Mid-on, mid-wicket, just behind square on the boundary. Very attacking though. 3 men close to the bat.
Lyon ready to go. Stanley Street ends. He's over the wicket. Pavuma's on 18 and he's leaning on the ball, keeping it away from Smith at first slip. Boland cuts it off at short third man, no run.
Straight away, he's on not just the length, but the line. Because if it turns from there, short leg is in play. It was always a concern the first innings. He started, his line was too straight.
Lyon a hop to start, makes his approach, he bowls. Pavuma's down to sweep, it ballooned up. Smith had a fly at it, he couldn't quite haul it in. There was a lot of excitement around the wicket, I suspect for nothing, but exciting nonetheless.
Exciting nonetheless. Nathan Lyon, with his control, he always brings that. Always asking questions, always probing.
Yes, no bat or glove in the previous. Pavuma's a bit more circumspect this point as he defends to cover. It's hard to concentrate when Marnus is going on like that.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Lots of noise. You can tell who's on top.
Yes, you can. You can. Lion bowls. Bavuma back around the corner through the legs of Marnus under the helmets. And a single taken out into the deep. 3 for 36.
Come on, lads. Yeah, straight away. No let up for the South Africans. There might not be pace bowler coming at you, but he's probing, asking questions. Good turn, good bounce.
Zondo's turn. He's on 11. Lion is at him. He's down to sweep, and he does it well. Heads a deep backward square. Leans down to field. Single taken. 3 for 37. That's Warner at leg slip. Smith's slip. Labuschagne under the helmet at bat pads. And again, a sweep from Bavuma, who gets it cleanly away to head in the deep. So singles off the last 3 balls of the over. 3 for 38. The Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. This middle session on day 2 for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. South Africa 3 for 38. Zondo is 12, Bavuma's on 20. He has the strike. Scott Boland 4 overs, none for 8. He bowls and Bavuma digs out the Yorker. So just to go back to the batting we've seen so far. Elgar's, the corresponding figures is the deterioration in his batting average while he's been captain. Do you subscribe that the leadership has come at a toll to his batting? Is it circumstance? Is it coincidence?
I think it's coincidence. You know, he's he really is a nuggety batter. A similar sort of character. He's not somebody, he's always been a leader within the team, even without being the captain. So I don't think the captaincy is playing a negative role.
Boland in, Bavuma's beaten on the outside edge.
Dean Elgar's been playing in some tough conditions in the UK. And here, this first test match, if you're an opening batter, we've seen now with the ball a little bit older, it makes life a little bit easier batting in the middle order. But when you go now to open the batting against this quality Australian attack with a new ball on this kind of surface, you're a skillful player or a lucky one to survive that first session. Probably a combination of both.
Yes, it wouldn't go astray, would it? Van der Dussen got bowled through the gate by Stark, so it was a fine piece of fast bowling. There was a gaping hole between bat and pads. He was gone without scoring. Bavuma's on 20, Boland to him, inside edge off the pads, squirts away through square. Off goes head, they'll get back for 2. As the Australian arrives to field. 3 for 39.
Yeah, Van der Dussen's dismissal, it was a fantastic delivery. The only thing is, Van der Dussen, if you watch that gap between bat and pad, his bat was actually tracking the ball. They would just go straight on with the left hand, and we know Stark brings the ball back. So, you know, you talk about, was it unlucky, was it good delivery? I think it was a combination of good delivery, but slightly poor technique. If you leave that much of a gap on this sort of surface, the ball's going to find a way through.
Boland in. Bavuma brings the bat inside the line, I fancy, at the last. And then Arvea caught green. He was trying to leave, but he did get a working over. Cummins did him over progressively straight after the lunch break, got him for 3.
Yeah, and in the first innings, he left really well. I thought he was, you know, his shot selection was good. The way that he left, he was determined to get through. He got almost an unplayable. He tried not to play it. The ball not only jagged, it also bounced on him. And then Cameron Green, a fantastic catch. Nobody else in the field would have caught it.
Bavuma faces up. He's beaten, played and missed. It's a fraction away from his body. His Boland is asking good questions.
Yeah, good length from Boland, but possibly because he got driven in the previous over, he's pulled it back slightly.
Yeah.
you know, it looks like it's going past the bat. But on this kind of surface, if you're half a yard fuller, you got Bavuma driving at it as opposed to soft hands defending, you are in with a shout. If it goes down through extra cover, we saw Rabada bowling drives that come straight back, not so much risk. But if you're driving the ball through extra cover, on this surface, I think as a bowler, you're quite happy to see the batter doing that.
Square leg drops back for the last ball of the over. Bavuma will see it from Boland. It's right up, kept out. Cummins closes, but a single taken. Maybe that shot through a fraction low. Bavuma's 23, 3 for 41 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Who's ready for a super weekend? Super Round Melbourne is back in 2023, bringing all 12 Super Rugby Pacific teams to Melbourne for one supercharged weekend, thanks to Fiji Airways. All the action happens live at Amy Park from March 3rd. See the best Super Rugby players from New Zealand, Australia and the Pacific, plus entertainment from Ausrock legends like Daryl Braithwaite, Russell Morris and more. Don't miss the Super Rugby Super Round Melbourne March 3 to 5, presented by Fiji Airways. Get your tickets at Ticketek.
SEN Test Cricket, this session of play, real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser. 3 for 41. Lyon is bowling from the Stanley Street end. Bavuma's on 23 as he faces up to the off-field, and he's got everything together, taking the run as he defends the ball out near Khawaja. He ends up fielding at points.
Interesting to see here that David Warner has dropped back from that leg slip position to deep or short 45 because of the bounce, the extra bounce. So these two players, Zondo and Bavuma, both like to sweep, and with the extra bounce, Warner could be in business.
Searching for that top edge. Zondo faces up, stands upright, lets it pass close to the off stump. Little bit of a yelp. Off goes a bail. It's Carey. He doesn't have a career stumping yet, Alex Carey. He's got the he brought 43 catches in after 9 dismissals in Adelaide, and added a couple in that first innings. Yet to find a stumping. Line over the wicket. Zondo back, keeps it out somehow or other, up off the body. It falls down at his toes.
Yeah, I suppose if you're keeping to Nathan Lyon, if he beats the batter in flight, he's going to bowl him more often than present a stumping chance. Sadly for Mr. Carey.
Like this, guys. Come on, boys.
Definitely a reflection of his keeping abilities.
Lyon bowls. Zondo forward defending. And what there was in that first innings when Smith took the catch from Lyon to remove Verena, it was the record for an Australian bowling and fielding pair other than a wicketkeeper. So it had been Taylor and Warne, and now it is Smith and Lyon with 52 across their years together. Zondo is back and turning the ball to Warner. Out short backward square, no run.
Come on, Gary. Come on, 4-5 for 40, 4-5 50. Come on. Come on here. Come on.
Carey's always got a score in his mind. And he gives the call as Zondo plays back and defends Lyon. So 1 from the over, 3 for 42. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Australia's bowling figures: Stark 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6. Cummins 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Lyon 2 overs, no maidens, none for 4. And Scott Boland 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. He is on his way and he bowls to Bavuma, who leaves. Good carry through to Carey. All our stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Jonty Rhodes is joined by Michael Kasprowicz. Welcome back, Michael.
Oh, it's great to be back here. It's been exciting Test match so far. We've seen some wonderful fast bowling, some determined batting in their partnerships. I've just got a sense right now that these two batsmen right now, Bavunda and Zondo, really need to get something going.
And they put the brakes on the game at least. The deficit is still 24. Bavuma faces up to Boland. He's playing tip and run out through cover. Lyon and Labuschagne are both in pursuit. They thought about two. Lovely little parry up from Lyon to Labuschagne. And Bavuma sensed the danger and called off the jam. 3 for 43.
I was listening before Simon Katich was talking about the batting mindset. You know, in a position here, we've got world-class bowling, finding runs really hard to collect. But Cato actually talked about just small targets. Let's get next 10 runs. Let's find 10, and then 10 becomes 20. And that's the way you build a partnership. Jonty, how do they do it?
Yeah, I think this rotating the strike is important, knowing that Australia is going to bowl slightly fuller, capitalising on that.
2 in the deep, Zondo on strike. Boland did go the bouncer. He was having none of it. Carey at full stretch, hauls it in.
I like the way that Zondo's come out to crease, trying to unsettle. Did you say he's got none for Scotty Boland? None. Second innings.
So rare.
It is. He's bowled how many overs?
Sixth over.
Oh, my goodness.
30 balls without a wicket.
Without a wicket. Second innings.
He's gone off the boil.
He has. I think there's that Zondo. Well, Zondo, I really like the fact that he's trying to unsettle him, which does show intent. But I think with regards to that question, Casper, is that, you know, when you get half an opportunity, you do have to score runs. You can't just stick around. Yes, put the brakes on.
Boland in. Zondo leans forward, defends out to mid-on. Labuschagne fields, no run.
Zondo played an incredible cover drive. Not much foot movement, but hit through the line.
Yeah.
And that for me was really positive. He does play, because he also played a lot of his cricket in Durban on the lawn. He plays square of the wicket really well. Great to see him pulling Pat Cummins in that previous over. I know it was towards the end of a rather long spell, but that's the sort of intent that you need to show.
Yeah, and I think that positivity in his, not taking chances, but just when it's on offer, is taking it, not just sitting back and having a poke and a prod at it.
Mitch Stark is warming up down at fine leg. Boland is on the clock. Zondo leaves him outside the off stump.
I think the key there is if you're playing to your strengths. I mean, you picked in the team for what you've done for your state side, and if you continue to play, obviously high intensity, but if you're playing to your strengths, and if you do get out to it, you know, it's understandable, as opposed to he's danced down the wicket and tried to hit him over the top. He's playing the game that he knows.
Yep.
And that's what you want. You want guys to put their strengths away, because they now feel they can't afford to give their wicket away.
Yeah, and that was it. This is what we're seeing right now. And those small totals, and 3 for 43 now. And we're 3 for 5.
Open in his stance, faces up. It's Zondo. It's through onto the pads. Boland pleads. It's not there for him. It's the end of the over. 1 from it. Quick little conversation happening. No, they'll let it be. 3 for 43 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Healy has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Healy Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Healy.com.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Lyon begins the fresh over. Bavuma has the strike. He's blocking the ball to cover. The previous ball from Scotty Boland, again an inside edge onto the pads. He's had 2 good yelps for LBW, but there was willow in both of them. Deep backward square. Warner short fine leg for the top edge on the sweep. Bavuma, it's into the pad as he comes forward to defend. Not a lot of interest other than from Marnus.
Don't go, Gaza.
Well, the interesting thing now, because you've almost taken the sweep out of the equation, bring in a bat pad on the offside as well. So you don't need someone in the covers. You're not bowling half volleys.
Bavuma faces out, Lyon to him. He's backing away, clouts the ball off an under edge. To cover, no run.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. And I think it's that line. It's got to be that outside off line. There is a little bit of turn on offer there for Lyon. But get him playing and pushing at the ball in front. Then he can't control it. Little bat pad in silly point would be handy.
Line again. Bavuma's reverse sweeping, and he beats Boland and picks up a boundary. It's always audacious, particularly in a match like this. Bavuma is 29. The deficit is now 19. a boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston.
Yeah, listen, if you're if you low centre of gravity,
right,
playing the reverse, playing the reverse sweep is not a bad option. I mean, I understand the situation of the Test match, but from a risk point of view, we want to be positive. Instead of dancing down the wicket and walking past a straight one, not a bad option.
Lyon on the follow-up. Bavuma stays upright, plays back onto the pads, out. Selby W. Lyon gets his man immediately after the boundary. Bavuma's resistance is broken at 29. It's 4 for 47. The clock ticks. Bavuma is going to send it upstairs. The DRS for Biz Cover, business insurance made easy.
This looked like it turned a fair bit, actually, and it might have even kept low.
So we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
There's a lot that hangs on this, with South Africa still in arrears.
So we've spoken about the divots from that first day's play affecting the bounce. This definitely stayed low. We've got turn, and maybe Bavuma's hoping too much turn, but really low.
Really low.
Okay, close to the inside edge, but let's just check leg side hotspot, please.
He doesn't have much further to go to get to the stumps.
No. Okay, nothing on hotspot. Let's just confirm that with Snicko, please.
It's definitely not going over. Side on the shoulder. Hit Temba Bavuma under the pad roll.
Okay.
Any part
Just
of
take
the leg
that right
stump,
back, please.
and this
Okay.
is out.
Keep it going through, please. Keep it going through. Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. To go to ball tracking when ready, please.
It's a huge moment of the day's play. Has Lyon got Bavuma?
Ball tracking, covered it now.
Yes,
Pitch
he
it
does.
outside off. Impacting line wickets is umpire's call. Chris Stavia, original decision of out. You're on screen, signal now.
A good solid chunk of leg stump being taken by that. Chris Gaffney's call is vindicated. And Temba Bavuma is out for 29. South Africa 4 for 47. It's grim.
It is grim. And he's played really, really well, Temba Bavuma. Frustrated, the ball turned, it stayed slightly low. Not something that you can blame the batter for. He put up great resistance, but Nathan Lyon, he's just on the money all the time. The key for me there again is at the sort of length that Bavuma was sweeping earlier. So the fact that David Warner has gone to that 45 on the leg side, it's taken the sweep out of the occasion for Bavuma.
Yeah. I think that we spoke about that line outside, as I said, and really looking, you would have thought that getting the batsman playing on the front foot, pushing at it. There he's playing it from the crease, and with the ball just not bouncing as much as he expected, and that was his downfall.
Would be interesting if it did hit one of those, because we've spoken about, you know, the first innings, even though the bounce, there was a lot of lateral movement, the bounce was consistent, so you could trust the bounce. A lot of guys left the ball over the top of middle stump, over the top of off stump, because they could trust the bounce.
Yep.
And, you know, a couple of guys were just saying those divots or those marks from the ball on day one make the bounce a little bit inconsistent. Hits either side of those and it stays low or it bounces up.
Yeah, right.
It was a shooter. So Verena is out in the middle. If he stays there for any length of time, he will propel South Africa to a lead at least. Boland has come down under us for the reverse sweep. So he's come down to third man.
You don't see that often.
No,
do
you do not. Lyon bowls, Verena defends. The last ball of a successful over. 4 for 47. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers with Adam Collins coming in.
Bataki, Bataki, Bataki. A special dining occasion isn't truly special without a Bataki leg ham.
Insist on a famous Bataki leg ham.
Available at leading supermarkets and delicatessens.
Bataki, simply the best.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Healy has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Healy Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Healy.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Scott Boland is going to continue from our Vulture Street end with South Africa losing their 4th wicket in the previous over. Nathan Lyon trapping Bavuma in front for 29. Got Jonty, Rhodes and Mike Kasprowicz with me for another over. Our experts for Anaconda. Boland, 2 slips to gully into Zondo. He's still there on 12. Delivers here, Zondo forward. Work will be done by the man at deep point. They get a single. He's 13. 4 for 48. You know what this means, Jonty?
Well, I was asking.
Scott Boland's bowling average has just ticked above 11. And as Gerard and I know from experience, whenever that happens, there's nothing more certain than him taking a wicket. This has been the lived experience over 5 Test matches now.
I was asking because it's been a while, and the second innings, and he actually hasn't taken the wicket. Didn't want to jinx the South Africans.
And Bavuma, it's been a story of his starts, hasn't it? I mean, there are so many scores for him between 30 and 50. It make it even higher than that, 30 and 70. It's just about, for him, being able to take games away from oppositions. Boland here, bowling to Verena. His first delivery. Verena caught and second slip. It's always Scotty Boland. He never misses out. Straight into the waiting hands of Stephen Smith. Verena's gone for a duck. South Africa in the hole again there, 5 for 48. Scotty be good.
Most importantly, Scotty has been good. Under 10 again. Carl Verena, he started in the first innings with difficulty. He didn't move much. He was beaten a couple of times. He got inside edges. So again, he hasn't moved his feet at all. Stuck on the crease. He got away with it in the first dig. From a South African point of view, no such luck second time around. Out for a 2-ball duck, Carl Verena.
After making a half-century in the first innings, he's walking off without adding to that. And it still leaves South Africa in the red, and they're halfway gone. And, well, we stopped talking about 2-day Test matches for a time, Jonty, but I'm afraid to say that's back where we are. 18 runs behind, and they're exposed. They went with 5 bowlers. That means that Big Marco Jansen, with a first-class and Test average of 20, walking out at 7. This could get ugly.
Could get ugly. So I am wearing my glasses. Did I miss something?
I'm trying to be just a little bit kind.
Thank you very much.
Endeavouring.
You want me to come back for the next test in... yeah, not tomorrow.
Well, we'll see.
Next week.
Yes, it's been that kind of day. Scott Boland, 1 for 13 from his 6.2. I'm not sure whether that takes him beneath 10, but it will in a set, Kasper. It's a matter of time.
Well, hold on a tick. We've got lower order batting to come. 5 more wickets in the shed.
Good point.
And isn't he a 2 and 3 wicket taker per over kind of guy?
Well, he took a triple wicket maiden last week, a double wicket maiden.
Yeah.
He took a double wicket maiden at Sydney earlier this year, first Test of the year. A double wicket maiden at Melbourne to start his Test career. I think he might have got one in Tassie as well, Kasper.
Well, we're fine here because it was one of the first ball, wasn't there? So we're okay.
True enough.
You know what we haven't seen at the Gabba for a while? A hat-trick.
Got to go back a dozen years to Peter Siddle on his 26th birthday.
Shivers down my spine.
So
stop it.
Marco Jansen, who is being asked to do an awful lot for this South African side at the moment. Facing his first delivery. All eyes on Scotty Boland. Delivers here, pushed into the onside. Pat Cummins collects that mid-on, no run. Seeing fit to look at the number of balls in this Test match. There have been 638 balls in this Test so far. So in overs terms, we're in the 107th over. It's conceivable that not only will this be a 2-day Test, but this might be one of the quickest Test matches of all time in terms of getting a result and not being destroyed by rain. It's got that kind of energy at the moment, Kasper.
Well, there's plenty of energy, not just on the field, but off the field. Plenty of excitement for this great crowd. Seeing something pretty special here today.
Boland, 3 slips in a gully. Jansen bowls him! Scotty Boland is on fire. He's barreling through the South African middle order. 6 for 48. A 2-ball duck for Verena. A 2-ball duck for Jansen. South Africa still 18 runs behind. He's looking up at the scoreboard, wondering how it happened. Well, here's why it happened. Scotty Boland knows exactly what he's doing on this surface. Oh, what a gem of a delivery, Michael Kasprowicz.
Well, he just shows what consistency does. He hits at that area. It's like a shoebox, just outside off stump, the right length. And once again, just showing us what he can do. It's so good. It's great to be here. I mentioned the crowd loving it. I think they were loving it up here in the commentary box also.
How can you not? What a story it is, Jonty. I mean, it's incredible, this Scott Boland phenomenon. It continues every time he picks up the ball for Australia.
Jonty Rhodes is like the South African middle order batting. He's about to leave the stadium. Going far away. Got to cry in a corner somewhere. Oh, wow. But it is. The areas that he hits on this kind of surface, Incredible.
Well, just the consistency, that's the point. Like, he doesn't get carried away, and that's what normally happens when people play here in Brisbane at the Gabba. You like to see the ball bounce and carry through and get carried. It does get carried away, seeing the keeper taking the ball on the up. But just his length, it's perfect. It's just on the slightly fuller side of a good length.
And the interesting thing is, in that last partnership, just before Bavuma got out, he kind of dragged it back slightly because Zondo came at him, came out of his crease and slightly disrupted him. But once he settles back into it, unplayable.
Who's next? Keshav Maharaj.
Who's as in to bat or Victor?
For Scotty.
Oh, for okay. Well, next to bat for South Africa.
You couldn't rule out the innings victory here either. They still need 18 runs to make Australia bat again. Scott Boland, the sun's shining here at the Gabba. On the way to Maharaj, delivers here. It's full and delivered back down the pitch. Pat Cummins collects at mid-on and everyone just takes a big, deep breath.
Salt in the wounds. Haven't gone past the score. Can't count out innings victory.
He's taken. His average is still above 10. I'm afraid he's taken. He's taken 25 for 258 in Test cricket. So you can do the maths on that. 10 and a bit. He needs one more to go under that number again. It seems foretold. 2 wickets in the over. He just loves doing this in clumps. Maharaj. Waiting for him. Boland delivers. He's forward, pushing out towards extra cover. Labuschagne does the fielding. Maharaj is off the mark with a single. Zondo down the other end on 13. South Africa 6 for 49. They trail by 17 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. I welcome Bharat Sundaresan to the second expert chair with Mike Kasprowicz. We said goodbye to Jonty Rhodes. He may not get back on in this Test match.
Of course
this could end before he's back on.
Yeah. We're going to have a 5-session Test match. We still have a lot of time to go for tea. Almost 20 minutes?
That's a good point. They've lost 3 for 1 in this particular collapse.
And, you know, as we've seen, Scott Boland never takes just 1 wicket in an over. It's at least 2.
There's got to be something to this. I mean, that is, by my count, at least the 5th time, maybe the 6th time.
Yeah.
He's taken more than 1 wicket in and over in Test cricket. It's only his 5th match.
He's done it in 3 consecutive innings in this summer. 3 in that 1 over in Adelaide. 2 in the first innings here.
In Sydney and Melbourne last summer. Line delivers here. Start of a new over. Maharaj driving through the covers. Finds a gap. Work to do for the captain Cummins, speeding after it. They'll get a couple. And they pass 50. 6 for 51 South Africa. They still trail by 15 though. Maharaj 3.
And really nice shot to bring up that 50. Line with that ball full outside off stump, just looking to get that turn. We saw one keep a little bit low to get the LBW decision before, but nice and confident bit of work there.
Nathan Lyon's got a slipper leg, slip and a short leg. To Maharaj, he's forward and defending. Every ball the chat.
Well, there's buzz, isn't there? There's an energy to it, and it's only natural when you've got the opposition 6 for 51. But it's one of the things I think the South Africans, even with the ball in hand, they seem a bit low, a bit flat. Jonty spoke about it in the field.
Line delivers. Maharaj goes back in defence. No run. Just another quick one on quick Test matches. By my count, if they win this in the next 3 overs, lot to ask, but it's possible with Scotty bowling.
Of course.
It'll be the quickest completed Test match of all time.
Wow.
That's an outside possibility. 656 balls was that, and we're up to in the 640s at the moment. Line delivers. Maharaj down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Carey parries it away to leg slip with Warner fielding with that baggy green on top of his wide-brimmed hat.
And on a serious note, Adam, I mean, yes, the pitch will be discussed a lot, but the last time South Africa played an international match on Australian soil, we were there in Adelaide when they lost to the Netherlands.
Yeah, good point. Line over the wicket. Maharaj forward in defence. No silly points. Was able to play it in that area. No run.
And that led to a proper inquisition in South African cricket. A lot of people question the future of South African cricket itself. I know we're getting excited about this bowling attack. If they go down in less than 2 days here, this could be a big problem for South Africa.
It was the major fear coming in that their batting just wouldn't be up to it. Line, last ball to Maharaj here. Maharaj on 3, and he'll stay there, deflecting into the onside. 6 for 51 at the end of the over. On the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. They're still 15 runs behind.
Hey. Hi. Yeah, nice to... sorry, you go. No, you go. Yeah, this is my first date since my relationship ended. Time for a new chapter.
Oh, me too.
Well, I already like you. Should we move in together? Get a dog. Actually, I love you. Oh. Will you marry me?
Change is easier when you go all in. Like getting yourself a stylish Volkswagen Model Year 22 T-Cross 85 TSI Live from $32,990 drive away.
Maybe we should try for kids. Maybe 4, 6. I'll take your name.
Can I get the bill?
Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit volkswagen.com.au.
It's Scotty Boland again. He's bowling from our Vulture Street end. He's got a couple of slips. Gully, deep point. 2 men out for the short ball on the leg side as well. So giving Zondo the single if he wants it early in the over. Boland delivers, and Zondo off his thigh pad into the onside. No run. Bharat, sure as night follows day, there'll be criticism of the Gabba pitch.
Yes.
We know that because when tests finish quickly, that's the logical place that people look. But that's, I don't think, been the lived experience.
Not at all. Not at all. I think the bowling's been of another level from both teams. The batting's been of a very low quality from South Africa, yes. But that has contributed a lot to it. Yes, there are some divots. Yes, of course, there's a lot of moisture on the pitch yesterday. But that's only incidental.
Boland to Zondo. He's 13. Delivers here. Zondo, back of a length. Rides the bounce down to the offside. No run.
Yeah, I'm actually... It stings a bit. Obviously growing up here in Queensland as a proud Queenslander, spending my entire career playing here at the Gabba. And just for... people will start saying, oh, the Gabba green top and all that. I said at the start of the test, I said, don't believe the hype. It's a beautiful cricket wicket. And I think what we have seen is, as you said, Bharat, is exceptional skills with the way that Australia have bowled and put themselves in this position.
Boland in to Zondo on 13. Delivers here. Zondo goes back and tries to cut, but doesn't get it beyond Cameron Green in the gully. And that's not to dismiss the fact that the ball has nipped around. I mean,
no,
it has.
Of course not. Yeah,
it's been quick. It's been lively, but it's not been. Gotta be careful how to frame this up. It's not been the sort of pitch where it is exploding on day one or morning one, where often you see criticism levelled on surfaces that are just unplayable to start. That hasn't been what we've seen here.
The first test in Gaul. Now that was a pitch that deserved criticism. We were there, Adam, and you know that game was over in 2 and a bit days as well.
It was a total lottery. Boland up to Zondo again, halfway through his over, delivers here, and Zondo gets forward to defend out towards mid-off, no run. I mean, you're allowed to bowl exceptionally well, and both sides have.
Yeah, and these are pitches we see day in, day out in New Zealand these days, Michael. New Zealand like to prepare pitches like this with a little grass, a little bit of grass, a little bit of moisture. And they have the kind of bowlers to exploit those conditions as well, which is exactly what Australia have done, which is exactly what South Africa have done. But what has really stood out so far is like inexperience, you can call it, from the top 5 from South Africa. But yeah, it's batting ineptness, I'm sorry.
As Daz says on the text, it's the Sydney Thunder of test matches. And Scotty Boland delivers, and Zondo gets forward in defence. All of our correspondence is for tyre power, your trusted local 043398 1116.
When you have your one-down batsman, Rasi wanted to do something. The way he got out, it was a great ball from Mitchell Starc, yes. But the massive gap between bat and pad,
yeah, that's
that just calls for bad technique. And you know.
Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of going to get offended, I think, when people talk about the pitch and it's been a horrible pitch. This has been an outstanding Gabba wicket. It's just the skills out in the middle haven't corresponded.
Last ball of Boland's over. No runs so far to Zondo here, clipping into the onside. Pat Cummins does the fielding. Maiden complete. South Africa 6 for 51. Zondo 13, Maharaj 3. All our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Nathan Landers being held at the top of his mark. Brief break in play. Do you need a break? Head to Mildura next long weekend. Start is over now. Line on the way. Bowls to Maharaj. Goes back. He needs a silly point. That's exactly where it's gone to the catchable height. One Queenslander jumps out in Casper. Another jumps in heels. Keen for your thoughts on the surface as well, as Lion makes his way through this over. We are 12 overs away from the Bundaberg Ginger Beer tea break. Lion delivers here. Maharaj forward. Lunging again, no run. High heels.
G'day, Colo. Yeah, I think Casper's going to put his bowling boots on. He reckons it's fine. This wicket's fine. There's a bowler for you.
Yeah. Outstanding. He loves it.
Yeah. And I don't think it's far off.
Maharaj 3, line, bowls to him, cuts through point. That'll be a boundary. Runs into the rope now for Rotaflex by Blunston. Maharaj 7. 6 for 55 to score. Keshav Maharaj has got 5 Test 50, so he can play.
Okay. Yeah, what's worse, a 5-day draw or a 3-day match like this?
Yeah.
Not 2 necessarily, but a 3-day match like this, which is in favour of the bowling. I think a 5-day drawn test is worse.
Lion bowls 2 out on the leg side if Maharaj wants to go. He gets forward to defend here. I think in Australia we have this idea of what constitutes a perfect pitch. We want to see seam on morning 1. We want to see batting conditions excel on day 2 and 3. Then to break up a bit on day 4 and to be a nightmare on day 5. When it doesn't tick all of those boxes, we get a bit...
That's utopian, yeah.
Exactly. It's happened so rarely. Nathan Lyon up to Maharaj on 7. Stanley Street end. Maharaj goes back and cuts again. Deep point has gone out. They'll get 1. Boland in pursuit. They briefly wanted 2. Happy with the single. 6 for 56. Maharaj up to 8. The leading run scorer in this innings is Bavuma with 29 for Victoria Police. Made for more. And the leading wicket taker is Patrick Cummins for Valvoline. Which oil has always pushed the boundaries? You know Valvoline, the original engine oil.
I think there's place for both heels. We'll talk about it in the next over. I think there is a place in Test cricket for the 5-day draw and also for this. I don't think a game like this deserves any criticism.
Last ball of Lions over. Up to the crease. Bowls here, going back. Sondo round the corner. Won't get a run there. He stays on 13. Maharaj is 8. South Africa 6 for 56. Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket, the host plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. And Scotty Boland, after his brief but brilliant spell, has been taken out of the attack to be replaced by Mitchell Starc, who's already put in a nomination to be Player of the Day, taking his 300th Test wicket. That's thanks to Bing Lee. Starc 1 for 6 from his 6 overs, Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the South African top order, you have 5 guys who all in their 30s, mid-30s, most of them with a lot of first-class experience.
Starc's going to start round the wicket to Maharaj. 3 slips in the gully, bowls here. Maharaj beaten. It was full on the 4th stump line and seamed away. Committed to the drive, got nowhere near it.
And this has been pretty much their batting lineup throughout the year. These are guys, proven performers, who finally managed to break through into international cricket. But the problem is the next generation.
Yeah.
There is a lot of talent, batting talent coming out of South Africa. Devol Brevis, Baby, AB they call him, Tristan Stubbs. where do their loyalties lie? That's the big question mark. And Devil Brevis Heels should be interested to hear. We'll come to it.
Stark, slow clap, round the Gabba, away from us. Bowls to Maharaj, round the wicket, beats him again. This time back of a length, had a prob.
It was signed up by the Mumbai Indians, as we know, in the IPL, even before he played any domestic cricket in South Africa.
Yeah.
And he finally played some domestic.
This is going to get Colo angry, you know that.
Yeah, I know. And that's exactly the reason for me to bring it up. Get him riled up before tea. Maybe he can have some Bundaberg ginger beer.
Very good. Centimetre perfect from you, Bharat.
But yeah, he's been signed up by Mumbai Indians and he's finally started playing some domestic cricket in South Africa.
They trail by 10. Stark delivers here to Maharaj, who drives through the covers. That's an attractive shot towards the rope. Looks like he's timed it well enough to get himself a boundary. He has. Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Maharaj advances to double figures. He's 12. South Africa 6 for 60, still 6 runs away from making Australia bat a second time.
And the big concern was there was time where he could have played a domestic tournament in South Africa, but instead he was touring with the Mumbai Indians B squad in England, playing against some club teams.
Yeah.
And he is supposed to be the next big thing.
Yeah, we sort of touched on this earlier today. I mean, whilst that sort of decision's being made, on one hand, they've got their engine room gone. Duplessis, Umla, De Villiers, Quinton de Kock. Markram can't make a run, not even on the tour. Maharaj facing Stark, inside edge down to the rope. That'll be back-to-back boundaries. So Maharaj overtakes Zondo. He's 16 from 17 balls, 6 for 64. That'll make South Africa, but not far away from crashing into his leg stump.
Yeah, this can't last for too long if
Doesn't have to last long, though. I tell you, he does this for an hour.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know. Get 100 on the board even.
Here we go. That's better.
Yeah.
I like it. Talk it up, Heels.
These two just going to make 30 more now. 30 more each. Then a couple of slogs at the end and see what happens. Don't resign yourself to losing this just yet.
Made a test 84 against Bangladesh this year and 41 in a low-scoring game at Lord's. Maharaj faces Stark here. Edged and caught behind. Soon as we talk him up, Heels, next ball he's walking off. 4-4 wicket. Stark won't mind conceding the runs. He gets a second. South Africa 7 for 64, still 2 runs away from making Australia bat a second time. This is going to end in a hurry.
Told you it won't last long enough.
He just could not cover his off stump, could he? All those deliveries. There's good bowling from Stark. He went wider of the crease and angled it in, and Maharaj had to play again, and this time he nicked it because the angle was better.
So we've still got 5 minutes until the tea break with Maharaj walking off. We saw it end very quickly yesterday. Don't have an awful lot to come here, South Africa.
The extra half an hour for tea, for taking the tea break.
Yeah, you couldn't put a line through it entirely.
Yeah.
I'll take another one in this over.
Let's finish little AB, Baby AB. The tentacles of the Mumbai Indians. How did they find him before he'd ever played?
He played in the Under-19 World Cup.
That's
he made
where
quite
they
a
got
name.
him. Okay.
And they have scouts everywhere. These IPL teams, Heels, have scouts in Australia and every cricketing country in the world.
Yeah.
And John Wright has been one of their major scouts. I mean, he's the one who discovered Jasprit Bumrah, for example, watching domestic cricket in India a few years ago. So nobody, in a way, nobody's safe. I mean, if you are a talented cricketer, especially if you have white ball skills, you'll get picked up.
So we're maybe heading towards the top 6. Top 6 test-playing nations. The rest out. South Africa aren't going to play any more than 2 test series for 5 years, and they're drifting away from test cricket, and they don't want to qualify automatically for the one-day World Cup. Well, how about they play? They don't. In 5 years, they won't be. West Indies, how much fun are they having in test cricket?
It's getting more complicated. I think that's, we talk about 5 years' time. The challenge is that 2022 was a threshold year.
Yeah.
Bharat, you and I have spoken at length about the implications of the IPL clubs owning the sides that are playing in South Africa and in the UAE, and how the balance of power is shifting, and players who aren't paid anywhere near as much, i.e. South African test cricketers, the market's moving in the direction of it being harder to keep test cricket as we know it, Heels.
Private ownership of test teams.
Well, I haven't heard it put in those terms, but
yeah. Well,
I think it's one of those where we need a lot of ideas in a hurry. Stark to finish the over here outside the off stump. Rabada lets it go. Another successful over for Australia. 29 gone, 7 for 64 South Africa. They trail by 2. With Zondo 13, Rabada get the score.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Healy has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Healy Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Healy.com.au.
SEN Test Gabba Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. One more over in Saltee. Nathan Lyon will bowl it. He started the mini collapse in the middle of this session where they lost 3 for 1. Our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. And our player of the session is Scotty Boland. 2 wickets in and over thanks to Bingley. Lyon, Stanley Street end, delivers here to Zondo, who's batted throughout the session, defending out into the offside, no run. He's faced 61 balls for his 13. At least he's done his job.
Yeah. Got off the pair to start with, and yeah, he's looked more and more convincing the longer he's batted, but like Healy said, he has to start throwing his bat around now.
Lyon bouncing to the crease. Familiar approach. Zondo gets forward and defends to the man at short leg, Labuschagne. No run. Healy, just to kind of come back on your point from the previous over, it's not sensationalist to have these conversations anymore, and not just basing it on the last 2 days either. This is the way it's been trending. You're naive to think it's anything other than what we're describing here. Lyon bowls off the hip, goes Zondo round the corner. David Warner has a single to him at backwards square leg. Zondo's 14. He exposes Rabada with 3 balls left before tea. 7 for 65. They trail by 1 run.
Is there such a thing as a sympathetic owner of a national team? You know, where you don't give over all your control.
Yeah.
So 50-50, the South African Cricket Association still owns the control of the game, yet the funds are coming from a half partner.
Yeah.
Well, this is what they're meant to be funded by, the SAT 20, right? That is meant to be what bankrolls South African international cricket into the future, and let's hope that it does. I mean, that hasn't started as yet. It's more about where the players end up for mine. Lyon bowls Rabada forward in defence. Well played.
Yeah, and that is the big worry. I mean, if you are a young cricketer like Devol Brevis, baby AB, who suddenly feels like maybe my future could be even more secure if I...
Rabada faces Lyon wider of the crease, using his feet, pushing to mid on, no run.
If I stick with these guys, like Mumbai Indians or whichever IPL franchise, because not only do they own a team now in India, they own...
Yes.
They're growing all around the world. So my future is obviously more secure.
Rabada, left-hander, facing Lyon, round the wicket. Forward he comes, squeezing past short leg. Takes the single. Kawaja does the fielding. Rabada off the mark from what will be the final ball of the session, and scores a level. South Africa have wiped off the deficit. The problem is they've lost 7 wickets, and 5 of them were in that middle session. It was 5 for 63 all told. Our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. And Healy's assuming they lose these wickets in the next hour or so. Let's say, for the sake of the hypothetical, it will be a 2-day test match here at the Gabba.
Yes, it will. And it's a little bit demoralising. I like the learnings of some of the middle order players who have spent some time on a wicket, which is it's probably lost their trust, this wicket.
Yeah.
But to bat a whole session, no matter how many runs, just 14 for Zondo, he's probably taken a bit out of that session. When he gets on a more even and more trustworthy pitch for their liking, he probably should be able to take a next step.
We've probably reached that point of the test, Bharat, where it's about marginal gains for the South Africans. Zondo's one of those. They've just got to guts it out to the extent they can against this irrepressible Australian attack.
Yeah, just seeing Zondo and Kagiso Rabada walk off, there were smiles on their faces, wry smiles. It's like they've resigned to the fact that, like, you know, this pitch has got the better of them. Like you said, Healy, once you start playing cricket in your head as batters, It's, not much has gone their way. So at the moment, it looks inevitable that this will be a 2-day test unless something miraculous happens in the first hour of play.
The versatility of this Australian attack, not just the relentless nature of it for pace, but they just throw Lino in and he starts to bounce and turn it. So it's hard work.
Our coverage is for Host Plus and Industry Super Fun for all Australians. And we're at the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. South Africa reeling at 7 for 66. The scores are level. On the other side of the break, Gerard Whateley will have Simon.
He's edging. He's caught brilliantly by Green in the gully. He tried to remove the bat. It flew off the face. Green up above his head with the wingspan and the safe hands hold it in.
Orders again to Bavuma, driving for the second time in the session through cover. That shot's just as attractive. Coming to the short leg now as well. Bowles here, drive through the offside. He's crunched that drive into the gap.
Bavuma's reverse sweeping and he beats Boland and picks up a boundary. Lyon on the follow-up. Bavuma stays upright, plays back onto the pads out. Selby W. Lyon gets his man immediately after the boundary. Bavuma's resistance is broken at 29.
Boland's bowling average is just ticked above 11. And as Gerard and I know from experience, whenever that happens, there's nothing more certain than taking a wicket. His first delivery. Morena caught and second slip. It's always Scotty Boland. He never misses out. Boland 3 slips in the gully. Judson bowls him. Scotty Boland is on fire. He's barrelling through the South African middle order.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
5 wickets in the session. South Africa 7 for 66. So the scores in the test match are level and the end does feel very much nigh. The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. So 152 answered by 218 and 7 for 66. And keep in mind, this is the tea break of day 2 in this test match. Simon Katich is part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hello, Cats.
Good afternoon, Gerard, and to all our listeners.
I must confess I find this all a little bit dispiriting that it might be over on Sunday when the test match started on Saturday.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people at the ground and around the country that probably feel exactly the same. I think you'll find that the Australian players won't be dispirited because they get an extra breather. The South Africans will definitely be dispirited with the performance they put up with the bat. There's been a lack of footwork in this second innings, and that's a byproduct of playing on a wicket that's had the amount of movement that it's had today, and also facing the quality of this Australian bowling lineup, which has just been relentless and challenged their techniques, and they've come up well short.
So it was the sum of fears that while South Africa's fast bowling is revered, their batting was, from an international test perspective, woefully inexperienced and not the sort of lineup that would stand up to the exposition on these shores, and really that's what's unfolded before us.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. I think the Australian bowlers have been ruthless. They got first use on this wicket. I don't think they bowled as well as they would like early yesterday. Then they got it right and they managed to finish the job off. Today they've been very good, and I think it was summed up best by Pat Cummins bowling 7 overs straight there after the lunch break. I think he knew that he took it upon himself to put the pressure on this South African and inexperienced batting lineup, and he did that with that long spell, and then that just opened up the cracks. And then in that spell there, Scotty Boland does as he does, takes 2 in the over, and then Nathan Lyon chips in with a big wicket of Bavuma, who'd applied himself beautifully in both innings, soaked up a lot of balls. Zondo has been excellent in the second innings. He's soaked up 63 balls, but he just hasn't had any support. And that's what happens when you go in with 5 genuine bowlers.
The leading wicket taker for Valvoline, the original engine oil. So 3 with the pair. Mitch Stark, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 14. Pat Cummins, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21. Scott Boland, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. And Colo set it up perfectly. He has this uncanny knack of striking just as his average gets to 11, and then he takes multiple wickets in an over, like no one I can recall.
Well, it's funny because I think he bowled 6 overs, none for 12, and he got that over. And the thing is, even though he wasn't taking wickets, he was building pressure. And then nothing surer, he gets the first. And the reason he goes bang, bang is because he hits such a good line and length that challenges the top of off. Bit both ways, good pace, and that is a challenge for the new batsman, because if you're on the money in the first couple of balls, that's your best time to strike. And that's why it's not a coincidence that he goes bang, bang in and over.
Yeah. He's quite the player. The leading run scorer for Victoria Police made for more. Temba Bavuma made 29 LBW to Lions. So he is he's a gritty player, and his limitations are sort of between 30 and 70. And he applied himself as well as you could. So industrious in his running between wickets and just trying to manipulate things along the way. A lot of tip and run cricket he plays. He needs a lot of support around him to be able to lift that order.
Yeah, and I think even in this batting lineup, him batting at 4, you know, that's the question. Is he's probably the most senior behind Elgar with 51 tests under his belt. I mean, he's got a good record against Australia prior to this test. He was averaging just over 42. But the problem is he's played 51 tests. He's only got 119 50s. That paints a pretty clear picture that he doesn't convert. And maybe that's because he gets caught batting with the tail and he doesn't have, you know, an extra gear to go to and take on the bowlers. But he applied himself beautifully. The problem for him was he got a ball from Nathan Lyon that probably kept pretty low and it spun a fair bit.
Yeah.
And you don't expect to see that on day 2 here at the Gabba. You expect it to turn, but not as much as it has in these first couple of days. Nathan Lyon's got excessive turn and bounce so far in this test.
So what's your verdict on the pitch, which tonight will find itself absolutely on trial?
And it has to be on trial because the history suggests that you don't have 2-day test matches. 1 in Australia. We've only had 1 in the history, I think, at the MCG in 1931, and 2 at the Gabba. When you look at the actual framework for judging a pitch, it has to be rated poor. It has to, because it says if there's excessive seam movement, then it gets a poor rating. And I think what we've seen here in 2 days of cricket, there has been excessive seam movement. You could almost say at times there's been excessive spin on the first couple of days of the test, given that you expect it maybe with a bit of moisture, it might turn early on day 1 and then it flattens out and you don't see spin for another couple of days, but it's turned and bounced.
So we're about to see a 1 in 90-year event unfold here at the Gabba in the next hour and a bit.
Yeah, unless these two come out and take the game on and just throw caution to the wind and manage to manufacture a 50 or 60 run partnership, and they end up getting South Africa up to that sort of level, it's going to be over tonight.
Simon, I hope we're back together in commentary before we're done. Simon Katich at the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. South Africa 7 for 66. Zondo is 14. Rabada is 1. Pete Lalor will be with me for the start of the session next. Players back out of the middle at the Gabba, 7 for 66 South Africa. So scores are level and the end of the test may very well be nigh. Zondo is 14. Rabada is 1. The session is for before you dig. Lodge a free inquiry online. Mitch Stark is going to get us underway at the after the tea interval. Peter Lalor is here, the chief cricket writer from the Australian. Hello to you, Pete.
Good afternoon, Gerard. I didn't even think I was going to get on air. I thought it was going to be over by tea.
Yeah. So what are you sharpening your pencil on, Pete? If you are, so Monday's paper's going to carry the conclusion of the test match, which is unthinkable given it started on Saturday.
Thank God it didn't start on Thursday. No one would have got here. Yeah. Honestly, we wouldn't have made the weekend. Well, we're witnessing a history, but it's an infamous history. There's only one other time an Australian test in Australia has a test lasted 2 days. That was against West Indies in 30-31 from memory. And that was against a team that was given test status 2 years before and really didn't know what it was doing.
Yep.
So it had nothing to do with the pitch. I feel a little reluctant. Well, I feel a little sympathy for any curator. It's a difficult job. No curator wants a 2-day wicket. This is the last thing that they wanted when they pulled the covers off on the first morning.
Stark begins the session. He's bowling to Rabada, who's on 1 and defending.
So you're out there, and it's a difficult task because we've seen venues flip from one extreme to the other in a very quick period. Remember the last 2 Ashes matches played at the MCG. The one was at 17-18, eye-watering draw, disgraceful pitch, got a bad rating.
We all left our souls there.
Yep. They juiced it up last year, was over in 2 and a bit days. It's very hard to find the Goldilocks spot with wickets.
Stark is setting in from the Vulture Street ends. He bowls to Rabada, who's beaten. That ball flies.
But a test that's over in 2 days is no good for anybody except bowlers. Bowlers love it, and maybe commentators who get to go and play golf tomorrow, but I don't play golf, and I've got a newspaper to fill. It's interesting to look at how the ICC rate a pitch and what criteria they use. The first criteria is excessive seam movement at any time in the match. Now, do you think we've had excessive seam movement in this match, Gerard?
Yep. Stark bowls. Rabada digs out the Yorker and trickles it away past the stumps to get a single and feed the strike to Zondo. So South Africa leads by 1 run.
So it looks a goner on that front because some of those balls, like that ball that got... you can argue that this is not a good batting lineup, this South African batting lineup, but it's not this bad. And we've seen the very best test batsmen out there struggling. We saw the demeanour of the Australians batsmen when they arrived this morning. They were not happy about what they had to bat on yesterday. That ball that got Steve Smith's unplayable. We've seen a lot of unplayable balls. Even the spinner is getting these balls to rear up. The problem for the Gabba could arise down the track.
Stark has Zondo to bowl at, and he's come around the wicket to do it. Zondo fends with soft hands and runs it away to the gully.
So if worst comes to worst, if this pitch receives the ranking that we think it will, which is poor, it'll get 3 demerit points. That means if that stays on your record for 5 years, you pick up 2 more demerit points for a below average pitch, not a poor one, in 2 games, you're out as an international venue for 12 months. That's a very serious sanction. So, I mean, that poor curator is going to be sweating bullets in the preparation next year.
Zondo faces up to Stark, who bowls to him, and he's leaning forward soundly in defence. Plays out to cover. Labuschagne picks, throws in one motion, misses the woodwork. Rabada would have been home. It's quite thrilling to watch, though. 15 for Zondo, 7 for 69. 8. Keep going.
So the consensus is that this is very similar to Sheffield Shield wickets that you get up here over the years. Matthew Hayden said, I've played on plenty like this. But the difference, of course, being, as we said earlier today, Sheffield Shield is a 4-day game and generally does not have bowling attacks of the class that we have out here on both sides. Oh, these are extremely good bowling attacks.
Yeah. It's pockmarked, there are indentations, and that has proven a factor in the brief period that the match has been going. Rabada faces up, he turns from his pads and he picks up a run as it heads into the deep. 3 singles from the over. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. It's 7 for 69.
Look, I suppose if you're the defence lawyer for the Gabba pleading a case at the ICC on this one, I suppose you will say, well, Travis Head scored 92 and Verena, what was his score, Gerard? 64? Was it? 64. So there are 2 batsmen there who stuck around and saw it out and got more than a half century. But they are a long way clear of the pack, those 2. I would argue that it does seem to be a little easier when the ball gets a bit softer, but there are still balls out there that are jagging alarmingly. And I think at times even the bowler doesn't know which way they're going to go.
Yep.
Yeah. But the other thing I will say in its defence is it hasn't appeared to be dangerous to the health.
That's absolutely true. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Cummins bowls to Rabada, who defends the ball to mid-off, no run. No, there's been no hint of the danger and balls that have flown up around the grill and would cause anyone conversations around the progress of the test. But this is not the pitch that the curator had in mind.
No.
So I'm really interested in the broader conversation. Perth wasn't the pitch the curator would have had in mind.
Yep.
I'm not saying it was a poor pitch, it just wasn't a Perth pitch.
Yes.
Adelaide was slower than it usually is, and they've refined that pink ball pitch rather perfectly. Cummins to Rabada, who swishes and misses. And then this is going to be over in 2 days and a once-in-90-year event. So none of the 3 pitches have been the way that the curators would have imagined and that Cricket Australia would have liked. The why in that and where we are climactically is really interesting, I think.
Only the curator can tell us that.
Yep.
But at a guess, he's put a lot of moisture in, expecting some very hot conditions in the day previous and the first day. They haven't arrived, and that moisture stayed in the top of the wicket. But I'm not a gardener, Joe, or a curator.
Cummins bowls. Rabada swishes and misses again.
Swishes and misses. Ball by ball, brought to you by Dr. Seuss.
And so what it does to the series, I think, is so unfortunate. I think we all wore the West Indies knowing that was the appetizer and this was going to be the main event. Yeah. And if the first edition of 3 is a 2-day test match, so I'm a bit dispirited by it. I'm sort of happy to say that. This is not what I had in mind. There were frailties around the South African batting, which I think were a risk to how competitive it might be. But I didn't imagine that it would start like this. Cummins again. Oh, that's a good bouncer. And Rabada got his head out of the way in the nick of time.
Just threw his head out of the way like a boxer avoiding a punch then, didn't he?
And it would have been a big punch if it had landed.
And he looked like he was ready to retaliate too. Didn't like that one at all.
No, well, he roughed up Cummins earlier, didn't he?
We'll talk about the pressure this places the Gabba curator under this time next year, but think of the pressure it places the MCG curator under as well. You know, that was a very spicy track that was produced last year. It was, what, a 2.5-day test?
No, it didn't get to lunch on day 3. Yeah. Cummins to Rabada. Edges. Great catch, Carey. Away to his left. Rabada goes. It's now 8 down for 69. Pat Cummins has 3, and he has a mind to finish this rapidly. Rabada out for 3.
Might be thinking that they've got enough here, Gerard.
Yes.
This is beautiful. So the bowlers really have their tails up. It's quite notable today, isn't it? They're all bowling flat out. They can all smell the blood in the water. And that is a pretty good catch by Carey there. I'd be interested to see what Ian Healy thinks about it as a wicket keeper. But from our point of view, he got right in front of first slip and snatched it.
Good, decisive stuff. So, Pete, you had the observation yesterday, which has proven cannily accurate. You felt that Australia's bowling wasn't all that it might have been, and the par was 110.
Yep.
And now they're 8 for 69, with Australia making those exact adjustments, I think, having learnt from what they did, and they didn't bowl precisely as they might have, which sounded like harsh criticism because they got the opposition out for 152, but that was what we all saw, and now it's unfolding again here.
Yes. Yeah, I think that the Australians would not have been happy with their performance on that first day in the field. They did as well as they could with the bat, and gee, those runs with it. I think some people were critical of the way the tail approached the innings this morning. I thought you really had to try and make runs while you were there. I thought Cameron Green's approach was excellent.
Yep.
So, sensible hitting. But once you he's the last recognised batsman, and once you get to the tail, the sensible thing is not to be out there too long. I think, well, you're not going to be out there too long, so see if you can score some runs.
Anrik Nortje, his turn to face the music. Cummins is into him. He's fending a ball straight to Green in the gully. Back-to-back wickets from Pat Cummins. South Africa 9 down. It has spiralled right out of control. 9 for 69. Nortje goes for a duck. If Cummins gets another look at it, he'll be on a hat-trick. I'm not sure he'll get another look at it. We'll find out next. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. 9 for 69.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare, Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. This session is for Before You Dig Australia. That's 5 catches in the match for Cameron Green in the gully, Pete Lalor.
Tell you what, he's the complete cricketer, isn't he? I mean, that was a relatively easy chance in the gully there, but he's picked up some very hot chances. He's a beautiful cricketer. I was asked a couple of weeks ago, if I had to take one player from this side to build a side, a team around from various components, who would I start with? And I was very tempted to start with Cameron Green. An all-rounder is is a central point in the team, but an all-rounder who can catch like that as well. He's a triple threat, isn't he? Triple threat.
Yeah, he is.
Now, I think Cummins has instructed Stark to bowl a dry line.
Yes, outside the off stump, Stark in, bowls to Zondo, who's forward defending and calling for the single. I'm not sure Lungi Ngidi was totally up for that, if we're honest.
Not scurrying to get to the other end if you're not a batsman on this wicket. It's kind of close your eyes and hold the bat out situation, isn't it?
I'm up for a hat-trick. Let's just sort of sit against it. I'm not sure that Cummins will get a look at it now.
Gee, this puts Travis Head's innings into perspective, doesn't it?
It does.
92 runs. It towers on the skyline, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a Manhattan skyscraper and Bendigo.
And I don't think a bowler has quite got enough wickets to knock him off. This is where Test cricket is just so cruel. So the player of the match always defaults to the batter when it's batter friendly and they make big scores, and then when it's bowler friendly they go for the best batter because it was hard to make runs. So when it's easy to make runs they get it, when it's hard to make runs they get it. Stark looking to finish South Africa off here, and Ngidi has the strike. Oh, he tried to get out. The ball rising up near the shoulder. He fended at it. It's untouched through to Carey.
Ngidi looks totally unimpressed about having to face this stuff, and it's brought a big grin to Mitchell Stark's face. He's a masochist, like all good fast bowlers.
AG hasn't been quite paying enough attention. A two-day test is good for cricket in Australia, but bad for cricket in India. Why is that, AG? Nobody's making that case, mate. I know you're a passionate correspondent, but if that's what you've picked up from the last 15 minutes, you've grabbed the wrong end of the stick. Stark around the wickets is bowling to Ngidi, who defends the ball back down the pitch. He played it well.
Well, this morning I was going back in my head over the shorter games that I've seen, and there was that 2004 game in Mumbai, which was essentially over in 2 and a bit days, and we saw 18 wickets fall on a day and 20 wickets fall on a day, and there was just 2 on the first day because there was a rain into the first day. How many wickets have we seen so far? This was 29.
Yes.
Yeah. And today we've seen
14 today after 15 for the first time day one at the Gabba. Ngidi faces up to Stark. He drives and got it off an outside edge through gully and point and down to the boundary for 4. A rotaflex by Blunston, boundary for Lungi Ngidi. Well done.
Lead stretched out to 8 now, has it, Gerard?
It has.
Gee, you know what that means too. David Warner has to go out there and bat again.
Yeah.
Couldn't be worse for him, could it?
Nope. Nope. In a different sport, they wouldn't even send him out. But that's not quite how cricket works.
No, it couldn't work like that either, could it? It wouldn't be a good look for him not to walk out there.
Was it when Australia had that small total to chase? I think it was last year. They sent Carey into open, didn't they?
They did, yes.
That was the Ashes test. And that didn't work.
What about Pat Cummins picks up 5 wickets in the second inning?
With a hat-trick?
With a hat-trick, and he's a captain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that getting him a few votes in the AB medal?
Do we get a vote? I would have Cummins ahead of Head in those circumstances.
Would you?
4 slips, a gully and a bat pad in place. 2 left in the over. Stark sends it down to Ngidi, who's squared up and misses. Plays and misses.
All 4 slips and the gully, just waiting for an outside edge to float to them there.
That was very close to the stumps as well, as Ngidi really opened it up.
I don't recall seeing batsmen play and miss so often, except sort of the first day of Test matches in England, perhaps. You know, the first session. Yeah. But never with his pace and bounce there.
So Stark with 1 to come. And we're all hoping he doesn't take a wicket here. Ngidi, can he keep him out? Stark bowls. He flicks it down the leg side. It got away from Carey. Now, Zondo sends him back. Ngidi had they would have got 2, as it turns out. And that was all a little bit confusing. That's tail-end batting, which has a certain charm to it. 9 for 75. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
You put your right spoon in, take your right spoon out. And then you put that crunchy, hokey-pokey and creamy soft serve right into your mouth, don't you? Macca's Cadbury Caramel Hokey Pokey McFlurry. That's what it's all about. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Bataki use only fresh premium Australian pork to produce all of their bone-in Christmas hams. Insist on Bataki at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bataki bone-in Christmas ham with fresh premium Australian pork. Simply the best.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The Sunday crowd here at the Gabba has a moment at hand. The Australian captain is on a hat-trick. If only Ngidi had taken that single, he would have the number 11 to bowl at. Instead, it's Kaya Zondo. 4 slips and a gully with bat pad in place. Third man and fine leg back. Perfect pat on a hat-trick. He's in and bowls to Zondo, who swings him down to fine leg. It bounces twice before it reaches start. Not quite enough elevation. Didn't go for the run. And the moment just fizzles out. Cummins 4 for 21, 9 for 74.
You're seriously giving him player of the match if he gets 5 for here?
If he got
After the way he bowled in the first innings?
No,
if he got the hat-trick.
You said hat-trick and 5 for.
I asked you.
Oh, yeah, I would give it to him under those circumstances. It does peeve me a little bit when the batters get it in a match like this. But because Head is going to be... Well, he's not quite the difference in the match, is he?
What's harder, 5 wickets or a 50 on this pitch?
Yeah. Cummins rolls in, bowls. Zondo uppercuts down to the boundary for 4 at third man. Nice. No foot movement, just the very modern way. Let it flick up off the top edge. And the lead is now 12. Zondo is 20.
So just back to the 3 slips now. They've taken Marnus Labuschagne out. Put him at a deep mid-off there.
Other rapid test matches that come to mind? Obviously, the MCG is so vivid from last year. And all that happened late on day 2 and then Scotty Boland finishing it before lunch on day 3. Zondo faces up to Cummins. He's beaten past the outside edge. Did Puna go 4 days or 3?
Oh, good question. I think he went 3. But what about Cape Town? 2011 to 47 in Cape Town.
That's right.
Now, that did go 2 and a bit days, but only by chance.
Yep.
I think on one day 23 wickets fell. A member of the South African support staff left the ground while they were batting to go to a gym in the city, came back, said, oh, good, we're still batting. And said, well, yeah, not really.
Not in the same way as you might imagine.
No.
Cummins bowls, Zondo forward defending. So that night, I was driving from Noosa to Brisbane.
Of course
and then
you were.
Back.
Yeah.
So Cadell Evans had won the Tour de France. We were on holidays in Noosa. Right. I was doing a function up here with him, so I drove up and back, and I heard the whole thing. So I was on the road the whole night. We did the function for 2 hours in the middle. So I heard it all on the way up and heard it all on the way back. It was an incredible night's listening.
From memory, I think Australia were 9 for 21 or 9 for 27 at one point. And Sean Marsh, who was injured, came out as the tail-end batter.
Yes.
And I think Nathan Lyon top scored.
Cummins rolls in, bowls, Zondo drives, got it away past the square leg umpire. Stark sets off from fine leg, and that'll be enough to keep the strike, assuming that Ngidi can survive one ball at Stark. Just hovered over the ball to see if it would roll all the way to the boundary and then had to concede and toss it in. 9 for 79.
He's kind of herding it there, wasn't he? He was in no, go and run if you want to, fellas. Or...
So you're not allowed to kick it into the boundary, are you? But you are allowed to let it finish its course to the boundary. Is that the delineation there?
It's certainly poor form to kick it into the boundary on
I'm sure
purpose.
you're not allowed to do that anymore.
You could become sort of a bit clumsy, couldn't you?
Yep. Righto. 1 go for Cummins to unseat Ngidi with 4 slips and a gully in place. And bat pads. Ngidi faces up. He defends the ball past Head under the helmet and knocks back the single. 9 for 79 after 34 overs. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit wellpool.com.au.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's all we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus this session for Before You Dig Australia. South Africa's lead is 13 with 1 wicket in hand. Zondo is doing his best to manipulate the strike. He's on 21, 2 slips in a gully, and they're spread from there. Stark bowls. Zondo swings and misses as we welcome Ian Healy in with the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hello, Heels.
Good afternoon, Gerard and Pete.
Pete, can I share this with you? We had a bit of a problem in the box right through. It was freezing. So it's 27 degrees outside, and it's nearly Parker's in here.
Yeah.
And then late on day 2, Ian Healy found the thermostat. So a salute to you.
Yes, we've got a commentary box full of married men, haven't we? We've just forgotten to look.
Had a boy's look is what my mother, my wife calls it, yes.
Stark in from the Vulture Street ends. He bowls to Zondo, who defends. Oh, he will. No, he wants 2. He dabbed it into the covers. He has 1. Labuschagne arrives, picks up, well run. Heaves into the non-strikers. And Zondo grabs a couple, 9 for 81.
It's very close to being 6, that. Pat Cummins has just scrambled the backup throw from Marnus. It's sort of hit him half in the leg and half in the hands. And he's at mid-on. And would have been 4 overthrows to go with the 2 they ran. Very interesting. Deep third man down there.
Kawaja's there for the uppercuts.
Like he's very fine. And then Stark pitched it up.
Stark.
Double bluffs.
Ian bowls to Zondo, who swings top edge and lands safely. Cummins trotting around from mid-on had no play. They don't take the run.
How many tests has Zondo played?
This is his 3rd.
Yeah, so he's not quite sure what to do here, is he? I'm not sure big shots against balls on the up across the line is the go at this stage. Just wait for something a little more secure than that. That big gap at mid-wickets teased him there into that shot.
Yeah.
And he nearly came unstuck.
He's thinking, well, I may as well get run. I'm trying to hit boundaries and then milk the single. You don't quite have to do it in Test cricket that way. But
and every ball.
The lead is 15. Zondo faces up to Stark. He went for the Yorker, got clipped away through square, takes the single now with 2 balls remaining in the over. 9 for 82.
I like Stark's rhythm. He looks very strong on his feet. His legs look strong to me.
I think the last 3 years he's found his groove, Ian. I think that prior to that, he's the distance between his best and worst performances and was quite great. And it is around that sort of balance in the run-up. It just looks like he's in control of his bowling these days, doesn't he? You couldn't always say that about him in the past.
3 slips gully bat pads.
You see his front shoe. It's all taped up around his toe. That's probably about the 3rd one he's worn this game.
Stark has 2 to try to finish off Ngidi. He's in and bowls, and Ngidi tried to assist. It's a short arm jab on the drive. Beaten.
How's that missed? Seemed to balloon over the stumps just outside the off. But yeah, he's always having foot and boot trouble, Starkey. But today he's not concerned about that crease at all. He's really running in with an energy and great balance.
Used to have a lot of ankle issues as well because a lot of force through those big what size feet would he have?
Oh, they're massive.
Yeah.
And they've got that many orthotics in there and built-in ones and extra layers in the midsole of the shoe.
So Stark's coming wide on the crease and trying to work the angle into off-stump. He bowls to Ngidi. It's a full toss. It's stroked away to mid-off.
There's one man in front of him for, 100 metres and he hits
found him. 9 for 82. The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
You staying up watching football's big show too? Why not use this time to get started in crypto with Kraken? Crypto pioneers. With Kraken, you can safely buy, sell and trade with as little as $5 Aussie. And if you get stuck, you can trust Kraken's 24/7 support team are up watching the game too. Start your crypto journey with Kraken. To get in the game, visit kraken.com or download the Kraken app today. That's Kraken with a K.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. This final session on day 2 for Before You Dig Australia. 9 for 82. The lead is 16 runs. Zondo is 24 and Geedy is 4. Pat Cummins is looking for a 5 for. He's bowling from the Stanley Street ends. Delivers to Zondo, who swings out into the deep. He won't go for the run as it rolls out to head to deep square. No run.
Ian, we heard Matthew Hayden say earlier that this is the sort of deck you get for a Sheffield Shield match in Queensland. You'd have seen a few of these over your time. What's your assessment of it?
Yeah, I think that's an accurate assessment. And my assessment of this pitch for Test cricket was there was just too much moisture. It was a bit soft underneath the grass. I think if it was rock hard or closer to rock hard under that thatch of grass, I think it'd be fine.
Cummins bowls. Zondo played late. French cut down past the stumps for 4.
It was notable on the first day that we saw bowlers and batsmen slipping on the deck. Did that tend to suggest that there was a bit of moisture coming up from the surface or something like that?
I don't know.
I was watching Stark down here. He had a butter knife out on the boundary cleaning his boots between overs. So he was picking up a lot of
yes, but I don't think that's normally slippery. Their spikes didn't seem to be going in through the mud. You know, it was on top. So I'm thinking, it might be harder than I thought. And hard and slippery, you know, like a road. But so it's been an intriguing one.
Cummins to Zondo, clouts it across the line, out through mid-wicket for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Zondo. They're flowing for Rotoflex by Blunston. The lead is 24. It's 9 for 90. Zondo's 32.
What about that feeling? You talked, you know, I heard your balance assessment on it, Pete, and that feeling as a groundsman of watching your pitch dry out. Come on, hurry up. Hurry up. Son, come out. I need this a bit drier. Or on the days where you need the grass to come through a bit, it was supposed to be greener than this.
Cummins bowls. Zondo, bang, right back over the skipper's head. 3 boundaries on the bounce. That is an authoritative drive. Zondo has taken the long handle. He's gone to 36. These boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
He's after an IPL contract now. He's got the test covered and providing some T20 batting.
Zondo rock.
Right, so we're down to 1 slip now as Warner comes out. Cummins has just about had a gutful of this. He wants to stop the single off the last 2 balls. Zondo, he'd scored 39 runs in his first 2 test matches, so he's going to double his tally here by the looks of it. Out for a duck in the first innings. 36 from 79. He couldn't take Cummins for 4 boundaries in a row, could he? Cummins bowls. Zondo, he tried. Has he feathered it through to Carey? They're asking. It'll be declined. Cummins and Carey are going to have a quick words. Labuschagne, who likes everything, says, nah, you may as well. Don't worry about the chat. You may as well just shoot it upstairs. They're 9 down. So we're going to DRS here for Biz Cover, Business Insurance Made
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. Front foot checked, fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
We get our first look from in front. Ball jag back in. Past
I'm
the
going to need to
inside
see
edge.
leg side hotspot, please, when available.
Is there anything on
Keep
the
that rolling
inside
through,
edge?
please. Okay, nothing on hotspot. Snicko when available, thank you. Snicko coming up now. Yeah, just take that right back, please, and keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Okay, flat line as the ball passes the bat. Chris, you can stay with your original decision of not out.
So right to keep going on 36 is Zondo.
don't think Pat Cummins had his heart in that review.
No.
He basically went upstairs and then started to head back to the top of his mark, which was a bit of a giveaway, wasn't it?
And all his teammates stayed where they were too, other than 3.
He's not protecting his challenge percentage with one like that, is he? So there's lots of questions around what we're doing here. The ring field needs to come in to prevent the single. That's what's been determined. So just third man and fine leg back. And Zondo got the touch to pick up a single and get the strike back. Cummins bowls to him, right down the leg side. Not a bad ploy from the captain. Not a bad ploy at all. 9 for 94. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. Colo's coming in.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
SEN at Test Cricket Host Plus. That's a plus. Adam Collins in for Gerard. Got Pete Lalor with me still. Ian Healy as well. Mitchell Stark's going to try and claim this final wicket and get this dealt with inside 2 days. Hello, Pete.
Hello, Colo. Burst through the curtains like Tony Barber there, don't you, out of that sting?
We enjoy that at the lunch
energy.
break, the quiz. There will be no lunch break quiz tomorrow, the way things are trending. Stark round the wicket to Ngidi, the 11. He's on 4, facing up, digging out a full ball out towards mid-off. Labuschagne does the fielding, no run. They lead by 28, so there'll be something of a chase a little bit later on this afternoon in all probability.
Are you old enough to remember who Tony Barber was?
I've described myself as Tony Barber when hosting the quiz at lunch.
Oh, I missed that, sorry.
And Bharat is Glenn Ridge.
Oh, okay.
His replacement. We've got a bit of a thing going on.
I was Delvine Delaney today.
Heels got beaten 2-1 in the quiz today, Pete. Here's Stark. Can he finish it? To Ngidi. Vulture street end bowls here. Ngidi slaps through the offside. Not the most convincing stroke in the air. They'll take 1. Labuschagne's trying to escort the ball to the boundary. Game of cat and mouse. Will it make it? Will it make it? No, it won't. Labuschagne concedes defeat. Picks it up. They take 1. Ngidi 5. 9 for 95 the score. Lead of 29.
Delvine, of course, appeared in a lot of sketches on the Paul Hogan show, didn't she?
Yes, yes.
She had a connection to there. Wasn't she married to John Cornell?
A big cheerio to Delvine, if you're listening to SEN.
An icon of 1970s Australia.
Both her and John hosted us on the Thames after one of our Ashes victories.
Oh, really?
It was extremely good fun.
I expect it would have been. Was that the one where you were sponsored by a beer company, I wonder?
Yes, I believe so. If we weren't sponsored, we should have been.
4 back, including a deep third. Zondo on 36. Stark to him here, down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. So the deep third's there for the uppercut that he's deployed a couple of times.
I'm seeing the Clashes film clip for London Burning with Heels and the boys out on the Thames, you know, light and fire to the night.
On a float, like the...
It was a bit like that.
Sex Pistols, Guys Save the Queen.
Yeah. And I think Her Majesty was unavailable that night. She probably was invited.
How often did you meet the Queen over the years?
I met her 3 times.
3 times.
3 Ashes tours.
Oh, right.
Twice at Lords and once at Buckingham Palace. It's great. Really good.
Stark away from us. Crowd with him. Striving for a third. Into Zondo. Bowls here. Zondo defends. Stark collects in his follow through to his left. So Buckingham Palace, was that an Ashes trip as well?
Yes, oh yeah. And young Ricky Punting, young Greg Blewett getting off the bus. The bus goes in the gates, in the courtyard, underneath and into the next courtyard. And they're going, oh, come on, let's get this done. You know? And they all got back on the bus going, how good is that?
Hey, Heels, were you allowed to take photographs?
I don't know.
Because in the past, traditionally you
didn't
weren't.
have phones.
We had cameras.
And I didn't have a camera I know of, and we probably wouldn't have had, you know, good photo phones.
Can you prove you've ever met the Queen at Buckingham Palace?
No.
There you go.
Don't think so.
No.
So the field change. The field changes with 2 balls to go. We'll keep the deep third, the fine leg. Everyone else in on the 1 to deny Zondo a single. Stark bowls to him here, wide of the crease, swing and a miss, way outside the off stump.
I can, if I can find it. Right, okay. So I presented Her Majesty with a painting of my daughter. My daughter painted a thing at kindy, or grade 2 it would have been. I've worked it out, she would have been 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And I handed it to Her Majesty.
Right.
And she said, oh, which one might be the Queen? And I said, that's you, the orange blob there. And she says, that's the Queen. Okay, then she just handed it behind her back to the lady in waiting. And she wrote a letter must have written it that day. Within weeks, it was at home.
Last ball,
the Royal Seal.
Stark's over to Zondo, ducks the inevitable bouncer, and Stark ends up on his bum. Does a full tumble turn. Over complete. Ngidi back on strike. He's 5, Zondo 36. South Africa 9 for 95 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Got to look on the replay screen for Valvoline, the original engine oil of the final ball. Stark did about 4 tumble turns after hitting the deck there. Not the first time that we've seen players lose their footing on the surface the last couple of days. It's Cummins, the captain. Can he finish it to Ngidi? He's got 4 wickets. Bowls here, Ngidi gets big on him, but plays with soft enough hands to dab it into the offside where Labuschagne does the fielding at cover. I know you've already gone through the pitch politics with Gerard already, Pete, but you're going to have a busy night ahead of you, aren't you, when the match referee goes through the process and decides whether it gives the Gabba curator a slap across the wrist or something more forceful.
Well, the ICC, as you know, a very fast-moving body, so I'd expect the results in by about sometime late November next year. Yeah, so I don't think we'll be seeing it tonight. Mate.
Occasionally they're in on that. Cummins bowls to Ngidi again, driving out through cover lavishly. You'll get a boundary for that, Ngidi. The number 11 moves to 9. Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. And that takes South Africa up to 9 for 99. They lead by 33.
Is this helping the groundsman?
Yes.
Right. So intent and technique and clarity of mind to play some shots and pick the gaps. It's getting done.
You're from Queensland, aren't you?
I just think I think the batting techniques are probably haven't been under the microscope as much as the groundsman, but we haven't seen any long-term application other than 4 players.
So 3 slips and a gully remain. Nice gap at cover. Ngidi facing Cummins, short ball, floors him, down on his knees. Accurate and quick from the captain. Well, we did get the pitch rating through straight after Pete Melbourne 2017 when they got the black mark against it. We had that story straight away. I wonder whether match referee Richie Richardson's already been going through his deliberations or not.
Well, his office is just a few doors down.
Yeah.
He's got 2 security guards outside to stop people like you and me knocking on the door and getting in there.
Brisbane doesn't need a Gabba suspension for a couple of years yet.
Cummins bowls Ngidi short, down a slip. Warner pouches it. Job done. And Warner immediately sprints off the ground. They'll have 34 to win. He's ready for that, the opener. Patrick Cummins, the captain, completes another 5-wicket haul at the Gabba. He's 3rd in Test cricket, 2nd in 2 years, 5 for 42. In South Africa are bundled out for just 99 in their 2nd innings. What a snorter to finish. Exploding off the track. Ngidi had no chance of getting it down. Straight to David Warner it went. Our replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. And that is an innings that is complete inside 38 overs. So they didn't make it to 50 overs yesterday, Heels. They don't make it to 40 today. 5 wickets for Cummins, 2 for Stark, 2 for Boland, 1 for Lyon, as if it were foretold.
Yeah, well done to Paddy Cummins. That's a good comeback into Test cricket. First innings a little bit down, lacking rhythm, but gee, it's all back. It's all back, and they've got a beautiful bowling test that they've haven't even had to bowl 100 between them, and that is the way you'd like to play. He leads the team off, ball in hand, race to the crowd.
He's got
top effort.
Yeah, he's got a brilliant record here, Pat Cummins. So 5 for 42 in the 2nd innings. That makes 7 for 77 for the match for the captain. Pete back into the side, does everything he needs to do, and yes, he had assistance from the surface today, but from the outset, he was right at the peak of his powers.
Yeah. You don't see Pat Cummins put in 2 poor efforts in a row. Not that yesterday's was poor, but it was below average for Pat Cummins. He's such a reliable cricketer, such a professional cricketer. It's interesting that on the eve of the match, he said, "I don't think I've ever felt better coming into a match." But it just couldn't quite get the hang of it, could he, on that first 8? Interesting to note there, David Warner took that catch. It was in his hand for about 0.5 of a second.
Yes.
He threw it down. He just turned and he ran to that dressing room, stripping the fielding bandages off his fingers, followed by Usman Khawaja, followed by Steve Smith, followed by Marnus Labuschagne. The first 4 are in there getting ready. They know they've got... It's a tricky little total. You can't do much to your record there, can you? You can't achieve much as a batter in a situation like this.
Yeah, probably quite a lot of downside for Warner, limited upside with a target of 34, but that's the job ahead of him. He's on a king pair when he walks out in about 7 minutes from now. Quick call of the card. South Africa's second innings. They lost Cyril Ovui, caught by Green in the gully from the bowling of Cummins for 3. Dean Elgar was the first wicket to fall. Leg before wicket to Cummins for 2. Rassie van der Dussen was out before lunch. Bowled Stark, his 300th Test wicket for a duck. Bavuma, leg before wicket to Lyon for 29, breaking that partnership that he built with Zondo, who was not out 36 at the end. Verena, second ball duck. Scotty Boland, one of 2 wickets in and over. Marco Jansen, the other, castling him for a duck. Keshav Maharaj was out, caught behind from the bowling of Stark just before tea for 16. Then after the short break, Kisa Rabada also caught behind from the bowling of Cummins for 3. Unrik Nortje out from the first ball. He faced a golden duck, caught in the gully. Green's 5th catch of the match, also from Cummins for 0. And the last wicket, the number 11, taken at first slip by David Warner. Cummins' 5th wicket, he was out for 9. South Africa dismissed in 37.4 overs. For Australia, Mitchell Stark, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 26, including his 300th in Test cricket. Pat Cummins, 12.4 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 42. Scott Boland, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. And Nathan Lyon got into the act as well before tea. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. So Australia have 34 runs to get. They'll have plenty of time to complete it inside 2 days. We'll return after a break. Gerard Whateley will be on the call. Our coverage is for Host Plus, That's a Plus. South Africa all out in their second innings for 99.
Comes to Rabada, edges, great catch Carey away to his left. Rabada goes. Pat Cummins has 3 and he has a mind to finish this rapidly. Cummins is into him. He's fending the ball straight to Green in the gully. Back-to-back wickets from Pat Cummins. South Africa 9 down.
Cummins bowls and Geedy short, down a slip. Warner pouches it. Job done. South Africa are bundled out for just 99 in their second innings. SEN Test Cricket. Host Plus, That's a Plus. Adam Collins with you. Ian Healy with me. Australia require 34 to go 1-0 up. They've got all the time in the world. David Warner is on a king pair, walking out in his 99th Test match. Here with Usman Khawaja. He's not far away from 4,000 runs in Test cricket. He won't have enough time to reach that today, Heels. I saw on the scoreboard during the change of innings. Thank you, cricket fans. I don't know whether they'll be overly grateful that it's ended as quickly as it has, but if you have been in here on day 2, it's been just as lively as day 1.
Yeah, exactly, and they've been quite spirited. As quick as David Warner came in, described by Peter Lalor, to get into the dressing rooms and get padded up, he's come out. He's run out to the middle. He's really taking this on.
Yeah.
He's trying to attack it head on, this king pair that you've reminded him of twice already.
We've got Bharat Sundaresan with us as well. When we saw David Warner walk out of Gaul in the first Test match with 10 to win, he went 6-4 and ended it in 3 balls.
Right.
So don't rule out Warner taking that kind of attitude to the task ahead of him. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price peak guarantee. It'll be Khawaja facing the first ball of the chase. Rabada on the way. 3 slips in the gully. Delivers here. Khawaja defending. Less eventful in the first ball yesterday. Zondo collects it short leg on the bounce.
I'm going to question the legality of that last catch from David Warner. It felt like he just caught it and dropped it immediately.
You're trying to bring back Herschel Gibbs, aren't you?
Well, Heels, there's only one person at this bench who's an accredited umpire, and it's not you and it's not me.
Yes,
so we'll go with Baz.
Well, what's he going to do? Is he going to review it or not?
Rabada to the crease. Bowls here outside the off stump. A bit short as well, so Khawaja can shoulder arms. He made 11 in the first innings. Feels like a long time ago when Amrit Nortje found his outside edge.
But that's also the kind of hurry he was in. David wanted to just get off the field and, like he said, heels to get back in there.
Had a look mid-innings or innings break as well. It's currently the 6th shortest completed test match ever. It'll finish 6th or 7th, depending on how long it takes them to knock off these runs. Rabada bowls and Khawaja leaves alone again. So that rules out all games that have been destroyed by rain or ended up as draws for various reasons. Only matches that have had a winner at the end. 822 balls, I think it was, before this inning started.
Yeah, people who have turned up today at the Gabba are witnessing history in some kind. I mean, most of those games we talk about would have happened back in the day, before the wars, I assume.
And maybe uncovered wickets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, to the crease here, Rabada. Defending is Khawaja. It's down the pitch, no run. Yes, around the mark we're looking at the moment. Yes, 1889, 1912.
Yep.
The next one actually is from last year, 842 balls. You'll remember, Baz, we were watching it together. Ahmedabad.
Oh, yes,
England, India. That was all over in 842 balls, where that was wrapped up inside 2 days, 140.2 overs when India thrashed England. Rabada bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone again outside the line of the off-stump. No need getting involved with that.
But that's the thing, like, that's a great comparison. That test match last year, India-England, you saw from ball one that this test match is not going to last too long. That pitch was, it was a dust bowl of the most dust bowl variety. This pitch, I know it's already come up a lot of discussion, didn't feel that way, to be honest.
Last ball of Rabada's first over, delivers here to Khawaja, leaves alone on length, so he's able to shoulder arms on 5 of 6 occasions there. End of the over on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate mobile. Australia none for none. Their target's 34.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Warner marking his guard. Sees behind him 3 in the cordon, including big Marco Janssen at first slip. Short legs, Ondo, who caught him yesterday. We're seeing a replay of that on our screen for Valvoline, the original engine oil. It's going to be Amrit Nortje, the fastest bowler that South Africa have got. Away from us, Vulture Street end. Warner, first ball defended into the offside. No run. He roars as the ball ends up at point.
Stay loose, Usman. He wants to get off the mark.
But it's a great sign for South Africa to see Nortje being thrown there. Well, he was alongside Janssen, the best of their bowlers in the Australian first innings. They went Ngidi. It was a little flat. Not most of his spells, but not what Warner would have wanted to face.
Nortje took 2 for 52 in the first innings. Warner facing, Nortje to him, off the hip, keeps it down. That's better than yesterday. Both feet remained on the turf heels.
That was good heat, though. He's not wasting any here, Henrik. So it was well played, and he looks up for it, David Warner.
Eyes on the ball this time.
Yeah, he's watched that well, and that hasn't been the case all summer.
So South Africa see a little gain for them here as well. Get rid of Warner here. All the focus will be on him on the lead up to Boxing Day. Nortje delivers. Warner pulls off the mark, off the pair, down a deep backward square. They'll get a couple. First runs of the chase, and well supported by the Australian crowd.
Yeah.
See Luke Sparrow, the man who's been to as many tests as anyone from the Australian fan group, waving the Australian flag. None for 2, 32 to go.
He raised his little bat as well.
Yes.
I don't know whether it was in celebration of David Warner getting off the pair.
Sparrow blade. No green and gold in his strip at the moment, is he?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have that set by the time he gets to India. Big group going out there for that series that starts on February 9. Nortje bowls and Warner leaves alone outside the off stump. I say that's the expectation it'll start then. I don't know whether that's been confirmed by the BCCI.
What's going on there, Lukey? He's got Very modern pink.
That's become his attire. Wasn't he wearing the same kit in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And in Pakistan.
What's it all about?
Don't know. He usually listens.
Sponsors?
You might send a text and let us know. If you are listening, Luke, let us know. Why are you wearing pink instead of green and gold?
It's gone all inclusive. Come on, get a little bit of green and gold in there, please, Lucky.
So Warner on 2. Short leg still waiting for him. Norkia bowls. It's full and pushed out towards mid-wicket. No run. Zondo does the fielding. 1 ball left in the second over.
I just noticed before the South Africans went in, they had a little huddle. Most teams do. And Dean Elgar let some of the fast bowlers do the talking. I think he took a step back. And like Sam and Katich has been saying, the back of the box as well, they can't let. I mean, they'll need 3-4 wickets to take something from this game. What'll be an 8-day break between now and the
suddenly it's a real stretch, isn't it? Norkia up at 145 clicks with his previous ball. Bounce to Warner over his head. That'll be 4 byes or 4 wides. Waiting for the call. It is byes according to umpire Tucker. That completes the second over. None for 6 Australia. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Rabada bowls, start of a new over, gets big on Khawaja, gets it down into the offside. At the shoulder of the bat, there's still something in the track. That's for certain. Warner, Khawaja looks down at the shoulder of his blade, which is what it's crashed into. Oof. On our replay screen for Whateley, the original engine oil, that is sharp. Oof. And has taken off.
And he's one man that's batted on these Sheffield Shield pitches we talk about. And he'll know what you're supposed to do, and that one even did him in.
Hit the handle in the end. Rabada bowls again. Khawaja looking to drive as far as Ngidi at mid-on. No run. Yes, I'm sure when the match ref goes through his process, he'll look at balls like that, which have presumably hit something in the surface. We mentioned off the top today that there have been those ball marks that they've been able to hit occasionally and get extra bounce. And yes, that's and
it's because of the moisture. That even the turf, the soil has gone in too.
Rabada bowls to Khawaja. Oh, hits him on the inside edge into the front pad. Still not off the mark after 9 balls. Nathan Lyon said that yesterday morning. He was feeling the pitch and mentioned at the time, doesn't normally give much away. And he goes, there's plenty in this. And Nathan Lyon is he's the guy who knows.
And so when the soil underneath the grass is getting dented, that I've never seen indentations perform like this. So if that was hard, the grass would have been indented, but not so much the lock.
Rabada, Stanley Street end. Khawaja leaves alone close to the off stump. Rabada can't believe it's missed. Hand on his mouth like Stuart Broad back at Trent Bridge in 2015. And Khawaja very lucky. He's laughing too. He knows that he's gotten away with one there. It'll make for an interesting replay for Whateley and the original engine oil. Talk us through it, Baz.
Yeah, just once again, I think hit one of those inundations and just he went through the surface.
Well, that's gone through it, yeah. Not even bail height.
No.
So the volatility and bounce noticeable in Australia's second innings already. Short ball taken on. Khawaja off the mark. Out towards deep backwards square. It was in the air, but it doesn't matter. They take a couple to Norkia and move along to 8. None for 8. A reminder that target is 34.
But some of the balls we've seen today, Ian and Adam, I think it's a good thing that nobody will be batting on it going into day 3, day 4, or definitely day 5 if the game had lasted. Who knows how this pitch would play unless there's a lot of sun that beats. But because you can't undo those inundations.
Need a suction machine, like a panel of your car. They suck out the dents.
Last ball of Rabada's over. Khawaja caught it backward point, placing it into the hands of Keshav Maharaj. So Rabada gets a wicket in his second innings. 3 overs gone, Australia 1 for 8. He's gone for 2. That's on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. After the break, we'll get analysis from Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan with Gerard Whateley taking over on commentary.
2 100% Aussie beef patties with melty cheese, fresh tomato, tangy sauce, and delicious sour cream. Macca's El Macco. It's good to have you, Bacco. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Bataki use only fresh premium Australian pork to produce all of their bone-in Christmas hams. Insist on Bataki at leading supermarkets and delicatessens. Bataki bone-in Christmas ham with fresh premium Australian pork. Simply the best.
Australia 1 for 8, needing 34 to win. Marnus Labuschagne on his way out into the middle, and that was really telling. So Khawaja got one that went high and one that went low, and he went bugger this and hit the first ball, the next ball out into the deep on the leg side and backed away and slashed the ball to gully. And this is a local, so he totally lost faith in the pitch.
Yeah, and the one that he hit, the ball before that, had no control about it whatsoever. He was half watching it onto his body and onto his bat, and got it into a big gap, thankfully. So then a little bit reckless to finish off.
It's very un-Usman-like.
Yeah, very much so. And you could see him as he was walking off, Gerard, just kind of, again, that resigned look that a few batters have had today as they were walked off. It's almost the kind of shot like you described. You think the pitch is a lottery pitch where...
Yeah. Knockout bowls to Warner, who defends the ball from his pads, and he calls for the sharp single. Rabada around to his left, shies, but Warner is more than home as he stands and watches it go by. 1 for 9.
And yeah, I mean, that entire over, Rabada to Khawaja, Hales was quite telling. Yeah,
he was a little bit in... I was watching Rabada and his follow-through, and he was inconsistent, which would have been even more difficult to face. Is this one really going to fire through or not? And he's got a week to get that right.
Yep.
You know, his run up to the crease, his delivery, then his slow down. He's got to extend his follow-through just a little bit more. He did it 2 of the 6 balls last over.
Norkie in from the Vulture Street end. He's over the wicket. He bowls to Labuschagne, who's on the back foot defending.
Who is a boomer, I think they find like that. Some come rocketing past you and some don't quite click. And that's how Rabada was there. But he's quite intense. He's quite energetic at the moment, which we were critical of him not being so in the first innings. So he wants to mend things.
Yeah, speaking to some of the Indian support staff over the years, there is a similarity between Bumrah and Rabada. Like at times they do need someone to light a fire under their bottom just to get them going.
3 slips, short leg in place. Labuschagne on strike. Norkia bowls. He's in behind it, defending. These are coming down at 141. So Norkia got it up to 150 last night as he warms to things.
He's been very good. My fingers are crossed that he doesn't strike any more injury problems and you get a long run at top-level cricket because the game needs it. There's good heat. He's a good athlete. And, he should be able to hold this team together well.
Generates his pace on the way in and bowls to Labuschagne. Rearing delivery. Did the limbo to stay out of the way and taken by Verena high up over his head. Is your point, Bharat, is batting on this tomorrow would be a total minefield.
I think it would have been like taking a risk here. You would have been entering like danger zone there. So,
what about a club game I heard of yesterday? Or last week it was, and got called off. One side made 90. My club needed 34 to win, 2 down, and got called off. Hey!
Norkia bowls. Labuschagne leaves. Again, that's got great carry through. Norkia's in the mid-140s.
So you let the unsafeness go that long, and you can't give us a chance to get those last 34.
Great umpires are under a lot of stress when it comes to these calls. You know that. You get judged harshly at times.
So that is flying through. Just 3 slips. Pavuma's a genuine gully. There's a big gap between 3rd slip and that gully.
Norkia bowls. Labuschagne in behind it, defending. So 1 from the over, 1 for 9 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Any fitness, any ability, any goal. Anytime Fitness is the gym for anybody, anytime. Search Anytime Fitness today. Anytime Fitness.
It's nearly here, the biggest sporting event of the Australian summer. The Boxing Day Test at the MCG. Australia versus South Africa. Just 8 days to go.
Count on Toro Irrigation to get the job done.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Today's crowd, 18,206. I'll give you the total shortly. Rabada bowls. Warner kept out of the short one and watched it fly through. So that means the two-day attendance is 47,512 fans. And that's as far as it will go. Bharat is in place. Simon Katich into the expert's chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. In for the last rights. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat, and all our listeners.
What about the Khawaja's body language?
Yeah.
He didn't like any of that at all.
No.
Rabada in, bowls to Warner, in behind, defending the ball to the offside.
David Warner looks sharp, though. He looks very sharp at the moment. He wants to be there at the end, walk off undefeated, and take some momentum into the Boxing Day Test. Yeah, there's not much to gain here apart from getting 20 not out.
Just
and that's the danger.
If you're Warner. Yeah. It's an unfair bar in a way, but he just has to be not out. Rabada bowls to him, and Warner on the back foot defending.
And especially with 8 days between now and that big 100 test, he'll just be a little more relieved if he's not out, and whatever he's doing in the lead up to that, whoever he wants to invite, and everything. I'm sure a lot goes into it, even if you are David Warner, just preparing for a milestone test like that.
Rabada trying to do something about that. He bowls, and Warner edges, and he's caught. Warner's out for 3. There is just no reprieve for him. It's taken in the slips, and Rabada has him twice in the test match. A glance back to the scoreboard. He wants to see the replay, but undone again on the outside edge. Tried to drop the hands, but it was too late. Avia takes the catch in the slips, and Dave Warner's miserable summer continues. It's 2 for 9.
And that's the Rabada we've come to know over the years. That had zip on it, had pace, and it was a very good catch, diving. Avia diving in front of Dean Elgar at second. That flew very quickly. And Warner looks despondent as he trudges off. That's darted off probably leg stump line. He had to play it from over the wicket. Good catch. And Australia now 2 for 9. Tell you what, if South Africa had got a 125-run lead, it was game on.
100%. We were talking about this at the back. If they could have found a way to get to 120 in front, and between tonight and tomorrow, when this would have just been diabolical to bat on, anything could have happened.
Well, I said it earlier today. It's a game of a centimetre, this one. If that catch had been taken by Elgar yesterday and carried off Travis Head, it just shows how important his innings was in this test victory. Because had that innings not taken place, Australia were well behind.
Oh, exactly.
2 for 9. Steve Smith out in the middle. Rabada has 2 for 2. He's in. He bowls a bouncer. It takes off. It's hauled in by the keeper. So a great snaffle from Avea in the cordon. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au.
And already the narrative kind of doesn't shift, but there's that David Warner question that arises again, right? We've been talking about South Africa and their batting and the pitch, but now all that will be pushed aside to an extent. It'll be about David Warner and his future.
When there have been free runs on offer, he just hasn't been able to get them. Smith drives in the air over mid-off. Uncharacteristic stuff. It balloons over the field. He'll get back for a second. 2 for 11. Smith doesn't trust this surface at all. We saw that yesterday, and all his characteristics are back. A wicket and 2 from the over. 2 for 11. Made scoreboard. Make the switch to Made Mobile.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the local venues offering live music and entertainment. There's always plenty for the kids to enjoy, coupled with natural landscapes, great food and amazing weather. So what are you waiting for? Find out more online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's the plus. Marnus Labuschagne faces up to Nortje, and he leaves outside the off stump. So 2 for 11 in pursuit of 34.
We'll come back to Warner, but poor Temba Bavuma, he's put his heart on the line, showed some guts in both innings. And all he gets in return is Kagiso Rabada just smashed him in the face. I think he was just giving high fives to everyone. He didn't see Bavuma there, and he just smacked him straight on the nose.
Oh, no. The replay for Valvoline, the original engine oil. That will last. It'll be a meme in no time. Nortje quickly around his mark. In from under us. He bowls to Labuschagne, who keeps the Yorker out. In fact, he does better than that. He punches it down the ground. We'll run under the side screen for 4. Good stuff, Marnus. 2 for 15, the boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston.
And just going back to what he was saying, Gerard, if we can just go back to David Warner, I think it's the runs he did not score against West Indies that'll come back to haunt him in a way, or that'll be... Well, on this pitch, well, yeah, as a batter, it is a lottery. And we've seen that play out in both teams.
2 third innings frolics,
yes,
which has been his long suit for so long, and he left runs out there on both occasions. Labuschagne faces up. He flicks in the air. It lands short of mid-on. It was the leading edge. Every ball's a challenge.
Well, this is the thing, because the wicket has got that inconsistent pace, movement, bounce. This is what happens. Playing shots and trying to score becomes hard, and that's where you start getting errors with leading edges or batsmen that start then trying to think, well, I've got to try and take the game on, and they play a shot to a ball that's just not on because it's got to be in a perfect spot to hit it for 4.
Nortje in bowls. Labuschagne forward inside edge. Bounces on its way to Zondo.
It's like you're on the last lap of this crazy obstacle course and you just somehow want to get to the finish line. You want to like accelerate through some of them, just even if it means it's risky. But that's how everyone, especially the Aussie batters who walked out, have tried to do. Khawaja did it in his own way, and even these two. And Steve Smith, he was gesticulating as he was crossing back for a second run.
Yeah. 3 slips ready themselves and a short leg. Nortje just does an extra lap under us. He's got this funny little habit. He does a circle at the top of his mark. Sets himself in and bowls now to Labuschagne. Leading edge again, this time out to point. Stares suspiciously down at the shoulder of the bat. It lands short of Maharaj.
Yeah, another one. Right? Must have hit one of those spots.
Well, he's generally brought the ball back into the right-handers off the seam, as we saw with that Steve Smith dismissal late yesterday. So I think Labuschagne feels that the clip through square legs are probably a lower risk shot for him, but the problem is he was just through the shot a little bit early.
Nortje to Labuschagne, fends it down short of Zondo. It spat at him, got it safely to turf. End of the over, 2 for 15 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
SEN, 7-Eleven and Mobile are fueling up for a summer of cricket. So reach for the sunscreen, your bat and the Bowser to get your story off to the best start with Mobile quality fuel from 7-Eleven.
It's nearly here, the biggest sporting event of the Australian summer. The Boxing Day Test at the MCG. Australia versus South Africa. Just 8 days to go.
Above or below ground, you can count on Toro.
Rabada to Steve Smith, who shoulders arms to the first ball of the over. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Australia with 19 more required for victory, 2 for 15.
Yeah, the extra 100 runs, I've been thinking about it a lot, Simon. Yeah, we've been talking about the 2004 Mumbai Test a lot in the back. And yeah, you guys needed, what, 120 odd, 130 odd to win. Skittled out for, what, 104?
Rabada has both wickets. He's got Steve Smith in his sights, and Smith is back and carving the ball forward, a point for 4. That's the way to do it. See a little bit of width and go hard at it. Smith is to 6. The boundary is for Rediflex by Blunston. It's 2 for 19. 15 required.
Yeah, just too short there from Rabada, and Steve Smith pounced. He looked brilliant in the first innings. It took an absolute peach from Nortje to get rid of him, and he's carrying on here. Just 15 more runs. He wants to get them quick and finish this job off.
In the afternoon sunshine of the Gabba, Rabada in and bowls to Smith, who edges, and he's caught 2. Straight through to the keeper. Cross bat swipe, took the edge. Barima takes the catch. Rabada has 3. Steve Smith is gesticulating all the way off. He's gone for 6. Australia's 3 for 19, and it's just as well. There's only 15 more required to win.
Yeah, Steve Smith threw the sink at this one. Just had a bit more extra bounce on it than he expected, and just clipped the top edge. Verena took the catch, and this is probably what South Africa lacked a little bit yesterday from Rabada. He's got 3 for 8 now. He's bowled with good zip, and Australia 3 for 19.
Yeah, I said earlier that he did a lot of the talking in the huddle before South African team went back out. Maybe this is what he was saying. Maybe he said, leave it to me. Maybe I will bring some fire, some heat. He's got 7 wickets for the match all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And he's been probably below his best, a little bit like Pat Cummins was yesterday, and then we saw his class today. As soon as this wicket's hardened up, he's fired up, got the 5 for, and then got Australia into this dominant position. The job's not done yet.
And you talk about small gains, and there are small gains for South Africa's pace attack. So for whatever other analysis there is they can believe that they can take 20 wickets against Australia.
Oh, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. They'll feel that this test was theirs for the taking yesterday at 3 for 27.
Yep.
They didn't take it. Australia took it back from them with the Smith and Head partnership, and that's the difference in this game.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Travis Head, the man in the middle, the likely player of the match. Rabada is in and bowls to him. Oh, that is a high bouncer which leaps away. It's 5. It's a wide and goes for 4.
That's the exact same ball he got yesterday, first ball.
Yep.
Except off Nortje.
Yeah.
And the same result.
So that's cheap runs for you. 3 for 24 as a result. 10 to go.
And I thought they moved away from that plan very early yesterday to Travis, and I was surprised by it.
That was the only bouncer they bowled until late in the day when Rabada gave him a couple.
Rabada back at Head, bouncer, flick down the leg side, he's out. Verena takes the catch. Head goes for a duck. Twice in a day he's been strangled down the leg side. And Australia's 4 for 24. There's still 10 runs to go. It's wild stuff at the Gabba.
Rabada could end with all 10 here. Nothing's impossible in this game. It's been one of the most bizarre of test matches. And that's how Travis Head got out in the first innings.
And it's how Wagner got him out a couple of years ago against New Zealand. It's how Bumrah got him out a few years ago in Adelaide. That was there for South Africa. They did not do their analysis well enough, and it's cost them this test match, because that is the blueprint of how you bowl to him.
And every Shield team that goes up against South Australia does the same as well, Simon. Yeah, they just moved away from it very quickly. And this is what Kyle Verena said in the press conference yesterday. He said, like, when you have a bowling attack that the kind we have, yes, we're despondent when we get bowled out for 150, but then we go back to the sheds and we see who we have and we get fired up again.
So we're really 1 wicket away from running ridiculous scenarios. It's 4 for 24. And if Rabada was to remove Green here, then I could start to entertain a few scenarios for you.
Yeah, if someone pulls off a hat-trick, this is game on.
Oh, yeah.
And you never know in this game of cricket. Funny things happen, Gerard. What happened at the Thunder the other night? No one would have thought they'd get bowled out for 15.
4 for 24. Rabada has 4 for 13. Cam Green is back in the middle. He bowls, Rabada bowls to him. He does well. Sharp hands to fend it down into the gully. No run. 1 to come in the 7th over. Khawaja 2, Warner 3, Smith 6, Head 0.
Does
So head is 0 from 1. Does it count as a golden duck for the primary club, with the first ball he faced being a wide?
Technically it might, because I don't think the ball. Yeah, I don't think the ball counts when it's a wide or a no ball.
Roberto bowls to Green. He keeps it down to short legs. Ondo out the back of the hand, tried to run him out with the quick flick. 4 for 24. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate mobile. End of the over.
Spain's La Liga is almost back. Joao Felix! Lewandowski! Watch all the La Liga action on Optus Sport Live, or watch later with mini matches, extended highlights and more. Would you believe it? The biggest clubs, Barcelona lethal, and the world's best players are all in one place. Karim Benzema! Optus Sport. Astonishing! Don't miss the action. Search Optus Sport today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Can Marnus Labuschagne guide Australia to safe harbour? Nortje bowls to him. That leaps off the pitch, clears the keeper and goes down for 5 wides. Might be the only way Australia can get them in 5 wides at a time.
Can we,
Rhodes,
we have those 15 runs back, please? 3 of them. This is great aggression. South Africa will take a few things home tonight. Not a victory, that's for sure. It's just leaked out the door.
They need to get a man there behind Verena. The backstop, like the under-13s, Jonty. Then that would have saved 12 runs and you're still in the test match.
Oh, man. Great aggression, though. Lovely to see. Great contest.
5 to win.
Yeah, you've got to love the spirit that's been shown here. They've gone down swinging, South Africa.
Nortje rushes in and he bowls to Labuschagne, who's beaten past the outside edge. Not gloved by Verena. Might have hit his fingers. Yes, it did. He's going to be quite sore after that.
Yeah, interesting. The keeper had the fingers pointing up to take a chest-high delivery and possibly just more of a spongy bounce. Considering the ones that have flown over the top, you can understand why he was expecting a rocket to come firing through, crash into his gloves. But the ball just dipped on him, which is why I caught the top end of his fingers.
Oh, he's clutching at the right thumb. Just having a look at the replay screen for Valvoline, the original engine oil. Nortje bowls. Labuschagne defends the ball to leg. It's been a wild half hour, hasn't it, Jonty?
What? This is what we're coming out to see, this South African attack. We've spoken so much about it. But it's no good having a great attack if you can't score runs. It's got to be a combined team effort. But awesome to see it. We know they can do it. And the key for me, though, it's led by Rabada. He is such an important part of the South African attack. Goes drifting, sadly, and missing a bit in action a few times. But when he's present and he's in your face, he brings everyone with him.
Labuschagne faces up and he leaves. Ball that flies through from Nortje, who's in the mid-140s in this spell.
Jonty, do you get the impression that he might want to lead this team?
No.
No.
No, I don't. I think he's a natural athlete. You know, he does everything comes quite easily to him, and I don't think he wants that. Might be much like hard work for him.
Because his body language yesterday indicated he was a bit shitty, to be honest.
It's a technical term. Nortje bowls. Now, Labuschagne knocked it back. Did it brush the fingers? I think it did. It hit the stumps, but Green had presence of mind to keep the bat down.
But what we've seen here today in this second innings has been, and a little bit towards the back end, the way he got a couple of the tail-enders out, is more like the Rabada we've come to know. They had the zip today, like that ball that got Warner out. That's sort of what I was expecting from him yesterday, particularly when Australia were 3 for 27. And it just didn't feel like he had that spark in him yesterday, whereas today he's had it, and then look what's happened.
Well, that's a key, though. I mean, it's South Africa, when you see this sort of performance, and you've seen it not just once or twice, but often through. I mean, he's a premium fast bowler. And I think that's why it gets a bit frustrating when he's not at this sort of level of intensity.
Nortje in. Bowls to Labuschagne, who plays the ball, tip and run, out to cover, well judged. Van der Dussen got there, but there was no play to throw to either end. A cheeky single makes it 4 to win. A little conversation between Labuschagne and Green in the aftermath. 4 for 30 with 1 to come in the 8th over. It's coming up to 4:45 local time on a Sunday evening.
Yeah, Cameron Green got 2 or 3 long half volleys from Roberto this morning. I don't think he's getting a long half volley from Nokia from this end this afternoon.
He would love one of those off drives, one of those luscious off drives. And I think you're quite right. It's more like the up around the ear hole.
It's going to have to be short and high to get around his ear hole.
Yes, Nokia is in and he bowls to Green. It goes on, took off. It's 5 wides and that's the game. Would you believe it? It's the first time in more than 90 years on these shores that a test match has been decided in 2 days. Australia wins by 6 wickets. I think they'll breathe a big sigh of relief. And maybe all the players will to leave this Gabba pitch behind. Low scoring, aggressive, fast bowling, and a minefield to confront. Australia 1-0 up in the series. She was a wild old time, Simon Katich.
It certainly was. Certainly didn't predict this yesterday when we started the test match. It certainly looked like it had some moisture in it, but that in the end has probably been the reason why this wicket has behaved the way it has. It probably just had a bit too much day one. The wicket's dented up, and then once it's hardened up, historically here, day 2 at the Gabba is harder to bat on, particularly in Shield cricket when it does start green, and that's what we've seen today. We've seen 2 high-class bowling lineups just demoralise both batting teams, except Australia. They had that one big partnership yesterday between Smith and Head that got the job done.
Extras 14.
Well, Simon Katich was calling for a long stop.
Not 19.
Yeah, 19. Yeah, he was calling for a long stop. It was straight to long stop. I'm with him on that. Test cricket, long stop.
What do we think about all of that, Jonty?
Yeah, no, I don't have that much vision, I'm afraid. Just see it as it is.
How do you surmise all that test match across 2 days?
Well, I think a concern for me is that we know the South African bowling attack is a big strength of ours, but from a point of view where we did go flat, Travis Head took the attack and we almost didn't have a plan. We coasted. Maybe we should have just gone, okay, let's bottle it up for a bit, dry up the runs, don't let it get away from us, because that period of play really did put Australia in the driving seat.
Ian Healy back in for his assessments as the players shake hands. That's going to be one of the weirder scorecards we ever see. Khawaja 2, Warner 3, Smith 6, Head 0, all out. Labuschagne 5 not out, Green 0 not out.
And they won.
19. 15 wides and 4 byes.
That's weird. That was weird. There was plenty happening in this whole test match. I thought Australia were just more aware of little moments. Taking a score of 20-40, or as Travis said, took the game away as it turned out, but making sure that he sustained his time at the crease and the intensity of his scoring rate. Verena fell in a bit of a hole at 60 and really, tried hard from there, but it became more defensive rather than attacking. And I just thought South Africa, weren't thinking like they are now with hindsight. With hindsight, they're saying, gee, if we had just made 70 more runs for a chance, they weren't thinking that at the time, and they should have been.
I think a key for me, though, is if you watch Steve Smith yesterday when he came out to bat, he had a couple of great drives off the bat, right from the start of his innings. He showed that intent. What it does, heals. It also makes you move your feet. The South Africans in the first innings...
Mitch will start with me. Mitch, 2-day test. Felt like a whirlwind as a viewer. What about as a player?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever had a 2-day test before. We were trying to think about it before, and I'm not sure none of us could recall a 2-day test. So, yeah, very interesting. Let's leave it at that.
What about you? Your 300th test wicket. How special was that moment earlier today with your teammates that got right around you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think Healy was the first one to come up and say that was probably a better result of 300 than the one that he dropped. So, very cool, very privileged. Sure I'll reflect on it later, but just nice to get a test win.
Can you think of a more appropriate way to bring up the milestone, your signature delivery?
So that's Mitch Stark there with Kath Loughnan. Adam Collins has got Marnus Labuschagne, Simon Katich as well. Colin.
Marnus, a bizarre test match over in 2 days. Your initial thoughts to this?
It felt a little bit like a Shield game. We've played a fair few Shield games here that have ended in the same way. There's obviously one outlier in the game that's changed the game, and obviously this game was Travis Head with the bat. that outlier in every one of those shortened games is, it seems to be the difference.
Feels like the other outlier is the 22 yards in the middle. I mean, balls genuinely went throughout. It got more pronounced this afternoon. I mean, have you ever seen a surface even like that at the Gabba in Shield cricket?
We've seen a fair few wickets like that. Obviously, you don't have two sides with bowling attacks with 4 or 5 guys bowling over 150. That's probably the difference. We've played many games here. I remember we played a game here against South Australia, and we bowled South Australia out for 80, and we dropped 6 catches in the slips. Michael Nesser got 5, and so it's just one of those wickets. Unfortunately for the crowd and probably for the game, would have liked probably a tougher, a longer contest between bat and ball. It certainly was tough when we were out there, but obviously, that's how it's spun.
In your opinion, as a player with plenty of experience now, is this fit for purpose, having a strip that supplies a result like this inside 2 days, in your view?
No, I mean, I think everyone understands that this is not what we want. That's not the ideal scenario we want. We love the pace in the wicket. We love the bounce. We love 2 fast bowling attacks going at it. But for a game to finish in under 2 days is obviously not ideal for Test cricket. But the reality is, we've played on probably 2 of those in the last 2 years. So, our batters are going to have to take on a bit more Travis Head mentality, I think.
Did you have any inkling yesterday when you saw that wicket for the first time in the morning that it might end up playing like this?
So I think there was about 4.5 to 5 mil of grass on the wicket on day one, and I think they thought that the grass was a bit leafier, so that's why it looked so green. The wicket felt hard, but I mean, then when you walk out there with your spikes on and your shoes go in, it felt like a pretty regular day one moisture wicket with obviously a lot more grass.
And do you think now, having struck the first battle in this, or first blow in this battle against South Africa 1v2, that there's going to be a big scar leading into that Melbourne Test, given what you played on there last year when there was 12 mils?
Look, I think everyone wants the contest in Test cricket, so I think ideally the groundsman there is going to try and make a wicket that goes 4 to 5 days, and that is Test cricket is not only it's an endurance battle. It's can your batter outlast the bowler? It's a strategical game, and obviously when you're playing a wicket like this, it brings the matchup so close together, and it becomes a little bit of a lottery at who gets the upper hand on a wicket like that.
You've had a close look at this South African attack now in this Test match. What did you make of it?
Well, obviously on this wicket, extremely tough. I mean, apart from Travis Head, like I said, the outlier, and I thought Steve Smith batted brilliantly in that first innings. But apart from those 2, I mean, it was pretty hard work for the rest. Obviously, with such a good bowling attack, they obviously sacrificed a little bit on their batting because they play the full quicks and a spinner. So that played in our advantage probably this game, because you probably didn't need, 5 bowlers on a wicket like that.
In a shootout, you need big guns. You've got Pat Cummins, 5 wickets today, and Mitchell Starc claiming his 300th Test Gabba, a reflection on the guy that's been leading your attack for as long as you've been playing Test cricket.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are fantastic without the conditions like this. Then the wicket, they obviously, day one, we probably missed our length a little bit, March. I think it was a bit slippery and it was tough to sort of hit that right length. And on day one, Kato, you especially, you've seen that here, if you miss on day one, the ball actually goes over.
We might have lost our line there, I fancy. Some terrific honesty from Marnus Labuschagne, as he's told you that straight up.
Yeah, it's not really what they want or the game needs. It was, it was good. It was good. Didn't really answer the question about the quality of the attack against him. He sort of, it was a bit hard with some of us, and went on to Travis Head, didn't he? But he could have maybe given us, they're good. They're good. And they got even better.
I think he understands he's got 2 more Test matches, and he doesn't want to give South Africa any more encouragement.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yes. Well, that gives a pretty good insight from a player who plays his Shield cricket here on how all of that's unfolded. The mind does wander a little bit. Is if we had been required for a good period of play tomorrow, I'm not totally sure we would have got through it. Like that's borderline unsafe by the end of today's play.
Yes, and that's what, again, you know, that for the sake of 60 to 80 runs, they could have got themselves into that scenario, the South Africans. But much better today, Jonty, that bowling attack. I mean, Nortje was good both innings. Rabada found something.
Yeah, he certainly did. And he just found what we know and expect from Rabada. And maybe we do expect too much because we kind of expect it every time. This morning when he came out to bowl the first 2 overs, he had an opportunity, especially the way that South Africa had finished the end of day 1, taking 2 wickets towards a close of play. We could have carried on with that momentum. Understand that the ball is new. You know, there's still a lot of life left in the wicket. And this morning it was an older ball. But he's the leader of the attack. And you see when he pitches up, he drags everybody else with him.
Yeah, that was very accurate when you said that. I thought, yeah, that's exactly what's happening right at the moment. So 19 wides and byes to get the Australian team over the line.
15 wides and 4 byes, and I think 15 of the last 16 runs were wides.
Yeah, it was a tough contest. Marnus said that, and it was certainly the South African attack that's lived up to its expectation for 90% of the time or 80% of the time that they were out in the field. Big concern for South Africa, though, is that how do they fix the batting? Do they change the balance and bring an extra batter in? Because I'm a bit concerned if Marnus is saying, you know, on this sort of surface, you didn't need the extra seamer. I think you still do, because you still got to come in and hit the deck hard. You're not just going to pitch up and take wickets. So if you've only got 3 seamers and a spinner, Maharaj got hit out the game. You're not going to leave him out because you don't expect it just to last 2 days.
Yeah.
So then from a seam point of view, who do you leave out? Ngidi or Jansen? You can't leave Jansen out, that's for sure.
Well, it'd be, for mine, Ngidi or Maharaj won't be in the squad if you need to put another batsman in there. You have to take one of those, or play 4 quicks. Just 4 quicks. Have you got any part-timers in that top 6?
No.
No.
No, sadly not.
Okay.
What would you do, Jonty?
Well, totally on the surface. I mean, I don't know what we're going to see at the MCG. What is the expectation from you guys who've spent a lot of time?
So last year it was 12 mils and it played not dangerously, but it was a fast test match and England never really had a hope. I think there'll be a slight adjustment. So we've gone through a period at the MCG where it was just turgid and would go forever, and now it became hypercharged. So they'll look for something in the middle, but I reckon it's going to be impossible to guess on the morning of the test which way is this going. Are we going to need a spinner to bowl a lot of overs? Is the opposition going to bat 100 overs or not, or is it? I reckon it'll be a total guessing game, Jonty.
Yeah, well, I don't think, you know, in Test cricket these days you can go in without a spinner. I mean, I know Maharaj got hit off his length very quickly by Travis Head, but Nathan Lyon had a big contribution on a seaming wicket with Australian fast bowlers bowling good areas. He still had a job, and he did his job. So I think that from that point of view, I hope we don't go to 7-4 thinking, well, we need more batting. Because I don't think we have the quality batters saying, okay, so we're going to bring somebody, we're going to be guaranteed to score over 300 runs. The players that we've got currently, they have to do the job. And my concern is that there were a few issues caught on the crease in the first innings. They didn't resolve that in innings number 2, because that's what you do in Test cricket. You learn as you go, and as a batter you get one chance to learn, and you've got to learn from your mistakes. You've got to correct it very, very quickly. From my point of view, and I think, you know, Bavuma showed, Zonda, they showed as well that you can apply yourself. And I was just sort of talking about how not aggressive Steve Smith was. I know he got out today to the short ball, but the ball before, you know, when you got that sort of intent, because we all speak about, you know, Marnus spoke about the outlier Travis Head. He had intent. You know, and if you're just going to occupy the crease, you will get a good delivery, but it still allows Australia to stay on top. We never put that sort of pressure on as a bowling unit on Australia. So when the partnership grew quickly, it took the game away from us. So do we have batters who can apply themselves? Yes, leave the ball, play shot percentages, but you still, because when you have not an aggressive intent, but a, you know, attacking sort of mindset, you move your feet. You don't stand in the crease and play, but when you have a defensive mindset, you stand in the crease.
we're about to join the presentation. So, Jonty, we'll say Merry Christmas to you. I suspect you're a man who knows how to use a few days off pretty well, so enjoy the next few days.
On the Gold Coast, apparently surf is up. I'll see you guys.
Good on you, Jonty.
Jonty Rhodes, so lucky to have him as part of our SEN Test cricket coverage throughout this summer. Australia 1-0 up. We'll get the final thoughts of Michael Kasprowicz shortly. And Cat and Colo are going to stay down on the boundary. So as soon as we've had these presentations, I wonder if there's some sort of technical issue here, because everybody is milling around. Pat Cummins is certainly there, and Dean Elgar. And without offering too many spoilers, Travis Head is lurking around the scene as well. And just over to our left, the players with kids. So the Warners are out kicking footies and round balls. Usman Khawaja's out there with the family. Marnus Labuschagne's got his baby. So the parents of the Australian team are frolicking with their kids at the end of a test match early on a Sunday evening. It's quite a lovely sight.
Yeah. Nice place to play. Nice park. Just need a couple of swings. It's a wonder that Australian outfit doesn't travel with some swings. Kids swings now. They've got everything. Other than that, it looks like.
All right, here's Ishiguro.
For the NRMA Insurance first test match of this series between Australia and South Africa. Quite remarkable scenes, really. 34 wickets falling inside 2 days. Australia get the job done in the end. They win the first match. They go into the Boxing Day test match 1-0 up in the series. I'd like to welcome up the player of the match, the NRMA player of the match, Travis Head, for his 92. And the best innings of the game. No one else got close to you. Just how difficult was it for batting out there?
Yeah, very difficult. I think we've seen as the whole game's gone on, there was plenty there for the bowlers. So, yeah, nice to contribute, nice to get to a score and get there in the end.
What was the chat? Let's go back to yesterday, 3 for 27 between yourself and Steve Smith.
Yeah, it was just obviously looking for opportunities to score, and if we could try and get them off their lengths. And yeah, it was a challenging afternoon, no doubt about it. They put the ball in the right area. We were able to get through. We had a bit of luck. So, but yeah, nice to have a partnership that was a big contributor to the game.
You made batting look pretty easy, especially after the drinks break. Was there something said there in just coming out and being positive?
Yeah, we just said, again, me and Steve just said, look to be positive, look to be on their best ball. Yeah, we're going to play a miss. We're going to hopefully get away with a few things, and we were able to do that. And yeah, the game presented itself. So it was nice.
As far as challenges go, how difficult was it? How do you rate it?
Yeah, it was probably one of the most challenging innings I've had to play in the conditions against this bowling attack. We even seen it late there. Like there was plenty there still for us, and we were able to get over the line, which was nice. But the bowlers did an incredible job to keep the chase low.
Are you expecting it to be slightly easier for batting at the MCG?
We'll wait and see. Last year it was a challenging wicket as well. So, look, a high-class attack. No matter, regardless of the wicket, I think it's going to be challenging. So, look forward to having a few days off and getting really into it.
Well played, Travis, and you can take your medal. There you go. Travis Head, the NRMA player of the match. Now to welcome up the losing captain, Dean Elgar. Dean, hard to make sense of what's happened in the last couple of days. A few more extra runs and you might have been in the game.
Very much so. I think another 60 runs and yeah, it might have been a different result, but it's not on our side, and yeah, still trying to wrap my brain around what's happened the last 2 days.
What is your assessment of the pitch?
Pretty spicy. I think if you're a bowler, you're licking your lips, just out of the nature of how everything unfolded. Challenging for the batters, no doubt, which is okay if there's a good contest between bat and ball. But obviously on the flip side, I don't see it as a fair contest really.
You got yourself a few extra days though ahead of the Boxing Day test. What will you have to work on ahead of that match against what is such a class bowling attack?
In fairness, I can't think we can prepare any better the way we did coming into the series. You can hit enough balls or hit too many balls, and you might just not go away as a player. But yeah, I think conditions were obviously not in favour for the batters in this game. If you think about a partnership between Smith and Head, I think that's maybe the difference really. So I can't think of us doing too much else. We're still going to prepare the way we prepared for the second test and take it from there. But yeah, extra 3 days, which were obviously unplanned for, and yeah, go back to the drawing board and sit down and yeah, get the think tank going again.
And just with the bowlers, obviously you've got a pretty amazing bowling attack yourself. Nice to take a few wickets into this next Test match.
Yeah, I think a few scores might have been opened a little bit. We've still got another raw paceman sitting on the sidelines in Katich, so it's nice to have him in the wings. But yeah, I think if you have two quality bowling attacks, it's always what people want to watch, but they want to watch it for 5 days. And yeah, obviously it didn't happen this way.
Dean, hard luck. All the best in the next match.
Thanks, Isha.
Now to welcome up the Australian captain, Pat Cummins. A nice return for yourself, a win inside 2 days and a fifer as well.
Yeah, great couple of days, really. Great way to start the series. Yeah, tricky wicket. I thought particularly Heady and Smithy, the way they got us to a total was awesome.
And perhaps a bit nervy for yourself coming back from injury in the first innings, but it looked like you got your rhythm going in the second one.
Yeah, wasn't particularly happy with how I bowled yesterday. Yeah, rhythm felt okay, just couldn't get the length right. Bit of a greasy kind of green top on day one, but yeah, happy today. I thought all the bowlers were fantastic, really relentless.
And what is your assessment of the pitch? Would you have preferred a better contest between bat and ball?
I'm a bowler, so you're probably asking the wrong person. You know, there's a couple of good partnerships there. I think, yeah, a couple of players played really nicely. Trav almost got 100 on it. So, yeah, either way, happy that we ended on the right side of it.
You're doing yourself a disservice there. I think you can bat as well. A word on your great mate, Mitch Stark, and joining the 300 club?
Oh, just, yeah, you know, it keeps impressing. The longevity, take 300 wickets, you know, over 10 years. And I think he just keeps going to a different level. You saw him around the wicket, nipping the ball away. It's a new skill for him. So just, yeah, absolute huge member of our team and continues to get better and better.
A few days off, maybe to enjoy a bit of Christmas before the Boxing Day Test, which is always a special occasion.
Yeah, that's it. A couple extra days is nice. Might get home for a couple of days, and then yeah, all the attention turns to Boxing Day, which is huge. Each year, it's just we look forward to it. So can't wait.
Pat, congratulations once again. All the best in that.
Thanks, Isha. Ciao.
So that concludes the presentation ceremony, and we look forward to the Boxing Day Test.
Australia won by 6 wickets. The player of the match, Travis Head. I think the line that will echo Dean Elgar. Don't see it as a fair contest. Adam Collins and Simon Katich will get your final thoughts down there on the boundary.
Gerard, yes, got Simon Katich with me, Mitchell Stark walking past as well. The consensus from the players we're talking to is fairly clear, Kat. They're aligned with Dean Elgar.
Yeah, without putting words in their mouth, they obviously felt that was a very, very difficult wicket to bat on, and they played on it and they know best. You can never question that. They've been out there in the heat of battle, and yeah, I think for what we've witnessed, it's pretty much a consensus.
It seemed to get worse as the test went on. By that I mean it got more challenging as the pitch got harder, and to an extent it was the marks in the pitch from day one that proved so problematic this afternoon.
Yeah, it was mentioned earlier today. Day 2 is always a hard day to bat against a new ball. It wasn't as hard early when that ball was softer, but as soon as you get a new ball on that wicket, when it's hardened up, the dents have hardened up overnight with the moisture coming out of it and the sun baking it a bit more, maybe having another roller on it. That's when you get what you get today, and everything gets exacerbated because of the extra pace. So as soon as you get a lot of lateral movement, either up, down or sideways, that's when you don't have much time to adjust as a batsman. And against this sort of pace, as we heard from Marnus earlier, it's consistently all around the 140 and even high 140k mark, which is tough to face.
You've played and observed a lot of Test cricket over the years. The ICC will go through their process. They'll get some kind of sanction for this, won't they?
I think so. I think I'd be very surprised given what we see when it comes to how you judge and rate a wicket. Pete went through it before on air, and I think it's going to have excessive either sideways movement or lateral movement, however it gets put in the guidelines. I think it'll get judged poor for that.
92 for Travis Head, player of the match, despite missing out in the second dig, of course. But we heard from Marnus Labuschagne a couple of times wanting to emphasise how crucial that head innings was.
Oh, there's no doubt that's the reason Australia won the Test match. Simple as that. That one innings changed the course of the Test. We knew yesterday, after Australia had been able to knock South Africa over 152 and then Australia were 3 for 27, it was an even ball game.
Yeah.
Because if Smith and Head had been knocked over for 20 each, then Australia probably don't even get a lead, or it's about parity. And then we know that in the second dig, anything can happen when there's pressure on, when you have to score runs to win a Test match. And we just saw that late today. But South Africa didn't have enough in the bank.
So high-quality fast bowling from both sides. If they have a pitch similar to what it was last year at Melbourne. It'll be another shootout.
Oh, it certainly will be a shootout if they leave 12 mil of grass on it with this sort of bowling lineup for both teams. South Africa will have learned a lot. What they did get out of today was that Bavuma backed up again. He was excellent. Zondo was very impressive in his 36 not out. I thought he was very good in the way he handled a tough situation coming in under pressure again today after early wickets fell. So they've got a bit to take out of that. Verena was good in the first innings, but they need a lot more from their top order. And the danger is that there's not much in between in terms of good, hard practice apart from the nets. They don't get another match in, so they're just going to have to rely on their mindset and just doing the work in the nets to be prepared.
Kat, great working with you again this week. Have a lovely Christmas.
You too, Colo.
Colo, I might say the same to you. You're heading home to London for the birth of your second child, so thank you for setting us up through the World Cup and for these first 3 test matches of the summer. I know you'll never be far from us, but you won't be out of our thoughts either. So the very best of luck to you and your family over the next little bit of time.
Thank you, Gerard. All things being equal, I might even get on a flight tonight.
Good stuff. I hope you do. So Simon Katich and Adam Collins down there on the boundary. We have a couple of categories to look after, but before we do, so my 2 locals are here, Ian Healy and Michael Kasprowicz. I wonder, so the Gabba is under siege tonight. There's no sidestepping that the verdicts are in, and we just await sort of the fateful hammer blow of a poor rating from the ICC. This is your home. How does it have you feeling right now, Michael?
Yeah, look, having spent a lot of time out there and seen a lot of wickets that even offered more. When we think about a poor wicket, generally, and even Cato, I think, just even then mentioned around our side movement or up and down movement and all that, we didn't really see that. It's a really sort of different way. I know Heels had spoken earlier today around the fact that it was a little bit softer to start with. Maybe just, and that was what the issue was, because what happened was that as it had got older through the day and with the sun on it, it baked it. And it was almost like, I'm not suggesting like teaspoons, but it was almost that curve, sort of like just sort of a surface where it just had a little bit of uneven. Of course, that then puts thoughts into the batsman's head. They're looking at it. And we saw that with a lot of those dismissals weren't from jaffers and weren't from balls misbehaving. It's because the feet weren't moving. They were playing on the crease, hanging the bat a bit wider at it. But it was certainly that was created. Now, I just think one of the things that we did see out here, and it was quality test bowlers. And the reason why they call it quality test bowlers, the best test bowlers, they don't bowl bad balls. And I think that's what we saw when you've got the quality of the players coming in. Scott Boland, when he comes on so often these days, getting just a shoebox sort of area, asking questions every single delivery. We're seeing batsmen making errors. That's the idea of shorter length and certainly outside off stump.
And that's what I reckon Travis Head's greatest quality is at the moment in the form he's in. He's hitting half bad balls very well and scoring from them. The bowler probably feels quite often against Travis Head at the moment. Geez, that didn't deserve to get hit there. So that was a great thing. What about the one thing that hasn't been talked about is the unluckiness of South Africa losing the toss. So what would it have been? It would have been, that's a massive toss to lose. And they couldn't take a trick from then on.
Didn't Dean Elgar talk about winning the toss he wanted to bat?
Yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm really glad that didn't happen.
We feel that might have been a con job.
Yeah, I really.
He was just going, no, we got it exactly how we wanted it. No excuses here. Yes, interesting. It'll be a fascinating debate over the next couple of days. So
I think batting techniques, aren't suited to this. And I don't mind grass, but I need the surface to be harder than what we started on there. And that would provide bounce and some sideways movement off the grass. So that's what I'm looking for. The groundsman probably was just waiting for that moisture to disappear and it just wouldn't go. So that's what I want. And, then the batting techniques in and behind the line of the ball, back foot. Everything's planted on the crease these days and you might move your foot a little bit forward and play even outside the line on some of your drives. But rarely did we didn't see anyone get in behind the line of a back foot shot for hours. Travis Head flays at them and plays it brilliantly, but defensive quality wasn't quite there.
Just give us a closing word on, I think South Africa is quite clearly going to treat this as an outlier. they're not going to allow that performance to define them. But you've played in plenty of series where what happens at the start sets a tone. Do you think this has set a tone, or this is an outlier?
Oh, I think there's a tone in that they've by losing that toss, it's given Australia, a great opponent, a lot of confidence that they're 1-0 up. 1-0 up in a 3-test series is a nightmare.
Yeah, I think Dean Elgar even said down there is that they couldn't have prepared any better for this test match. So it's not often the way of going and, the more balls, hitting more balls as batsmen, or, it's just recreating some belief, getting belief as a team, as an individual as well. And maybe we're hoping to see a little bit more of that in the second innings and adjusting their skills. We didn't quite see that, but then again, Melbourne traditionally has been a lot flatter with the drop-in wicket, of course, down at the MCG. Last year was a bit of, I reckon that was the outlier, the amount of grass that was on that wicket.
They've had 2 years where they've brought it back from the dead.
Yeah.
And it was dead.
Yeah.
And I think they're now wrestling with, okay, so how do we peg it back a little bit? Well, so it moved to too far the other way last year. Yep. I think everyone would concede that. 2 days and a session. And particularly after this, I think there'll be huge pressure to make sure that doesn't happen. And then it's the juggle. Well, if 12 mils becomes 8 mils of grass at the MCG, what does that do?
Well, I don't want the MCG groundsman to get a bit crazy and giddy on his mower. No need to do that. I think it's just relax you. And that's the thing. All the groundsmen and all our grounds around Australia are all different because they're experts about preparing them. And that's the beauty. That's traditionally where Australian cricket has been so strong in, once again, the word adapting to the different surfaces. And look, at the end of the day, what's wrong with seeing the bat beat the ball for once?
The ball beat the bat?
Ball beat the bat.
Yeah. No, that's right. I have no issue with low-scoring, high-octane, fast-bowling test matches. That's not okay. That would have been called off as a dangerous pitch at some point tomorrow if we'd gone in the way that ball was behaving in those last 8 overs. There was some wild stuff happening there.
The ones that went over the top.
All of
15 wides and 4 byes in 34 runs in 8 overs.
It would it have settled, I wonder. In the 30-over mark, we're never going to see 30 overs. But, if the ball gets a bit older, a bit softer, was it going to settle then?
Yeah. You each have a task to perform here.
Right.
You'll be the player of the match, Heels, in a moment.
Yes.
The performance of the day, the Host Plus performance of the day.
That's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Who do you reckon?
Oh, Pat Cummins. If we've seen Australia with the ball and what he did with 5 wickets for 42 runs as captain, he led the side well, and certainly as the Australian leader, as captain, but also with the ball.
That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians, run only to benefit its members. Search Compare Host Plus today. And our player of the match for Bingley, Ian Healy.
That was a good one, Casper. I like that. I like the return of Cummins and I like the return of Rabada at the creases. But today, Travis Head, player of the match. I agree with Travis Head. Just the mentality of back ourselves he was talking in his interview there with Steve Smith in that partnership. It's back ourselves. We're going to need some luck. We're going to have to get away with a bit, but that sort of freedom in your mind is exactly what's required, and it's very difficult to achieve. To fool your brain into thinking this is not that important. Let's go. And he's been doing it pretty consistently in the last 12 months.
Heels, Casper, thanks for being part of it.
Thanks, Gerard. I've loved it.
Yeah, very good, Gerard. Lovely to work with you, mate.
So we'll enjoy. You'll be on the BBL all the way through?
No, not all the way through. There's a couple of matches.
Okay, nice. So look forward to hearing
Thanks,
you then. Heels, enjoy a little bit of time off.
Yeah, yes. Thanks, Gerard.
And to Steve and Daniel from our SENQ team who have looked after us here at the Gabba, a big thank you. To Mitch Scott, who puts our coverage together. Well done. Couple to go. And a few extra days, some flights to organise. Oh, and maybe a dinner tonight as well. So Mitch's work is certainly not done. Here's how it unfolded. South Africa batted first, all out 152. Australia 218 in reply. South Africa all out 99, and then Australia 4 for 35, where extras top scored with 19. You wouldn't believe that. 15 wides and 4 byes. as all sorts of strange things started to happen. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus. In a moment, you will hear the Global Game. It's a key edition after the violent events last night at the Melbourne Derby and with the World Cup final pending. A call that you will hear on the SEN network from 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Big Bash Nation tonight. A big thank you for being part of our broadcast from the Gabba as Australia goes 1-0 up over South Africa. Stark begins the fresh over. He bowls. Elgar fends the ball down the leg side into the gloves of Carey and he's out. He bowls to Zondo, who's wrapped on the pad. Boland loved it and gets it. Nobody does multiple wickets in an over better than Scott Boland. It's a double wicket maiden. Bowls to him and Varaina's back, whacking the ball to deep mid-wicket. It'll be his half-century. Kyle Varaina has single-handedly altered the momentum of this match. Stark last ball of the over. Maharaj edges and he's caught at second slip. Smith takes it low down and the route is on.
Cummins bowls and Keating deflects into the gully, and that is that. South Africa all out for 152. It's the big man, the big left armer, Marco Janssen. Now this guy goes to the crease. His first ball in Australia to Labuschagne. It's a taken! It's the huge wicket of Labuschagne. Getting to him here, head clipping. Indeed, that's gone all the way for 6. Just 48 deliveries to make it to 53.
Norkia blows in, he bowls. He's bowled Smith, he's got the breakthrough right at the end. Oh, that it was worth so much to South Africa. And Australia will be 5 down at the close of play. Green back to the strike. Roberto bowls to him and he strokes the ball through mid-off. That is most stylish indeed. Janssen bowls to him. He's edging and he's dropped and then caught. Bowls head, nibbles down the leg sides. They think they've got him and they do. Ryan faces out, clips up in the air. Rabada gets back, so too Van der Dessen, who takes a splendid catch. Australia dismissed in the 51st over with a 66-run lead. Cummins is in. There, he's edging, he's caught brilliantly by Green in the gully. Green up above his head with the wingspan and the safe hands hold it in.
Delivers again to Bavuma, driving for the second time in the session through cover. That shot's just as attractive. Coming from the short leg now as well. Bowls here, drive through the offside. He's crunched that drive into the gap.
Bavuma's reverse sweeping and he beats Boland and picks up a boundary. Lyon on the follow-up. Bavuma stays upright, plays back onto the pads out. Selby W. Lyon gets his man immediately after the boundary.
First delivery. Varaina caught at second slip. It's always Scotty Boland. He never misses out. Boland, 3 slips in the gully. Janssen bowls him! Scotty Boland is on fire. He's barreling through the South African middle order.
Rabada trying to do something about that. He bowls and Warner edges and he's caught. Rabada bowls to Smith, who edges and he's caught too. Straight through to the keeper. Rabada back at head, bouncer, flick down the leg side, he's out. Varaina takes the catch. Head goes for a duck. Norkia is in and he bowls to Green and bowls took off. It's 5 wides and that's the game. Would you believe it? It's the first time in more than 90 years on these shores that a test match has been decided in 2 days. Australia wins by 6 wickets and 1-0 up in the series.